Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most Rogue of Heels, the Rogue Heel, coming to you after taking a short break on this beautiful, beautiful Thursday. It's Thursday, right? It's not Wednesday? Yep, Thursday evening. Nice and warm where I'm at, too. Close to 90 degrees outside. One of the warmest days so far. Let's go ahead and start the show. Oh, yeah. What are we doing? I promise you video gaming sometime in the near future. The future is now. And we're doing actual video gaming. We're doing some Destiny 2. We can get some Pinnacles out the way. We're just going to chill out. We're just going to have some fun. We might just run Crucible real quick. I got some videos that I want to watch too, but there's my Grandmaster setup too. So Strand, obviously, to help with suspension. Leviathan's Breath. I still have not gotten the catalyst for it yet. So they said you have to take on strong combatants. So let me go ahead and actually do powerful gear. Let's see if anybody's doing seasonal activity. Just posting up in one of the LFG channels. We'll get the powerful gear and then we'll move on from there, folks.
Shadow Legion pistols hover above your planet like hawks hunting mice. But unlike a mouse, the Guardian can strike back. I know everyone's emotions are wrong, but we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted.
No chance of that, Queen Mara. There's too many civilians counting on us. Besides, Amanda would never have allowed it.
I always fuck up on that jump. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't like this mini jumping puzzle. I'm not playing safe at all. Even on like the lowest level, that burn just goes right through you, man. I hate this opening part here. The puzzle, the little tiny jumping puzzle that like kind of fucks you over. Fuck. Yeah, both of those fell off. Yeah, right there's like a death trap. Jesus, man. Oh yeah, we dipping out, man. I got like no armor. I got like no woven mail. I hate this too. Like the battlegrounds, like Void is like, because it's all taken. So they all have like Void shields. But Suspend is so good. Oh my god. This thing is so annoying. I just wanted to test this out in this battleground so I can earn that powerful gear, but like on the survivability. This is good in Grandmaster because you're not playing as fast. I think I'm gonna switch out. This is fine in Grandmaster, but
my hunters report that their forces are concentrated on anti-aircraft stations.
The Shadow Legion rely on the Taken for defense of Ascendant Plane.
Last mistake they'll ever make.
yeah, I was talking yesterday to a couple of people who were doing GMs. Still didn't get Kinetic Tremors on my Hung Jury, but I got Shoot to Loot and Firefly, so I kept that one. But they're gonna suspension on bears. They're gonna nerf the shit out of. They're gonna make sure like you can't suspend a barrier champion. Fucking Starfire Protocol, dude. All right. Very peaceful sleep here. Feeding frenzy. Purple haze everywhere. Beautiful, peaceful music to jam to,
Forces
folks.
are marshalling in the hangar bay. Head there to force a decisive engagement.
The sooner we get our people out, the better. Gunships are closing on your position.
You're in the thick of it now, Guardian. Miles above the Earth and surrounded. Just as you prefer it, I imagine.
Explosions, explosions, explosions. Oh shit, do you see that? Anybody else see him? I think he's taking damage now. Is it gonna be updating? Is it like an update incoming that I'm not aware of? There you go. I was literally on Twitter before. I turned that off. Okay. No wonder. Destiny 2 is being brought offline for emergency maintenance. Okay. Alright. There you go, folks. No Destiny 2. So what are we playing then? Okay, there we go. Oh my god. It's like everything everything's updating now. What the fuck, dude? Come on now. And yes, that's a fan in the corner. Alright then, we're playing some Path of Exile then. Oh, with that being said. We're over in the forest encampment now. Well, that being said, then we can play some videos.
Destiny agrees with.
This is wild that this even happened, that Destiny agreed with like Cutie Cinderella like this.
Old Cutie Cinderella.
Wait, what is this?
Just because some female streamers do things really sets other female streamers up for bullshit, and it pisses me off. Like, I'm all about getting that bread. I am. I really am. I'm like,
that
yes,
clip
queen,
is
do the hot tub
being
stream,
brought
but
back to
please
haunt her
don't do it
now.
on Twitch, because it makes my life miserable. Because then I have people coming from your chat where they see your hot tits covered in bubbles to my chat asking to see mine.
Oh, true. Yeah, I agree with Cutie's opinion 2 years ago on this, before Fansly was offering her 6-figure payouts for her shows, I guess.
But we don't do that here. It's like so frustrating.
Yet.
Just because some female streamers do things.
True.
Oatmeal helps out Eric.
Oh shit, Eric!
I'm wondering if Puncture is better, but I can see why.
Twitch leaked the personal info doxed for the next TwitchCon.
Yeah, TwitchCon 2023 had everyone's personal information docs. Everyone who bought a ticket, you know the who's coming to TwitchCon list. If you click on that and see who's showing up, it was broken and it didn't show like the usernames and the profile pic. It showed the email address list and their full names, dude. It was like someone did it wrong with the website and gave out their personal information.
Akari discovers the Emery clip.
Oh my god. What? Ah! No! No! What the f happened? Ah! 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 What? No! Help!
You got jobbed, Vakari. That's what the fuck happened, motherfucker.
What the f is that? Huh?
Gonna pass
What the hell
this.
just happened? What the fuck just happened?
Twitch CEO on S-Fan and the Future of Twitch collabs.
Ago last year, Asfan TV was hosting, was sidecasting the Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
And everyone was hanging out on the couch, and streamers would come in and hang with them, and then walk away, and other ones would come and hang with them.
Yeah.
And then you'd get a big group, and you'd get different groups, and then they'd walk away.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm excited about making it so that if you're hanging out streaming, somebody you know can come and knock on the door and come and hang with you for a little while, and another streamer can see that you two are hanging out and say, let me go jump in and hang with them. Okay, it's kind of like what happens in like a dorm room, commons room. It's just like people come together, people split. Okay, and right now I think we have work to do to get it to where that can happen. But I think that idea of our creators, you know, we talk about discovery.
So I'm just like taking a look at this.
Their time is on the channel page.
Yep.
And the best way for people to be discovered on Twitch is for us to allow our creators to collaborate together.
Maya's new show is going well.
Maybe like. Oh my
We'll see what happens, folks. If that actually happens.
Okay, so that's why we use tweezers to feed the frog.
Estonian lesson.
Okay.
for
What does
fan
Sanmo do? More-
Cax-diced cood. Cax-diced cood. Try Hindi or Nepali.
Less area on Saints thing.
Cox-diced cood. Cox-diced.
Cox-diced cood.
Cox-taste.
Cox-diced cood.
Cox-taste cood. What? Rude! Dude, I have not been got by one of these since I first started streaming. I'm actually pissed. I literally, no one gets me with this.
A cute dog touches chat.
Hi, Louie. Like an actual gentle giant. Hi, Louie. Hi, baby boy.
3.5. Oh my. That's about Gunther's age.
Right?
We got three dogs at home. 2 of them puppies. Got a cold.
Oh, Louie. Hello.
And then we got a.
Do you smoke? Springer Spaniel mix. Oh, thank you for the shade. Thank you.
Oh, good dog.
Lucky. He's touching chat. Look. You're so good. What a good little baby. Thanks, Louie. Thank you.
Bye, Louie.
Bye, Louie. You are so. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I'll never forget Louie.
I love Louie so much.
Lyric with the 2 knives back to back.
I pull a Disney and get a second knife.
It's not inventory. It's what's my quest log? Yeah. Jesus Christ! You take a couple of days off and you forget what.
Oh, what the? Oh shit, dude!
Oh, some good old-fashioned CS:GO knife gambling.
Knives? Are you kidding? No. What? Holy shit!
Stream on AI sex robots.
I was wondering if you'd get one. An AI sex robot? If I didn't have a girlfriend, yes. Why not?
Would get one?
Sure, I'll try it out.
Oh.
We try it.
Would you name it?
Yeah.
Actually, nope. Did not fuck that one up. Hold
I have
on.
the same name as like my cats.
Where is? Well, I can just click on it, right?
Hassan Shadow Donut, Poika.
Okay.
Oops.
So we're going up.
Anyway, you're the new Soros. I'm the George Soros, dude. Everybody keeps talking about George Soros. Meanwhile, I'm the George Soros.
QT breaks the silence on the allegations.
She just said LMAO. Because I said, did you unfollow POTUS's account on Twitter because his first name is Joe and it hits too close to home with the breakup? She said, no. So now I want to know why.
Exercise with McDonald's.
So today we're just eating the freaking McDonald's. I mean, not McDonald's. This is for snack. Check this table. Wow, you can eat burgers and also work out at the same time. All right, I'm gonna go in. Okay, let's do some workout before we eat this. Before we eat this ice cream. Hello.
And now responds to his critics.
Have you ever seen Ratatouille? I believe Christopher Lee has the most important quote from the movie. He says, the critic is a piece of shit. They don't do anything. Their lives are worthless. Only people that make grilled cheese sandwiches and sell them for 75 euros deserve your respect. And I'm the one making the grilled cheese right now. So shut the fuck up.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like. And if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips,
take him
be sure to
down.
subscribe
Take the
and turn
man
notifications
down.
on. And I'll see you guys in the next one.
These chatters don't deserve your love and respect. They're not even humans. They're just machines for you to draw money from. Oh shit, I completely missed that. Hold on. We gotta go back.
Athlete chat, chill.
Oh, okay. Give a like over to Streamer TV. Always a good time, man. This is how I catch up on all the drama here on Twitch. Like this Marauder build right here actually feels like really good. Not Marauder, Duelist build.
I'm Ben
This is good.
Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network.
Let's go
Is
Democrats.
Kevin McCarthy, the weakest Speaker of the House in United States House of Representatives history, on his way out? Will
He
the other
unironically
MAGA
could be.
Republicans vote to oust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House? I want us all to pay attention to this point over the coming weeks and months, because I predict a motion to vacate, in other words, a motion to remove Kevin McCarthy from his position, is foreseeable to happen in the future. And what am
Oh
I
my
basing this
fuck
on?
these
Well,
motherfuckers.
There's been lots of rumblings that the MAGA Republicans have been very upset at the way Kevin McCarthy has been handling these debt ceiling negotiations, or should I say,
'Cause he's not
lack
acting like a
thereof. And
fanatic.
Kevin
That's the
McCarthy
problem.
has been blaming the other MAGA Republicans for the way they've been handling the debt ceiling negotiations. And so there's this huge amount of infighting. It culminated in this New York Times story from last week. And the New York Times story last week had the headline, "Staring Down a Debt Crisis, McCarthy Toils
is.
to Navigate
He
GOP
unironically
divisions."
is.
The House Speaker has little trust in his Budget Committee chairman or his number two as he works to unite the fractious Republican majority around a spending plan.
God
And
damn, I
in
have
this
to,
New York Times article, there are numerous
change all this
sources
crap
around
manually,
Kevin
too.
McCarthy that basically say that Kevin McCarthy has no trust in Majority Leader Steve Scalise, the MAGA Republican Majority Leader, and basically that Kevin McCarthy thinks that the MAGA Republican Budget Chair, Jody Arrington, a MAGA Republican Congress member from...
Now, the problems with like Kevin McCarthy and Steve Scalise go way before Steve Scalise becoming essentially the number two person there in the Republican Party over there in the House. It is actually like pretty well known. If you follow politics, if you're not aware now, you know. Those two motherfuckers don't like each other. It's because Scalise doesn't want to be number two to anybody. He wants to be the speaker. He has dreams of of being more than like what he is right now. But unfortunately, the big wigs over the Republican Party, they like Kevin McCarthy because he does what they want. So they promote him too. They put money into him too. Scalise, though, you know, he plays ball too to a certain extent too. It's always interesting the dynamics in politics, like who like the corporate backers really push. You know, one of the key reasons why, and some people might say like this is kind of like me coping a little bit, not coping, but like me putting a little bit more of a conspiracy hat, is Kevin McCarthy represents one of the most southern districts in California, if I believe too. If I'm correct about that, if I'm not correct about that, just like say so in chat. But he does, and there's a lot of money in California. If you don't know, California and New York, the two richest states, unironically controlled by Democrats. So there's a lot of money in California too, and there's a lot of corporate interest in California too. So they're gonna go with the guy who was one to play ball there too, and he's also friendly with a lot of California Democrats as well at the state and local level. So he can get votes from the MAGA Republican, or the far right branch of the Republican Party, because he's willing to speak their language. But when it comes down to what he actually votes for, he'll vote along line his corporate donors. That's just like how it is, and it's been proven with his track record too. You can look at his voting record and see where it is too. Even with like New York Republicans too, you'd be surprised how often on smaller bills they'll vote along line with Democrats, because those allegiances break down when it comes down to them making promises to their corporate donors. So, and I'm not saying every Democrat's like that too, but a lot of Democrats kind of play more into the mainstream too. So especially in New York and California, there's a lot of corporate interest in there for very obvious reasons. So they play into that too. So McCarthy's, you know, he plays along this. He wanted this for a while. He plays along, and like people inside the corporate interests that kind of rule the Republican Party, like Kevin McCarthy over Steve Scalise.
Texas is a total idiot, and this private infighting essentially went public in this New York Times article, where all of these sources around Kevin McCarthy pointed fingers at them for their failure to deliver a counter budget or to articulate what these spending cuts would be to try to address their negotiations with President Biden's budget that he presented months ago at this point. And so this infighting, I think, is going to lead to a motion to vacate. And remember, when Kevin McCarthy finally won after, what was it, 14 or 15 votes before he became Speaker of the House, one of the things he agreed to is that all it would take is one member of the MAGA Republicans to vote to oust him, and an entire vote would be taken to remove him. So let's just give you some of the history here of what's led to this and why I think this is likely to be the outcome. So just so you know, in the past, a clean debt ceiling bill has always been provided, whichever party has been in control of the House of Representatives, which controls spending. So despite the Democrats completely disagreeing with Donald Trump's spending priorities, the Democrats under the Trump administration put forward a clean debt ceiling bill. When I say a clean debt ceiling bill, what I mean is that there aren't any preconditions to raise the debt ceiling. And remember, when we're talking about raising the debt ceiling, we're talking about raising the debt ceiling so that the government is able to pay its bills that were incurred under prior administrations, under prior terms
i.e.
of
Trump.
Congress. It is not forward-looking when we talk about raising the debt ceiling. There is this debt that has been accrued over a period of time, that has accumulated over a period of time based on the spending, in this case, of Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump accounts for more than 25% of all of the debt in United States history that we have to address. So you have to raise the debt ceiling in order to pay the debt that was incurred under the Trump administration, essentially. And you have to pass a bill to do that, and that originates in the House of Representatives. And so in the past, the House of Representatives has always put forward a clean debt ceiling bill. Why? Because if America defaults on its debt, it would be catastrophic for our country. We would would default on our full faith and credit. Our credit would be downgraded. We would go into an instant recession and perhaps worse. So no one messes around with the debt ceiling. You raise the debt ceiling. The very fact that you have these debt ceiling requirements in the first place, that you have to get approval, is ridiculous. But nonetheless, that's been the law of the land for a significant period of time, right? So on January 19, 2023, you have Janet Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury. She writes a letter to Kevin McCarthy, and she explains, look, at this point, the government is going to take extraordinary measures at this point, given the fact that you've not put forward a clean debt ceiling bill, that will last through Monday, June 5th, 2023. What she says in the letter is the following. I write to keep you apprised of actions the Treasury Department is taking in regard to the debt limit. In my letter January 13, 2023, I noted that Public Law 117-73 increased the statutory debt limit to a level of $31.381 trillion and informed you that beginning on January 19th, the outstanding debt of the United States was projected to reach the statutory limit. This letter serves to notify you, pursuant to the United States Code, of the extraordinary measures the Treasury began using today, as of January 19, 2023. First, I have determined that by reason of the statutory debt limit, I will be unable to fully invest the portion of the Civil Service Retirement and Disability Fund not immediately required to pay beneficiaries, and that a debt issuance suspension period will begin on Thursday, January 19, 2023, and last through Monday, June 5, 2023. My predecessors have declared debt issuance suspension periods under similar circumstances. With these determinations, the Treasury Department will suspend additional investments of the amounts credited and redeem a portion of the investment held by the CSRDF as expressly authorized by law. In addition, because of the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act of 2006 provides that investments in Postal Service retiree health benefits shall be made in the same manner of these other investments, Treasury will suspend additional investments there. They will be made whole once the debt limit is increased. As I stated in my January 13th letter, the period of time that extraordinary measures may last is subject to considerable uncertainty, including the challenges of forecasting the payments and receipts of U.S. government months into the future. I respectfully urge Congress to act promptly and protect the full faith and credit of the United States. So in other words, we're taking extraordinary measures that could run out by this summer, and you need to do something about it. So Kevin McCarthy then meets with President Biden on February 1st, 2023, and Biden says, look, I'm going to show you my budget, you show me your budget. And then Kevin McCarthy is asked as he leaves the White House, well, what spending cuts are you going to make? You claim that you're not going to pass a clean debt ceiling bill, which is unprecedented. Okay, so what is it that you want to cut? When will you show your budget? Kevin McCarthy says, I'm not going to negotiate in public. Here, play this clip.
Where should those budget cuts come from right now? Medicare and Social Security, the White House insists Republicans want to cut. What cuts do you want?
Well, let me be clear about that, and I've been clear many times. No, we're not talking about that. And to really be able to do this right, I'm not going to negotiate this in the press, right? I respect the conversation we had together, and we will continue that.
And then Kevin McCarthy then gives a press conference in the House of Representatives in the Capitol building, where he says, and this is very unprecedented, he goes, we will not pass a clean debt ceiling here without some form of spending reform. So there will never be a clean one. Here, play this clip of Kevin McCarthy.
When the White House said that the president's open to talking about the debt ceiling in a separate discussion about ways to control spending, I mean, what do you think about when you hear that they kind of want to separate those two? Is what they say.
Whichever way they want to talk about it, I'm very clear. We will not pass a clean debt ceiling here.
You are fucking playing with the country, man.
So there'll never be a clean one. I don't know how they want to say it. That's fine. But at the end of the day, we're going to get spending reforms. I believe you have to lift the debt ceiling. But you do not lift the debt ceiling without changing your behavior. So it's got to be both. Yes, sir.
Some of your own members.
Okay, so now let's talk about the MAGA Republican infighting here. So Kevin McCarthy believed, I suppose, that these individuals who were his essentially number two, Steve Scalise, and his budget chair, Jody Arrington, these MAGA Republicans, like, we're going to give him information because Biden presented his budget and he's like, okay, show me your budget. And the budget chair, Jody Arrington's done like nothing. And then Jody Arrington was like, I've got a term sheet. And then Kevin McCarthy was like, what term sheet are you talking about? I've never seen this term sheet. So he called Arrington out for talking about some budget term sheet that McCarthy's never seen. McCarthy has no confidence in Arrington and thinks Arrington can't put together a budget. And meanwhile, McCarthy has no confidence in Steve Scalise, the majority leader. And so McCarthy's people, in essence, were leaking to the New York Times all of these things about Scalise and Arrington being incompetent. And by the way, McCarthy in the New York Times article doesn't even deny or reject these criticisms about Scalise and Arrington. One of the other facts to note about Arrington wanted to back Scalise to challenge Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House, which Kevin McCarthy clearly did not forget that as well. And so here from the New York Times, here are some of the things that are being reported by sources close to Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy has told colleagues he has no confidence in Mr. Arrington, the man responsible for delivering a budget framework laying out the spending cuts that Republicans have said they will demand in exchange for any move to increase the debt limit. And then it says, aside from the perceived disloyalty, Mr. McCarthy regards Mr. Arrington, a former official in the George W. Bush administration, as incompetent, according to more than half a dozen people familiar with his thinking who spoke on a condition of anonymity to describe private conversations. The tension has burst into public view, contributing to confusion and mixed messages from Republican leaders about what their plan is and when they might be able to share it. Then it goes into this idea where Arrington told reporters he was preparing a term sheet, and then McCarthy said, what in the world are you talking about? And then the article goes on to say that McCarthy has told colleagues and allies he cannot rely on Mr. Scalise, describing Scalise as ineffective, checked out, and reluctant to take a position on anything at all. And then let's go back to this is a statement from Chuck Schumer, and this is what Chuck Schumer had stated on this week on ABC. He's
playing around with the fucking country, dude.
He said this back in February. He says, okay, McCarthy's saying he wants to attach spending cuts. Show us the spending cuts. Show it to us. Play this clip.
Now, McCarthy says he wants to attach certain spending cuts to do this. A, where is your plan, Mr. McCarthy? He says he wants cuts. We ask him which ones. He won't say any. Is it Social Security and Medicare? That would hurt the Americans.
He says it won't be.
He says it won't, but a lot of other people in his caucus still say it will. Will it be police? Will it be the military? His job, we have a plan. Do it clean as we've done it 4 times, 3 under Trump, once under Biden. He will not even say what he wants to cut, and I'll tell you why. He can't pass a plan with cuts. His hard right will demand the kind of deepest cuts that his more mainstream Republicans won't vote for. And I'll tell you, my experience in this, the party that holds out with brinksmanship and says, I won't renew it unless you do what I want, loses. We're going to win this fight, and it's going to be a clean debt ceiling.
Finally, and then most recently, on March 28, 2023, McCarthy goes on TV, and McCarthy goes, hey, the budget doesn't have anything to do with the debt ceiling at all. Play this clip.
The president did put that budget out, and I will grant you that we even had some Democrats on the show that said, okay, it's a starting point, and it's obviously it's clear that this will not be the final budget that could ever pass. But the critics say that you haven't put anything out. This is contained in the response from the White House press secretary. If the Republicans want to have a conversation about our nation's economic and fiscal future, it's time for them to put out a budget, as the president has done with his detailed plan to grow the economy, lower cost, and reduce the deficit by nearly $3 trillion. So do you have something to present at this point, a budget blueprint?
Let's be very honest about that. The budget doesn't have anything to do with the debt ceiling. I can pass a budget tomorrow, and we'll still need to pass a debt ceiling. A budget looks at tenure. These are apples and oranges. I sat down
What
with
the
president
fuck is he
in February
talking
before he
about?
produced his budget. They were more than a month delayed, so it delays us in producing our budget. But that does nothing. I have $4 trillion in savings that I personally told the president why we sat, only because it was St. Patrick's Day, on ways that we can find savings and come to the table.
So you're
folks,
saying you're
you
getting
line
drunk.
up all of this data, and you know by watching the Midas Touch Network, we are very data-based. So you see McCarthy calling out Scalise and Arrington. You see them calling out McCarthy. You see this complete and utter mess. And you see here the Democrats are just getting the work done. Here is our budget. Show me your budget, MAGA Republicans. Where do you want to cut the budget? Where do you want to cut spending here? You say you're not going to cut Social Security now after that was one of the things you wanted to cut. You claim you're not going to cut Medicare after that was the things you want to cut. Okay, so explain to us where it is that you're making cuts here, because under the Biden budget plan, Biden has already reduced the deficit by $2 trillion, whereas Trump increased it by $7 trillion. That's just a fact. It's not debate. That's not hyperbole. That's just what's taken place. So Biden says, I'm going to be able to reduce the deficit further by trillions of dollars based on my budget. Show me your budget and how you get to those numbers. And what are the MAGA Republicans doing? What they blame each other. You got McCarthy saying it's Arrington's fault, and you've got, saying it's Scalise's fault, and just pointing
I'm here for it,
fingers at
baby.
each
Let
other.
them destroy
So
each
what
other.
is ultimately going to happen as we get very close to where these extraordinary measures need to be taken this summer, and where the extraordinary measures that are being taken run out? What happens then? What'll end up happening is the Republicans are too incompetent to put forward a plan, and they're just going to try to hold the government hostage. McCarthy's going to scream at them, they're going to scream at McCarthy, and what they'll do is the Matt Gaetzes and all those people, they'll take a vote to oust McCarthy. They'll probably try to oust McCarthy this summer based on the fight over the raising of the debt ceiling, while they don't propose anything. I think, unfortunately, there's going to probably be a short period of time where, I hate to say this, but based on where the MAGA Republicans are going, they're going to probably force America to default on its debt, and then within a few days, because the results are going to be so harmful, they're then going to come around to finally raising the debt ceiling after they cause this harm, which I'd love to avoid, but these MAGA Republicans are arsonists. They're destructive people. I think that's what'll happen. I think McCarthy will probably be ousted in the process. And I think it's just further going to reflect how completely deranged and incompetent the MAGA Republicans are. But this infighting in the MAGA Republican Party, I think, is even more serious than has been reported so far, if you read between the lines. And I think I don't think Kevin McCarthy serves the full line. That's my prediction. We will see if that bears out. But
could you imagine that?
I don't think he'll be able to get past this debt ceiling fight without being without a motion to vacate. But we'll see. I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. We're on our way to 1,500,000 subscribers thanks to your support. So please hit subscribe. Also, check us out at patreon.com/MidasTouch, patreon.com/MidasTouch. We just did one of our live sessions, answered many, many, many questions from all of you at home. It was great to meet all of you who joined our Patreon. Go there. You can join our next session. Also, wherever you get your audio podcast, just subscribe to the Midas Touch podcast. Until next time, I'm Ben Meiselas. Thank you for watching.
Hey Midas Mighty, love this report? Continue the conversation by following us on Instagram at Midas Touch to keep up with the most important news of the day. What are you waiting for? Follow us now.
David Dole actually had a really good take on this, okay? He did. Possibly because he's Canadian.
Okay. I'm going to address this controversy that I'm going to bet the majority of you don't even know exist. But with that said, the reason why I want to cover this in my own video is because this is definitely absolutely going to come up on the Leftist Mafia podcast that is going to be that we're shooting tonight or live streaming tonight. And we are a democratized podcast. If it were up to just me, I would say this is not worth the discussion anymore. We should be over this. But I am one person, and we are a podcast of 6. So I'm not going to, enact my authority over the other people. So it's going to be talked about. It's easier for me to discuss this all here, so you all understand my position on what the hell is going on. All right, or what went on. So, what is this all about? So a few weeks ago, this tweet went up, and it's Anna Casimir.
Oh my God, Anna.
TYT host, saying, "I am a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit." All right. There is... Okay. Let me first say, nothing... Yes, that is fine. This is fine. Yes, nothing is wrong with wanting to be called a woman. That's fine. There's no problem with this. The issue is when...
This is interesting too. I'm gonna let the video cook, but let me just say this. This is interesting too. I don't know if y'all have noticed this too. Like, we literally just watched a video from Midas Touch. Have you noticed, like, all these political factions, there's a lot of infighting going on right now between all these different political factions? I've noticed it. I wonder if y'all have noticed it. There is a lot of infighting going on between all these different political factions. It's happening between the Republicans, and this is not only happening like online, in real life too. Like I said, we just watched the Midas Touch video. The MAGA Republicans, the far right Republicans, and the more I would say centrist, the neocons really. The neocons are fighting for control of the Republican Party. The neocons could have said no back in 2016, but they let Donald Trump in, they let the far right in, so now they got to deal with them. What's happening organically with the Democrats and the left in this country is more and more progressives are slowly taking over the party, and the smart, more like centrist Democrats are allowing them to come in and say, hey, we'll work with you, because it's better to work with like the liberals and the progressives in the country, in my estimation, than dealing with like a whole bunch of like far right Republicans, then, because you can actually pass legislation and get things done. Maybe not to the extent that progressives want, but you'll get something versus you'll get nothing with the far right. But online too, the left continues to eat itself, but you're seeing it with the right now. And usually it was happening before, but now it's more public. It really began with the first really big public spat began with like the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, and versus Stephen Crowder, and all that came out too. And in that post stream where Stephen Crowder revealed stuff, he did quite a bit of anti-Semitism in that stream. And then you got the quartering coming out. I guess he was drunk or something. He's known to have a little bit too much and then kind of go off the rails afterwards too, talking about some things, how like, and then you got like Milo and the Ye thing, and then like all these different groups on both sides of the aisle, they're all collapsing in on themselves now, and there's a lot of infighting. There's something brewing. This is me putting my conspiracy hat on. There's something brewing, and it's building to a crescendo, and I think for both sides of the aisle, it's gonna fall over and they're gonna drown themselves. Which I don't want that to happen to the left, but I think that it has to happen to the left so that a stronger leftist movement in this country comes about that's a little bit more common sense and understands that you need to wield power and not be so discerning, I guess, about like who your allies are, and be more politically savvy about things to actually build political power. And that sometimes means you have to deal with people in your movement that you may not want to, because one of the biggest issues with the left is we gatekeep way too much, and we do, and we kind of push people away that we don't necessarily need to push away, and that's like a major issue. So now we have to deal with that, deal with the consequences of that too. And you're kind of knowing now that we do have reactionary people, and this is I'm losing my lefty card slowly, but this is the truth though. We do have quite a bit of reactionary people on this side of the aisle. We really do, and people don't want to hear that, but we really do. We really do have like a lot of reactionaries on this side of the aisle, and hopefully sooner rather than later, what happens from the left is whatever gets destroyed needs to get destroyed, and then something better and stronger comes about it. On the right is they lose all political power. That's my hope, but we'll see what happens.
Are making this into a bigger issue than it actually is, feeding into right-wing framing on trans people during an unprecedented attack on their existence. So I'm going to explain here more into this, and I feel like at this point, when I get to Anna's video from last year, Anna knows this.
Yep.
This video for me is more about disappointment than anything else. I'm not doing this to cook TYT, to you know, drag them through the mud. This video is to show my disappointment and my hope that both Anna and Cenk correct themselves here, are able to come out and apologize for misunderstanding this entire debate and clearing the air here. Because right now, I think they're losing a lot of people who have been big supporters of theirs for a long time, including myself. And to double, triple, quadruple down on this is not productive. And again, I'm going to get into explaining more, and I got a few videos to show you here. So the reason why this came back, well, before I show you why this came back up, here is I'll get to this response again, because this is a response to Cenk, and that'll come up later. But in terms of the issue around birthing people, so regarding the birthing people comment, these are my written statements. You'll have a tough time finding anyone with a real following that's claiming birthing people should replace women in all conversations. It's terminology used in academic papers and politics when it's about literal anatomy. The pushback from the left is on adopting right-wing framing of a non-issue used by the right to further otherize trans people during an unprecedented attack on their existence. This is the issue. Is using your platform to feed into right-wing narratives. And this, look, if this tweet got no traction, no one noticed it, this wouldn't have been a story, no one would be talking about it, it wouldn't be a thing. But because it has 127,000 likes, 27 million views apparently, these Twitter views are not really reliable, that number there. But this was quote tweeted, endorsed by people like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, all the terrible people on the right were praising Anna over this tweet. Not to say that she's now guilty by association, but when that happens, if that happened to me, I would think, okay, what did I say here that maybe I didn't mean to say? Maybe the intent wasn't there, but I said something that clearly was taken a certain way that I don't want it to be taken. At that point, I would delete the tweet and maybe even screenshot it, but delete the tweet and explain, okay, this is what I meant by this. I didn't mean this. It's being taken the wrong way. I apologize for any confusion around this or whatever, but that's not what's happened since then. There's been doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, and I'm going to get to why I think that is, which gets to the Hassan clip as well. But let's go to why this came back up, because this was 3 weeks ago, March 22nd. This Sunday, Olay, who's one of the hosts on the Leftist Mafia podcast that I'm on, tweets out here, the internet is filled with hating ass people and no one can convince me otherwise. So tweets a video about this. Anna responds saying, oh, Olay, do you mean people who demand people cook their friends and those kind of haters? And Anna points to this video that is from this week, or sorry, that week when Anna tweeted this out, where we discussed this whole issue. It was brought up by people who we responded to questions. So a lot of questions came in about this, so we responded to questions. But part of the, I think it was like an hour-long discussion, was where Olay is basically saying this.
Everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. Nobody, I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asked to be cooked. She got up today and she said, Twitter, cook me.
Okay, anyways, there's more to that. And there's also...
Oh my God.
See this, we will get here. Because I'm going to show you how much praise there was, how many caveats, how much dancing around there was during this discussion. That this wasn't an hour long of cooking TYT. That's not what we did at all. But that's how it's being construed now by, unfortunately, Cenk and Anna as well. So Ole responds to that video saying
this might be, you know,
an hour of the show defending you from allegations, which is true. We did spend an hour of the show defending her of being a turf rather than addressing the substantive problems with your comment. I said I felt like they were coddling you. I stand by that. If you think that makes me a hater, knock yourself out, miss. So she responds to that saying, LOL, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who has had a effing lifetime of being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apologies. Now, I don't have to explain the issue here, the issue with this, because Anna herself did. This is, I believe, last July, but this was like about a year ago. Here's Anna about a year ago discussing this very issue.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans. It's bad faith.
I don't even have to explain why these comments are the incorrect thing to say as a public figure who is a progressive voice, someone who's looked to, and someone who has authority in a platform like this. I don't have to explain why these comments are bad because Anna herself did a year ago. It feeds into a right-wing narrative that is meant to otherize trans people. When birthing, no one is using birthing person. No one is calling her maybe one person called her a birthing person. I have seen, but this is not a societal problem. It's only ever used, as I said, when discussing anatomy in academic papers and in politics to ensure that people who can give birth, whether you identify as a woman or not, are protected under those policies. Nothing, again, is wrong with her wanting to be called a woman. No one is denying that to her, but feeding into the narrative that there is sort of a push to deny that she's a woman is a problem. Again, I'm disappointed more than anything. Because how many times must this be explained, including by herself, before she realizes that this is what the problem is using your platform to feed into this. So the next day, Cenk went on a tweet storm.
He did. I was shocked by this. I thought he was going to leave it alone, but I don't know. That's not Cenk's style.
That really bothered me personally. But he says here, I replied to one of his tweets, but he says here, so David, you agree that birthing people shouldn't be used in a political context as the default term for women? It's not. It's not being used. So yeah, I agree, but it's not being used. That's not what's happening. So he says, great, that's exactly what we're saying. Bad news, apparently that means you're adopting right-wing framing. No, when you raise it and pretend it's an issue, that's adopting right-wing framing. So I go on, I already read this, but I go on to explain what I'm saying. And I also link to Emma's take from Majority Report. Emma's a good friend of Anna's, and Emma also explained this very well. It's a 5-minute video. It's an easy watch. It appears Cenk didn't watch it, because he goes on to get even crazier. So he writes here, first Emma says here, the repeated emphasis and reaction responding to Cenk have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you even though it's uncomfortable for me because I love you guys and I want TYT to be on the right side here. Emma's being very charitable, very kind. I love you guys. Like, nothing, very kind here. This is the tweet that really bothered me. Cenk's response here. saying, "Good news, we are on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now let me talk to you in a patronizing way about all of your opinions I need to correct." The complete lack of self-awareness here is mind-boggling, considering I've watched Jank TYT for over a decade.
Is it really like about that term? Were people like calling her that? Is that what's like going on? And like she has an issue with that? Like she finds that like disrespectful? Is anybody like calling her that? Or is that term only used in like the academic sense? From what I understand from what David's telling me, believe it or not, I really do actually trust David. He's very measured, he's very calm when he explains things. Like clearly he's like on the left too. But it's like the way he's explaining it right now to me, it's like, hey, nobody's like saying the thing to you that you think that they're saying. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at. And if that's the case, then it's kind of like fucking nuts that you think that too. Unless like someone has said it and you're not revealing that to anybody. So we'll go here first. Yeah. We'll go here first. Crimson Dance, we'll get that. And then Bob Bop, we're on the left side. And then what is this? Bleeding Mastery. +3 to damage over time. +3 to damage over time. Then Bloodletting. Okay. Alright, back to David.
Told me if he had come out later on and saying, "Oh, my account was hacked," I might have believed him because of how much this took me off guard. It just completely stunned me. And Emma replies to this saying, "I was trying to express my love and appreciation for the company that gave me a start, and for my good friend Anna within the context of a disagreement. This reaction is pretty shocking to me, Jank. Have a good one." So Emma ends the interaction here, which I think was the right thing to do, because Jank, I don't know what's going on with him at all. And then he goes on. So this is that same day he goes on his show, and here's what he said. And I'm going to show you. There's no reason to play the full clip, but I want to show you what I'm going to respond to here, because it is what he says here is so insane. But here it is.
For one that I read. So I'll just say this. Okay, I love you, and it's okay. And if you disagree, it's okay. If you want to leave, that's okay. Okay. Thank you for being a member all this time. I appreciate it. But what in my opinion, what your misunderstanding is, and what you have maybe you didn't see is, so all this kerfuffle starts with a simple tweet, and then at least half a dozen.
This is actually kind of crazy if you think about all this over a fucking tweet too.
All attacking us and calling us all sorts of names. So maybe you don't see that, so you think like, well, what is Jank so upset about, right? So they call us all these names, and they feel super proud about it, like, oh, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, how could you insult us?
Jank, I'm willing to bet he did not watch Emma's video. I'm willing to bet he did not watch our hour-long discussion on this. He probably saw a couple of clips taken out of context. I'm not sure who else covered this, but people close to them, like Emma, like myself, we were very kind. If you watch Emma's video, very kind. If you watch our take, very kind. Let me show. So I clipped out a few moments here. So again, this is like a long discussion. If you want to watch the full discussion, it's episode 16. I'll link to below the video. You can go down and you can find the addressing Hesperian birthing people tweet. But let me clip out just portions showing you, how I first framed the discussion, and also showing how a couple other people on the podcast were talking about them. There's a lot of bad faith criticism online over this, like people just blankly saying that she's anti-trans now completely, that people bringing up stupid shit like the Armenian genocide because of the Young Turks, when they have both, first of all, Anna's Armenian, but like Jank has acknowledged the Armenian genocide like 1,000 times. And anyways, really dumb bad faith criticisms. Also ignoring the fact that look, based on, so one of the things that went viral, or not viral, but trended after this was the Young Turfs as like one of the examples of how people are calling them. If you search trans on TYT, it's purely in defense of trans people. Like, you're not going to find one video that is criticizing trans people.
Spot with the person Anna has been nice enough to me. We are mutuals. I've done an interview with them. She is nice enough. People have different views. They have the right to evolve, yada, yada, yada. She's done good things, etc. But I think this is incredibly problematic, and I do think she deserves not to be dogpiled or to be personally attacked or to have her entire track record dismissed. But I like Anna enough. No shade on Anna, and I think she's a fabulous looking white lady. She's very popular.
But from this situation, I hope that she grows, and I hope that if I fuck up somehow and I say something sexist or insensitive, that she calls me on my bullshit, because we're not perfect. We all have our own lived experiences, and sometimes we're going to make mistakes as allies. It's just a matter of taking accountability and also recognizing the impact that we have as individuals with very big platforms.
More than charitable. Is that name calling? Is that smearing? No, we're giving context. We're saying, hey, we disagree with what was said here. And again, we're addressing it because it went viral. We didn't make it go viral. It went viral already. We're addressing it because we're being asked a question about it. And we're doing it in the context of, hey, just so you understand, TYT has a great track record on this. That's what makes it even more surprising and disappointing. Yet, it appears Jank didn't watch any of the actual arguments. For a guy who, look, as I've said, I've watched endless hundreds of hours, probably thousands of hours of Jake on TYT. For a guy who largely is very rational, he's being completely irrational here. And again, I'll get to why I think that is in a second here. But also, Anna came out that same show, I think shortly after Jank's comments there, saying this.
To be honest, I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at, because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are, as if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political values are.
Which we explain in the video I just showed you. I talked about their values. I gave that context. Again, this is not a good faith disagreement here. We're being as charitable as possible. And this is the response that we get. Again, for me, it's incredible disappointment. It's not, again, I'm not here. I also don't think, I can't speak for them, but people like John Iadarola who work there, I would be stunned if he agrees with them. But because he works there, he's in a tough situation. I'm not gonna, criticize him for not speaking out. I understand. But I bet you a lot of them there who work there don't agree. And what are they going to do? So this is my why I think the reaction from them was so ridiculous. Only thing left to add to this drama with TYT, I think being under constant bad faith attacks for years can cloud your judgment to what is and isn't a legitimate criticism. But I would hope when people closest to you ask you to rethink it, that you would take it seriously. So I think this is, I don't know, but I think this is what happened. They have, of course, TYT is the amount of ridiculous, and I mentioned some of it there, the Armenian genocide and all this other garbage. They've been under constant bad faith attacks for years. So it can be hard to discern what is and isn't legitimate. But if people like Emma, who in her statement saying, hey, I love you, I disagree with you, this is why. If you are being irrational to her, like, what's going on? So Hassan responds to this, and I want to play his piece, not just because he praises me or uses this tweet, but because he gives his personal experience as to why he thinks this is also the case. So check this out.
Anna was unfairly criticized by Tulsi fans, and she was ultimately right about Tulsi. So when Anna gets pushed back now by all of left Twitter, she thinks she's on the right side. Yeah, that's the other thing. David Dole actually had a really good take on this, okay?
First of all, actually had a really good take. I'm just joking, but let's keep playing.
He did. Possibly because he's Canadian. It's the last time I will ever give props to a Canadian man, or people in Canada in general. Okay. He said, the only thing left to add to this drama with TYT, I think under constant bad faith, TYT has been under constant bad faith attacks for years, and that has probably clouded their judgment to what is and isn't legitimate criticism. This is something that I fucking experience on a daily basis. This is why I literally pop off sometimes on chatters who are being sarcastic, for example, because I have done this exact same thing. I've had to withstand so much insanity over the course of so many fucking years that it basically broke my brain. My immediate reaction to like any kind of misunderstanding is like, oh, he's cynically misconstruing what I'm saying. That's what's probably going on. I am not going to clarify. I'm not going to be charitable. I'm just going to fucking fire back. Ah! Right? It's like a trauma response almost. Okay?
And he goes on to explain, it gives an example as well, and Hassan knows from experience. And he's been able to catch himself, even after maybe making a mistake, but catch himself and then realize, yeah, this is, my reaction here is not rational. It's only rational in the sense that he's under attack all the time, so naturally you have sort of a defense response. But he's able to think through that and stop himself, and I think that's what went on here. And Anna and Cenk did not do that. And he also goes on to discuss the other tweets here, this is kind of why I don't want to talk about this on Leftist Mafia, because I don't think it's really going to be beneficial. But here is a few things that I shared. So FYI, there were chaos accounts on here playing both sides in an attempt to cause some larger rift. I found 3 just browsing around. If I had dug deeper, I'm sure there are countless accounts trying to create divisions here. But one case where this person's criticizing me, saying, sure, Mr. Entitled White Person, teach us what isn't bad faith in your opinion. Trying to pretend that they're super far left. I'm being bad faith as a entitled white person. Yet their pinned tweet is transphobia. So you're both extremely right-wing and also very left-wing. There's another example. Another example. Random crypto account brings up this drama while tagging Anna in a reply to a tweet about Twitter and video games. My tweet here, nothing at all to do with what the discussion is about. Saying if Elon Musk was smart, he would have added a Twitter feature where you can opt in out of certain topics. So say, for example, I want to tweet about how Valkyria Chronicles 1 and 4 are on sale, bundle for $11. True, amazing. Anyways, on the eShop, if you opted out of my gaming tweets, I wouldn't bug you. Which I think this should be added. It's a great feature. But this what is this? I think you are extremely fair to Anna Kasparian. Like, what? This has nothing. And what I also notice is they tag the people because they want interaction, right? They want Anna to see this. So it says Anna Kasparian in that Leftist Mafia podcast. I don't understand Anna's reaction. However, Ole was out of line and tried to unfairly accuse you guys of coddling white women. So, anyways, trying to stir up more shit when it's a crypto account. They're retweeting Rand Paul. Like, this is the this is, again, accounts like this would have no reason to be engaged with this shit, but they're existing simply to try and start some crap. And one last example here, person playing both sides, and this is one that actually has a blocked Hassan. So here's a person who has Hassan's profile picture, Hassan Abi, his Twitter profile or Twitter name backwards, and this person blocked Hassan. Such a big Hassan fan, they've blocked him. But writes here, just curious, will you ever speak out against your bestie Anna Kasparian, unprovoked attack on Ole? Yet, interestingly, here they are defending Anna. Twitter's full of brain-broken people, and every day it is getting worse. Anna Kasparian shares a cis woman's perspective, a true progressive, not ready to hold back on honest, open conversations. Playing both sides here. Again, with the tagging of the names, trying to start crap. So bad faith. But that's why I had to address this all here. So there's likely going to be a discussion tonight on this podcast, on our podcast. We stream live at 8:30 p.m. Eastern every Thursday. So come check it out on this channel if you want. But there.
I actually really like this
issue that most people don't even know. Most people on YouTube have no idea what the hell this was even about before I talked about it. But I think it was worth addressing to clear the air and get my thoughts on this. Oh yeah, one last thing, because I wrote this down in my notes, and I do think this is also an important point to make here. When it comes to the, Anne's comments about birthing people, there are comments that I see from people on the left, including prominent people, that I disagree with. And guess what? I shut my mouth. You know why? Because they don't have power. The left doesn't have power. Why am I going to spend my energy, my platform, attacking them over that when we don't have power? Unless they're feeding into right-wing narratives, using their platforms and all of a sudden now be right-wing. But I'm talking about things that I think would be considered maybe too far left. I don't know. But just like random comments that I just don't agree with. But it's not, they have no power. You have to, even if you don't want to be engaged in I don't know, the activism or what you maybe view as being too far left, to use your high horse to then attack those people who are doing that work, who have no power, who just want, I mean, in this case, just want to be people. Just want to be, I mean, which also goes to how ridiculous the criticism around birthing people is. At least they're being called people. Hello. Trans people don't have that same luxury. So this is just all around. It's a ridiculous thing to feed into. And I would hope with these good faith criticisms, trying my best here, again, still 3 weeks later, I would hope that they would reconsider, and if they even watch this video, because it appears they didn't watch the other ones.
I critically support the GOP.
Actually, I have a question for you, Train. If you want to, no, not like that. If you want to gamble, are you even allowed to do it if you're in the US?
No, what'd you say?
If you want to gamble, can you even like stream and gamble if you're in the US, or do you have to go to like another country, basically?
So here's, to my knowledge, here's what I'm aware of, right? I can, so especially in Texas, I can gamble from there because the onus isn't on me staying off the site, it's on the site keeping me off. So I believe if you look at the laws in Texas, it's like clear on gambling at a casino, but online gambling, the law is a little out of date. So if I can get on, then I'm fine. But the site has to keep me off to abide by laws.
Or try to keep you off, right?
No, they have to keep you off. Like if they don't, they will get in trouble and they will get into shit with the U.S. government eventually, right? It's inevitable. So it's messy to fuck around with that.
So if I'm just a little old streamer and I want to make a fuck ton of money streaming gambling, I can't on Kick, or I guess you can't do it on Twitch either. But on Kick, what? Am I just fucked?
You can do it on.
I'm assuming you do what others do that seem to be tricking the system, which is right. It seems like they're just hopping on a VPN and moving their setup to a new room and just pretending like they're in a, another country, right? As if they, right? Like that seems to be the thing, which is very fucking odd to me. I don't know why anyone would even mess with that, but that seems to be the go-to for what I see on other sites and across Twitch.
So because I have a very noticeable room, you're telling me I can't just go gamble and get like a huge sponsorship and make $1 million a week doing gambling. I have to actually. I'm
sure you could.
Really?
I'm sure you could. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It just depends how. Yeah. I mean, right? It just depends.
He's telling you guys, this is how you get that steak sponsorship.
On me or on the site?
The danger's on the site.
There's no danger on the streamer who gambles.
We have to look at what state you're in, and I would definitely talk to an attorney and not me, because.
Fran, you're my attorney right now. I'm in Florida.
Oh, then you're fucked if I'm your attorney right now, buddy.
Why?
Because I don't know Florida law.
Yes.
Right? Like, I would be a bad friend to give you that advice and tell you, oh yeah, do it, and then tomorrow someone comes knocking on the door, like you're fucked. You're gonna hit me up.
Can you make a lot of money doing fake gambling? Like play money gambling? Like doesn't Stake have like play money casinos and shit like that? Are you allowed to do that or no?
Oh yeah, if you're talking about Stake US, then yeah, you're allowed to do that. Like Stake US, you can do that. You'd be allowed.
I'm gonna hit you up, bro.
Well, I can't do anything with I don't have control over.
Yeah, I don't know if Dan is dealt for breaking the law, actually. You might just accidentally confess the first copy you see, Dan.
I fucking would, pretty much. But I'm not gonna break the law. I'll be doing play money, so that's not illegal. So, you telling me I can't play poker not for real money, bro? What?
Well, that's not. I don't think Stake US is play money. It's just designed differently. The play money deals you're talking about are fill balance, which I guess maybe could be some sort of promotional thing that's marketing instead of actual playing. But I think play money is a mistake, because I think play money is designed, you know, inside and out to be predatory. I think if to be honest, I think all affiliate codes are designed to be predatory.
They are.
Damn it, Train, you're kicking the fucking ladder out from underneath you after you've already climbed to the top.
What do you mean?
Well, I want to have, what Lamborghini do you get?
Yeah, but I don't do any of the affiliate code stuff. Like I could be, if I did the affiliate code stuff from day one, I'd be making an extra 10 to 20 million a month.
Sick. All right.
I just don't, like, the problem is you can't, if there was a way for affiliate codes to only be used by people who are already pre-existing gamblers already using a site, maybe you could argue that it would be fine, because, you know, you're getting a percentage of what they would lose to the casino anyways. The problem is, what I'm seeing in the industry that I'm trying to change, and this is why the gambling section hates me, and I'm kind of sandwiched between, you know, one side and the other, is people will go on the affiliate codes, right? And then they want to convert all and everyone. So they want to get people who have never gambled before on, and what they do is they'll manipulate the fact that they don't have very much money, so they'll do a giveaway. Now this giveaway is only casino based. They can only send you your casino account, and guess what? Because of that, now you're stuck behind a wager. So if you end up winning the giveaway, you have to do a certain amount of wager, which means you have to gamble just to withdraw it, and then through that alone, to me, that's what makes things very disgusting. Like, gambling's already bad, but to add these little, like,
yeah, he still does it. Okay.
Bullshits in, I think, is what crosses the line and what ruins it. In all, right? It's terrible. And then on top of that, you have people who, they'll only lose off stream and only show their wins on stream. To me, that's another issue, especially when you mix it up and pair it with affiliate codes and wager locked giveaways. And these are the things that are going on Twitch, right? These are the things going on with the poker sponsorships. These are things going on with...
Isn't it going on like Kick too, though? Come on, let's call a spade a spade.
Like, when I joined in, I made the raw balance thing a thing, where you use your own money and you risk what you get paid and your own money all mixed in. Believe it or not, everything was what I just explained before I joined. Because I've been very vocal against it, and people are like starting to realize, fuck, like, that's fucked up. So it's like, at the end of the day,
okay,
I think all that should be abolished. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Like, any of that false reality bullshit is really, really bad. It's just not okay.
You know, I did some gambling. You know the site CS:GO Roll? You familiar with that site?
Yes.
I've done some gambling on that. This shit's actually addictive. It's fun, but I won. I think I would not enjoy it as much if I lost a lot.
Wait, say that again?
Oh, he said it's addictive and fun, like, but I don't think I would have enjoyed it that much if I was losing, but I won when I did it, so, yeah.
Holy shit, who is this Cookie Lols guy? Do you know this?
Huh?
Who is that?
Some league dude? I don't know.
What happened? How did anything I just said there, how did like 3 or 4 people come out with Tran is cocky, Tran is a massive ego? Like, isn't that just like a logical thing, what I just said?
Maybe, dude.
How in, no, seriously, how in any way was what I just, the rant I just went on in any way arrogant? Shouldn't that be the baseline of what gambling should be, if allowed? I'm confused. Y'all are wild. Some of you, I don't know why, man. You know what, I'm sticking to the positive. None of it, LOL. Thank you, Mask Media. Love you, man. Yeah. Void Tracks, 1 guide, you're exactly correct. Actually 4 guide, but you know what? You're right. Fuck that guy. What's up, Void? Hope you have a good day. People for real just hate Train. Cambix, thank you, man. I love you, brother. Thank you. I'm happy you see the truth.
I feel like,
okay, go. You guys got 2 minutes because I gotta leave. I got other shit.
Yes, Train, people are very stupid. I'm talking to one now.
Oh, what the
Rick Montana, love you, brother. Wait. Okay, continue.
I got shit I gotta do and I'm leaving in the morning, so. You have any final thoughts for us, Dan?
Dan, you asked me a question. I'll cut you off. So ask that real quick. We have 2 minutes.
I was just saying, I was commending you. I feel like I was in your shoes. I wouldn't be like, don't gamble, don't do anything. If I was streaming and I was gambling, I'd be like, you guys need to gamble. I want to make more money. You will win. You just have to keep doing. You haven't tried hard enough. You're not lucky enough. You know, you got to keep gambling, and eventually go. Like that would be what I would do. Because I mean, fuck it. You know, you're gonna get.
Oh, then you'll be a multi-billionaire. Yeah, you'll be a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Train. I'm gonna hit you up, bro. I'm ready to be the fucking evil Train, if that's even possible. I'm gonna work on it.
Alright, bye.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
I know he reached out to me, talking, tried to play me like I'm stupid, then he tried to guilt me.
Ooh, we got some juice.
That's actually pretty interesting.
Novaru got the call. Shut it down. Shut it down. By the way, that accountability that they're talking about involved no accountability whatsoever, and just involved endlessly and constantly defending crazy things. It's so obvious, man. It's so obvious. What's a taunt? What's a taunt? What is a taunt? Guys, I'm getting taunted. Someone called me a retard pedo. I'm getting taunted. Yeah, I know that. Listen, there's going to be OTK people running defense. It's fine. I'm used to it now, and I don't care. They can just stay mad. Okay, let's get into this. So, obviously, here's the situation, okay? You don't need a lawyer to read this, but without having the qualifications or knowledge, you're not going to know what the chances are of this actually going anywhere are, right? So all you've really got is just guesses. I don't know if there is anyone out there that is a lawyer or deals with defamation that's going to have some insight into this, but, you know, I just think that my perspective on it is I think people are dismissing it out of hand. And they're doing it by saying defamation's so hard to prove. And whilst that's true, I think there was a lot of crazy stuff that was happening back during the whole drama. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Okay, so what is the situation here? Discovery in this suit is intended to be conducted under Level 3 under Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. Plaintiff seeks monetary relief within the jurisdictional limits of the court in an amount of not less than $250,000, including damages of any kind, penalties, costs, expenses, pre-judgment interest, and attorney's fees.
I actually saw the Henry Resilient stream that he's gonna watch too. I'm actually glad he's covering it too. Remember, I don't know if he's a current investigator or he's a former investigator too, but it's clear that he does know what he's talking about too. Because the way he talks, I've actually known a couple of investigators, like in my life and like past jobs I've done too. He talks just like them. The way he explains things, the way he breaks things down, it's the same way they do it too. So there's a level of legitimacy there that I can already tell that he has. You may not like what he's doing because like you're a Miz kid or whatever too, but like I don't know. Like I don't think it's going to get to the point that people think it is. I think like for the organizations that are included in the suit, the Adriana suit, I don't think that it's going to get to that point where I think they might get dismissed. But so I need strength for this. Yeah, okay. Then I can get this Crimson Dance and move on from there. The organizations will get dismissed, but I'm wondering if like I doubt like Miz and like Maya, she can like turn on him too pretty easily to get out of the suit. She can like turn like evidence to like Adriana for like an agreement. I wonder if her attorney's contemplating that too, because if she's got the goods and saying yeah, you know, and then maybe like she gets dismissed from the suit and she agrees to testify like against like Miz and like OTK, that would be fucking insane. Well, I don't think it's gonna go to trial, to be honest with you, but could you imagine that? Or even if it doesn't even have to go to trial, she provides like in a deposition, like an affidavit saying like these things happen. Could you imagine that? Bro, that would just like everything would be turned upside down.
Jurisdiction requirements, because all claims involved in the litigation.
He's literally gonna read it from the top.
Actions and omissions occurring or having.
You don't really need to read all this stuff. Just read the facts, read the and read the counts and what they're asking for. That's all thing you really need to do. All this stuff too, it's just procedural stuff like jurisdiction, venue, and like the header at the very top. All that stuff's just required because it's just civil procedure in this case. Okay, so he's done. So yeah, all that's just like procedural stuff that you need to add into like your initial pleading or the complaint first. But if you want to read it, just skip down to the facts. So you get a factual background of like what's going on, and then like the actual counts, which explains the relevant law that's going to be applied and how specific facts apply to that law. And then at the very end, they'll break down like what they're asking for.
Then the geographic boundary of Travis County, Texas. Venue is proper on Travis County, Texas, because plaintiff is a resident of the county. So this is just like satisfying the criteria for it applying in Texas, right? Okay, that's pretty standard stuff. So then we get into the meat and potatoes. Here we go. So yeah, so it looks like all the blackballing stuff is going to come into play here, because they're probably going to argue that the person was harmed through not being able to stream or whatever, right? Rich is still an owner. I spoke about that before.
How do you know he's so? Well, hold on. The person who says like he's still an owner, based off of what? Based off of like the website that like says that too. They probably just didn't update the website. That's the only thing too. Like you're basing it off of like public facing information. Doesn't necessarily mean that the steps aren't taken. And this isn't like a full throat defense of like OTK. Doesn't necessarily mean like the steps aren't being taken too. Remember, he's an OG in OTK. That means he has an ownership share in it too. So they probably have to buy out his share too. And probably he has his attorneys involved. They have their attorneys involved too, because they're not going to have the same attorney. That'd be a conflict of interest. So he's got an attorney. They're negotiating a proper buyout for him too. Also, it depends on like any like internal contracts that each member has with the organization too. I don't know if like with an organization where it's a bunch of dude bros, you know, video game dude bros, if they have these complex contracts about like, hey, you know, if you violate the term of the contract, you know, this happens, that happens, like things of that nature too. I'm wondering like behind the scenes, like what's going on too. Now, if you want to base all your information on what's happening in public, what's the public facing information you have, okay, you can go ahead. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's much more complicated than it is. Bobby Kotick is still the head of Activision Blizzard, and it's been, the information's out there. He knew about all the shit that was going on, and he didn't do anything. And he's just as guilty of doing all that, even though he never did it himself, so far as we know. You know, but people are calling for him to be removed. It's more complicated than that. There's a lot of money involved with that too. You would have to pay him, I imagine, a fucking huge golden parachute then. So even if he gets out, he still wins. Because then he's like, I'm retired. Then you just become the CEO of some other company or start his own company. Also, unlike OTK too, I make this difference. So they have shareholders. So I'm assuming that if I'm right about this, the shareholders probably have a say as to whether or not Bobby Kotick stays or goes. And from what I understand, the shareholders don't like what was going on behind the scenes there with Activision Blizzard. And we all know the allegations brought on by the state of California, but they kind of like the fact, oh, where's my dividend check? Oh, there's a lot of zeros here. Who's the CEO? Bobby Kotick. You have morals. Let me tell you something. You have all these highfalutin morals until that paycheck comes in, and you're like, oh, well, you know, I don't know any of these women, so it's kind of gross what happened to them, but, oh, yeah, I can afford that Lamborghini now. I've seen it time and time again, folks, and you're not immune to it. I'm not immune to it. We're all not immune to it, because when the zeros come on that check, boy, oh, boy, morals go out the window. Nobody's immune to it. Everybody's got a price, as the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase used to say.
Deal out of publicly cutting ties with Richard, and there's some information that points to the probability that Richard still has an ownership of the company, and I don't know whether that's 100% true or not. It's just a couple of pointers towards it, essentially. But you know, yeah. Anyway. Twitch streamers play video games online for the enjoyment and entertainment of an audience that in turn It's hard to financially divest. Yeah, but that's a bullshit excuse, isn't it? Because if that was true, why did they make a public statement saying they had? Like that isn't a PR statement, isn't it? Purely to satisfy the public. If you can't actually divest in the way that they say. Did you see Mizkif try to make that Henry guy stop covering it? No? How did he do that? I saw that Mizkif had apparently followed Henry Resilient on Twitter. How did Mizkif try and stop him from covering it?
Show him the VOD.
He messaged him. No way. Can you link me to that?
That's like the dumbest thing. That's like the dumbest thing he could have done. That is such like so stupid. He probably wasn't even gonna cover it. And then like when he probably would have covered it too. But you make yourself look so much worse. What a fucking moron, dude.
I believe the president's right.
What an idiot, dude. And yes, before you ask, yes, on the OTK Reddit, they are like deleting posts of like people mentioning like the lawsuit to the mods are. So don't even bother. So if you want to be on that Reddit for whatever reason, don't like bring that stuff up too.
Various means.
And yes, they should be doing that too to protect the brand. They're a company, they make a lot of money, they do a lot of things too. They want to protect like their brand. This is not about morality, this is about the almighty dollar, and they're doing everything they can to protect that. And if you got a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. Like that's how it works.
Such as by the size of a streamer's audience, number of subscribers, volume of donations, and number of sponsorships. And as audience size increases, the number of subscriptions, donations, and sponsorships will also increase, directly correlating to an increase in income. Oh, okay, let's watch this quickly.
After when I start digging up into him, I'm like, I really don't want to know him. I don't care to know him. I know he reached out to me, tried to play me like I'm stupid, then he tried to guilt me. Like, bruh, what the hell is your problem? Like, anyway, I'm not going to talk about what we said. If he want to expose it, whatever, it's nothing salacious. It's just him literally trying to like play me like I'm stupid, like little bro me or something like that. But what's crazy is,
no, Mizkif would never do that. Oh, as if Mizkif would ever do something like that. Come on now. No way.
I'm about 10.
Like when he came into my chat. Like when he came into my chat.
15 years older than everyone I'm talking to. I know I don't look it. Got that baby face. I know, but anyway, yes, there are some people called it out. He tried to stop me. Now, I don't want to say he tried to stop me because he technically didn't tell me to stop, if you want to be in literal terms, but some other account did. And I don't know if it's his burner account or what, like, yo, cringe Kif. And then I started looking into him. I'm like, yo, who is this Mizkif?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, well, this time he didn't send Maya Higa, but that's because he's not dealing with a woman. He only sends Maya Higa as a woman that needs to be silenced, obviously.
That was like the dumbest thing.
Obviously, we got to take his word for it. I don't know what was said or what wasn't said. I need to see the DMs to come to any further conclusions about it. But what I will say is, based on my previous experience with Mizkif, he is absolutely 100% someone who would try. He's definitely someone that tries to flex his influence or power over like smaller creators to try and get them to like do something that he wants them to do. So, it's very common for him to try and flex his reach, which is why I think it just lends more credence to the idea that he did try and, do the Mahiga shit. Miz is the type of guy to Google himself.
Never do that, by the way. Never Google yourself.
He came to my stream and tried to throw shade at me.
Especially if you got like any sort of audience.
Anyway, there we go. Interesting. Right, let's continue on. One of the most significant means of increasing audience size is for various streamers to stream jointly, thereby gaining access to each other's audience. A significant and important aspect of the streamer business is thus networking. While attending a friend's
That's
birthday
true.
party on January 19th, 2020, a party attended by a significant number of Twitch streamers who live and work in the Austin area, Miss Tucker was assaulted. Multiple witnesses are able to confirm that Jacob Rodriguez, a streamer known online as Crazy Slick and then residing in Leander, Texas, came up to Miss Tucker while she was unconscious and proceeded to touch and fondle private areas of a person while she was unconscious and sleeping. Mr. Rodriguez has been immensely popular online streamer with over 70,000 subscribed followers on Twitch and over 264,900 total views on YouTube. Is it true that he's immensely popular? I don't know if Crazy Slick was ever immensely popular. I think he was popular because of his connections rather than him as a streamer, but...
Yeah, then versus like him.
Over that. Yeah, it's not that much really. Yeah, compared to... Well, yeah, that's true. Compared to her, sure. Compared to her. How big was she at the time? I believe she was like a 200 viewer Andy at the time this all happened, right? Nothing happened in the immediate aftermath of his assault. Plaintiff, concerned about the impact on her streamer career, decided to remain silent at that time and not publicly disclose the assault, although she did relevantly tell her friend Serena Powell, known online as Novaru. On or about July 6, 2021, Miss Powell publicly disclosed...
I remember when Novaru like initially like brought like some stuff up and like a lot of people dismissed her because she didn't have anything. She is very vindicated right now, I can tell you that much. Alright, let me duck out here real quick. There you go. I'm looking for something like this, armor and energy shield.
The same day, plaintiff found herself confronted and ambushed by a group of other online personalities who confronted her at the home of a mutual acquaintance and ignored all entreaties to leave. Joe Fabiani, known online as Barry, David Mitch Jones, known online as Mitch Jones, and Maya Higa. Maya Higa! Let's go! Higa began badgering plaintiff, demanding to know the truth of what had happened and insisting that Rodriguez would never do something like that he was a good guy, while Higa also sought to cast doubt upon plaintiff's memory of the event and knowledge of what actually happened. Ooh! We got some juice. We got a little bit of juice going on. As much as, look, listen, as much as there's cope about this, all of this lines up so perfectly with Mizkif, and Mizkif, like, being concerned about Crazy Slick, crying on that call about him, crying about what might have happened to him. It all lines up way too perfectly. And then there's this idea, well, we couldn't find any hard evidence, so he's in the clear. It's such cope and such bullshit, man. Like, this all lines up too perfectly. What is that? Because it's not disputed that Maya Higa went around there, right? What is...
I'm not that interested in like the actual drama. I'm actually more interested in like the legal circumstances that's going to come from this too. Because if this actually goes to trial, right, and there's an actual like court decision, you now have created this precedent now amongst the streamer world that you can now like sue for this if this happens to you too. And I imagine this has happened quite a bit because the streamer world is just like this new form of like the entertainment industry. In the entertainment industry, this actually happens quite a bit. I wonder now, because the streamer world is so kind of like the Wild West with like these parties and like in Austin, and from the things I've talked to with some people behind the scenes too, like it's probably gonna get regulated like pretty heavily, I imagine too, because there's not a lot of loyalty in the streamer world too. There's a lot of like, there's a lot of backstabbing and whatnot too. I wonder now if this is going to force people to like kind of regulate that behavior, because now there's like this court case out there and there is like an actual judgment, you know. I wonder if this is going to set like a certain standard. Oh, why did I take this one? And yes, I have like multiple of like these here with me at all times. This one too. I got like a 1 gallon one. The 1 gallon is like fucking heavy. I need to hit the gym and go a little bit harder at the gym, because even when it's not that bad to hold, but it's like, it hurts, man. Are you getting a workout?
Is it they said that she went round for? Oh, she just wanted to find out what had happened. Well, then send her a text. Send her a text. Oh, what happened? And leave it at that. Why'd you have to go around there? So funny, man. So funny. Yep, and we still haven't seen the report. The report was never released. The report was never released. Obviously. Anyway, listen. Let's keep going.
And then we gotta go around, right?
Bedeviled plaintiff during a period of emotional distress with her personal concerns broadcast to the public at large. Higa sought to emotionally undermine and manipulate plaintiff, telling plaintiff that if she were to say something on the topic, then Higa knew, as a fellow woman, that plaintiff would be hated, and argued that plaintiff would become isolated in the Twitch streaming community. Jesus, man. Jesus.
I can't do this.
Well, I mean, look. Hey, Henry, how's it going, mate? Yes, Henry, I played that clip of you on LSF. That was...
I believe that's right.
Oh, so funny, man. You must be new to Reddit. Basically, if you go after OTK, Mizkif, you know, any of the big streamers like that, LSF are full of people that love those streamers. So they're gonna absolutely...
Isn't it true too? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it true too that the LSF is filled with like mods from the OTK subreddit too, and that Mizkif pays the LSF mods?
Center. But they think that you are. But that's, well, they think you are because you're covering this. But I mean, based on what I saw of your coverage, it seems like you're kind of skeptical about this going anywhere because you think that defamation is hard to prove. That seems to be the take that I got from your coverage. Anyway, guys, go and check out Henry Brazilian if you get a chance. Great channel, great coverage. I'm sure there's going to be more of this to come. Covered the XQC Adept case. I'm not sure about the soundboard though. That's the only thing I disagree on. I'm not a soundboard kind of guy, but other than that, we're good. Yes, very hard to prove. My rough take is that I think this could well get to the point where it's accepted by the court and then they settle before the discovery stage. But then I don't know. What if Adriana Lee is like dedicated to just destroying this, and she's willing to go all the way and just doesn't accept a settlement? If the court decides, hey, we're going to look at this and we're going to attend to this matter.
I wonder if the court's going to order a mediation in regard to this.
And Adriana Lee says, I don't accept the settlement and wants to push it all the way to court. What happens then? Would it have to eventually end up in court? My understanding is if they countersue, that will also open up discovery, which would mean that they then have to reveal things they probably don't want to reveal, right? Anyway.
I believe
Anyway, let's continue. Higa also sought to engage in further manipulation, telling plaintiff that Rodriguez was Miss Rendino's best friend, that's Miss Kim, a roommate, and that Ms. Rendino could not bear to have his best friend cast out. Ms. Rendino, known as Ms. Kim, is an exceedingly influential online streamer, that's true, who has been claimed to have over 2 million followers across various social media sites such as Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch. He is a co-founder of OTK, a popular online media company with 590,000 subscribers on YouTube and 190,000 followers on Instagram. Rodriguez has been acknowledged to be Ms. Rendino's best friend and roommate. At the time, Higa was in a relationship with Ms. Rendino and also a roommate with Ms. Rendino and Rodriguez. When plaintiff informed Higa she would be making a public statement, Higa intensely pressured plaintiff not to issue a public statement, to let Ms. Rendino simply speak about it instead, and when plaintiff instead that she would create a public statement utilizing the Twitlonger service, Higa would not depart but forcibly insisted on monitoring and editing what plaintiff wrote. Higa would not depart, would not leave plaintiff alone until Higa had edited and altered plaintiff's statement to suit Higa's own purposes. It's so weird seeing the legal document, which is a record of everything we spoke about, like, back during the drama last year. That's wild, man. It's so funny to see. We watched this play out live. We were covering it all. Mental. Higa insisted and forced a statement to disclaim that Rodriguez had assaulted plaintiff, edited down discussion of plaintiff's victimization, and would not cease importuning of plaintiff until Higa had dictated the language of the statement. Following, Higa would still not depart until the statement was published and posted online by plaintiff. Where's the defamation? I mean, yeah, I don't know enough about the law to be able to get down to the granular detail to point out, hey, look, this is where the defamation happened. It sounds like what this is doing is just ruling a broad case to point to the overall kind of point of this, because they talk about the emotional distress or something, right?
So he's still on the facts.
Which I guess this is trying to highlight here. The defamation, because obviously this part I don't think would be the defamation. The defamation is going to come after in the public statements that were made about Adriana Lee. That's going to be the defamation part. The defamation is highlighted in pink and coming up in the document. Okay. Throughout this time, Higa would speak of Rodriguez and Miss Rendino, stating that Rodriguez was Matt's rock, Matt's best friend, and that as Miss Rendino would be going live online soon, and so they had to figure this out. Afterward, Ms. Rendino sent a message to plaintiff stating that he felt responsible for Rodriguez, as if Rodriguez was his child. Ms. Rendino and Higa acted to aid and abet their friend Rodriguez by seeking out and intimidating and emotionally compromising his victim in order to limit the impact created by public disclosure of Rodriguez's wrongdoing. In this fashion, they participated in and became parties to his wrongful conduct. In the aftermath of the public disclosure, Ms. Rendino
I'm gonna have to leave that behind because I don't have the room.
As well as their association with OTK, to further damage plaintiff's credibility and reputation in the online game streaming industry. Yeah, this is what I said. I said they were going to talk about the blackballing stuff, and people were acting like I was a retard. But no, I think that the blackballing shit is going to be relevant to this, and that's going to be the stuff that's going to be considered to be defamation, surely. Whether that's got legs or not, I don't know, but, you know. Online gaming streaming industry were publicly treating the event in representations made to the followers and subscribers as being a non-event, something that no one cared about, and further describing it as low scale and not really a big deal. So this is what I keep saying to people. Whilst obviously I don't know if this is going to go to trial, thank you for the sub, I think people seem to forget how crazy some of the content about this was and some of the statements that were made. And there's probably streams that happened that have been archived and stuff that we don't even like recall to memory because they're not the primary like thing that we're dealing with. But I'm certain that there were crazy things that were said on stream by streamers about all of this. Did Adriana commit sexual misconduct? Was she convicted? Well, yeah, Henry, that's a good point, isn't it? Because one of the things that was said about Adriana is that she sexually assaulted Sia. Did she sexually assault Sia? Like, I mean, I know she
apparently she got a little handsy with them.
What was it she admitted to? And was it the same as what people said about it? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answers to that. I don't know the answers to those questions. But then if Sia didn't care, and then they were saying, but they were saying that something about it, like there's a lot I just don't think we know 100% to say, you know. with certainty, you know. So you know that's the thing that we need to bear in mind, because you can imagine a situation where, you know, Adriana Lee is a fucking hot potato because of the Crazy Slick stuff, right? And with the Sia thing, they see an opportunity to blackball, and they can make it about the Sia thing. Do you see what I mean?
Vehemently gifted a tier 1 sub to million.
Thank you for the subs.
They have given 23 gift subs in.
It can be, rather than, oh, you don't want to mess with her. Well, why not? What's the problem? Oh, she sexually assaulted Sia, and you know, that could be the thing that's pointed to. Do you see what I mean? So you know, look, all I'm saying is there's a lot more to happen here. Okay, I think that what you're seeing is a lot of fucking psyop shit, a lot of Miz kids that are hardcore running defense for Mizkit, and they're not coming into it with like an unbiased perspective. Welcome to come to the truth. Hey Topher, thank you for the gift of subs. Very resilient.
They have given 31 gift subs in the chat.
You know, I think most people here know where my biases lie. Obviously, I'm not a fan of OTK or any of those streamers, but I'm willing to accept that this could get thrown out. This could be dismissed before it even reaches the point of, you know, a settlement discussion or something like that. I can accept that could happen. But it seems like Miz Kids are completely 100% dismissing it out of hand without any sort of discussion or perception of the truth. You know what I mean? Anyway. Something that no one cared about, and further describing it as low scale and not really a big deal. Further, allegations were made by defendants that plaintiff had committed sexual misconduct in order to falsely cloud the issue and further cause injury to plaintiff's reputation and credibility. Interesting angle. Cumulatively, Ms. Rendino, Higa and Rodriguez and the companies which they control and or for which they have representatives have acted to degrade and harm plaintiff's reputation in the online streaming community, to interfere with business sponsorships and to thereby interfere with her credibility and relationship with her subscribers and followers, thereby subjecting plaintiff to economic harm and increased harassment. Welcome to Thank you for the sub.
Chut soino, chut soino, chut soino.
Plaintiff incorporates the foregoing paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. As described above, the defendants, acting in concert, engaged in acts that defamed plaintiff by falsely accusing her of illegal conduct, by causing harm to her reputation for honesty and credibility in the public, and attempting to downplay and obscure the harm done to plaintiff by Rodriguez. The statements made by defendants were false, were defamatory, and were made with malicious intent or with negligent disregard for the truth. At all times, defendants were acting both individually and in concert in a conspiracy to injure plaintiff while seeking to protect and preserve the reputation of Rodriguez. At all times, defendants were acting on behalf of and for the benefit of Rodriguez for the express purpose of preserving and even enhancing the reputation and online personal of Rodriguez, as well as Ms. Rendino, who is a valued performer, owner and representative of OTK. Oh my god. This is so based. Bear in mind, obviously, how much the train going? Listen, I've never spoken to Train. I'm covering this because I'm interested in it. And because I hate OTK. And all those fucking streamers, you know.
Completely unbiased Chud there.
What I was going to say just then, though, to go against that a bit, is that this is obviously her side of the story in legalese stuff. So you need to bear in mind that this sounds based, but obviously they're going to have their counter story. If it reaches that stage, it could be, I don't know how a dismissal works. It could be that obviously they push for some dismissal. I guess, well, does anyone know, how does a dismissal work in terms of the legal perspective? Because surely the other side would need to provide some sort of evidence to demonstrate, well, this is like not worth the time of day. There's a phone call that corroborates her claims. I'll cover it soon. Is that the Destiny call? Is that the Destiny call where everyone talks about it?
My spirit is...
Anyway, I'm going to be keeping an eye on your coverage, so you know I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with.
It's hard to cast a spell with a blade in your throat.
File a motion or judge throws it out. It's unlikely to get dismissed. I think it's going to get past that stage, but then I don't really know why. That's probably my bias speaking. But they would need to take the. Obviously, they can't just. They you know, because the story is substantive and there's some stuff here that did happen. They can't just go, well, it's complete bullshit and baloney. The judge determines that. Very unlikely to get dismissed. They only ratified the narrative content of each other defendant. The conduct of the defendants, jointly and severally, was the approximate cause of damages suffered by plaintiff in a sum of not less than $600,000. Well, let's listen to this now, then we'll get back to it, okay?
Yesterday was ass.
Let's see. Yeah, yesterday was probably one of the worst days of my life. No, we didn't break up. Oh my god, you're so stupid. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, we can just talk about this right now. Fuck, I'm still sick. It's a giant elephant in the room. So if you don't know what happened, yesterday, Novaru, if you don't know who she is, you're welcome.
Are people really still on about this? Yeah, there's a court case coming up about it, probably. Or, like, at least legal proceedings, if not a court case.
Good. She went live and said a bunch of shit about Slick that was, a lot, I guess is the word. It was pretty malicious. And, she said a lot of things that was kind of fucked. So, yeah, Novaru went live and said a bunch of stuff about Slick, and
wait, hang on a minute.
Can't do this,
just thinking back to this as well. Novaru only knew about this because Adriana had told her. Is that right? Have I got that right? Or was she at the party?
It got on live trails. I woke up at 10 in the morning. Oh, actually, I was already awake, and Maya like nudges me. And
It was her
like,
party.
What the hell's happening? I'm like,
Chud Nation. Right. Okay.
Chud Pepe.
Thank you for the sub, Blurch. Appreciate it. It was her party, so she saw what. Okay, so she wasn't told by Adriana Lit. I mean, that's worse in a way. She saw what happened. So she would be based. Her statements are based on her seeing something happen. Is that right?
I couldn't believe it. You can ask Maya. It's true. It was the worst day of my life. I mean,
she wasn't in the room. She was claiming a rape occurred. Okay. In that case, forget Novaru. Jesus Christ. I need to watch her thing. I don't think I ever watched her coverage, Rick. So it was like. Based on hearsay. Anyway, let's just watch the video.
I mean, I was sitting there crying nonstop. I was having panic attacks. I didn't understand what the hell was happening. I thought I was gonna lose Slick.
This is the last thing Novaru said about the situation.
And I was like, dude, if you want to, I'll back you up. Everyone else will back you up because like this isn't okay. But I did not mention her by name. I did not out her story. I don't think this whole victim mentality she has is even justified. Like, as somebody that has been sexually assaulted, I don't think Slick did anything, and
she got the call. Novaru got the call. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Everybody confirmed that Slick did not sexually assault her. So acting like she is like some kind of victim or just like I'm outing her story and trauma. I'm not gonna say what she had wasn't trauma because that's her own subjective bias.
That's so funny, man.
But it's not okay to say that I was like telling that shit because I didn't. I did not name her. She had 100%.
What was her original statement on this? What was her original statement on this, man? She's the one that triggered all this drama starting in the first place.
I mean, we're gonna let the courts like run this out. We'll see what fucking happens.
How can they confirm she was not SA'd? Well, you know, she can't, can you? Listen, that's very fucking. Listen, it's extremely obvious. Welcome. That is nation. Thank you for the sub. She got the call. It's so obvious what happened there. How can she go from saying something that alluded to it to kick it all off to being like, well, no, nothing happened, guys. Come on.
It would be the second guy with bleach blonde hair leaving my house.
Did a 180.
You know, that it's like an every 6 month thing with me. So, Yeah, it was. I was pretty scared. I thought I was gonna lose Slick. I thought I would have to kick him out of my house because I would not tolerate it.
Did she ever go to the police or get a rape kit? I mean, a rape kit would have been useless because she didn't get actually raped. A rape kit only works if you, I think, have been penetrated, because it can show signs of etc. Right? But if you've just been groped, a rape kit's going to be no good, I don't think. I don't know if she ever went to the police. I mean, she was asleep. The thing is, there was a question mark over how she, because I think at first it was like one of her friends downplayed it, but then later said something different. I can't really remember, to be honest.
Any of that shit. I'm not. If just even though Slick's my best friend, I hang out with him literally every day. I'm not gonna tolerate stuff like that, and I would totally kick him out of the house.
No worries, Henry Resilient. Have a good one, mate.
What I thought...
Thanks to you for getting all this sorted. I appreciate you.
Which was the worst, was that something horrible happened. So, we didn't really know what was happening because the girl who this happened to, which is Adriana Lee, I mean, I don't know her for shit. I don't know her at all. The only person that kind of had word on it was Novaru, and Slick was just sitting there having panic attacks the entire time, freaking out, not knowing what's gonna happen with his life. No, not Adriana Chesnick, not her. But I just want to say this, and me and my...
Once again, this just shows his way of thinking. It's all about what's going to happen to Crazy Slick. It's all about what's going to happen to Crazy Slick. Every single angle on this from Mizkif is poor Crazy Slick, poor Crazy Slick, poor Crazy Slick.
Totally agree on this. So...
Even if you don't want to accept... Even if you don't want to accept all of the claims about this, at the very least, Mizkif ran cover for someone who he eventually had to kick out of his house because he was a sex pest. That is just, you cannot deny that. You cannot fucking deny that part of it, right? Because eventually Mizkif did have to kick him out of the house over all this stuff. And he absolutely ran cover for him for a long time. It's like fucking undeniable.
What Slick did was inexcusable. Like, I know he didn't do anything that was extreme, which was what a lot of us perceived, but what he did was inexcusable. What he did was, he's just, how would you describe it?
Let's back up a little bit, because we both thought a lot about what we're going to say. So I'm going to start from the top a little bit here, because it's feeling disjointed. So, yes, it all started with Nova saying that yesterday. I want to start by saying that she wasn't even there, and everybody knows, right? It's super fucked up to bring up somebody else's experience like that without their permission. She didn't say her name, but we're very grateful to Adriana for doing the tweet that she did, because she was forced into that position, and she talked about her past experiences, which is super brave and really, really hard to do.
She was also forced into that, and like
14% increased stun and block
she didn't even know
recovery.
what was happening, and she was forced into tweeting the
Reflex.
situation in 6 hours.
And so, in her doing that, everybody is so sorry to her that she had to go through that, because it's so unfair. But
Oh, fuck it.
what she said in that statement, he said that what Slick did was inexcusable, and that's true, because Slick made people uncomfortable. Even though it wasn't his intention, he made people uncomfortable, you know, and he came across as creepy, which is not okay, and he doesn't want to make people uncomfortable. So he needs to take accountability for that, and he is taking accountability for that. But the whole situation yesterday was just super, super unfortunate. But the important thing that she said in her statement, and the reason that Slick is staying here and having the opportunity to take that accountability,
27
is because Slick was creepy and made people uncomfortable, but he did not assault anybody, and he did not rape anybody, which I think a lot of people made the assumption that he did after the clip from Novaru yesterday.
By the way, that accountability that they're talking about involved no accountability whatsoever, and just involved endlessly and constantly defending Crazy Slick over every fucking angle of a criticism for his actions. God, do you remember the DMs? There were DMs of him like messaging girls and just being super like forward and trying to like flirt with them and shit. It was so cringe, man.
So
I mean, I did.
Right.
I mean, like, look, I love Slick. He's my best friend. I mean, he's literally my rock. Maya knows how much he means to me. Like, I don't cry.
No, we were both crying.
You're both crying in my room. We just didn't know what to do because we didn't know what happened exactly. We thought, we kind of were. We were
I think I
basing
need to
off what Lulu
prioritize, like,
said
armor.
more so than what Adriana said because we didn't have any information. But yeah, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different opinions on the whole thing. People are saying like Slick didn't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter what his intentions.
Yeah, there was
to
a
make
Twitch
people
chat too.
uncomfortable. He doesn't want to be a person that makes people uncomfortable, and so he's gonna work on it. But he did not assault anybody. He did not sexually assault anybody. He did not rape anybody. So just to make that super clear. But the whole thing. All of yesterday, the reason he wasn't live is because we were handling it all off stream, like it should have been handled in the first place, because nobody wanted that brought to light, including the person that was involved.
The most important person. She did not want this to go. She was.
Yeah, why not? Why didn't she want it to come to light? Is it because she genuinely didn't on a personal level? Was she like afraid the consequences are going to come away?
She was dealing with this off stream. You know, she didn't want this to be there. Of course she wouldn't want this to be there. It's her thing, and the fact that someone brought it to light when it's not theirs is disgusting. I mean, and then
all right, man,
unblocking her that day to try to be like, oh look, we're buddy, we're friends. When
to be fair, did they know it was just actually assault at this point? If it was assault at all, I'm pretty sure that this was after the alleged pressure. No, it was, yeah, because this was after the TwitLonger was released, right? So. This is after it's alleged that Mizkiff sent Maya around to try and get Adriana to downplay a story. So, if it is true that they did that, then obviously they're saying things that they themselves have created. Do you see what I mean? Like, if it's true that Maya got Adriana to downplay a story, this is just a repetition of their downplaying of it that they've gotten Adriana to get on board with.
That's just not the case.
I mean, we don't have to go into detail. I mean, you guys have seen everything. I'm sure you guys have seen all that stuff, but shame on that person for bringing it to light. It was a terrible situation for everybody yesterday, but again, I am very impressed with how Adriana handled that. That's not an easy thing to do. Something that takes years to do, especially being thrown into it and not like willingly stepping into it. Insane. So
in the spotlight.
A lot of respect for her for that. But the whole thing was very unfortunate. Slick is okay. Everybody's okay.
Labor, save it a
and he is going to take accountability and work on himself because he feels awful. He does not want to make people uncomfortable.
He's done with it.
One thing I would need to know. People are saying it's unlikely to be dismissed at this stage. Why? Why is it unlikely to be dismissed? Does anyone know the answer to that? Because I'm willing to accept it's going to be dismissed, and in fact, I think that's a possible outcome. But other people I've seen in chat saying it's not. Why? Is it because of the substantiveness of what's claimed, or like what's the reason?
He's done with that bit. He's done with doing the things he does. I told him that. I'm like, dude, you're done. Like, if you're staying here and you want to stay here, you're done with that shit. You're done with the creepy whatever you try to do. You're making people uncomfortable, and
like just, straight up like just like DM women trying to like slide into their DMs like that when you don't know.
Again, yeah,
he shoots his shot, man. I give him that.
I love him to death. Slick is my best friend, but I don't take light to that.
This motherfucker's really like ride or die for Crazy Slick, man.
If what's being said here is true, that looks really bad for them, obviously. I mean, this is obviously treading over old ground. But especially seeing the legal stuff here, it gives it like a fresh context. The judge would need to think that the lawsuit alleges falsehoods in facts section. It is insufficient to prove the case, or it is done just to waste the time of the legal system. It is going to be dismissed based on the claim of defamation, a very tough standard to meet in Texas. But wait, no, hang on a sec. But that sounds like bullshit. Because one aspect of this is discovery is important because then you can find out more information. And I think it says in one aspect of this, the discovery is going to enable to check whether defamation occurred or not. Because obviously the aspect of this is, well, how are we going to know if defamation occurred unless we have more information to come to a conclusion about that? Just because a case is unlikely well, just because a case is like uncertain or it's difficult to prove, doesn't mean it's going to be dismissed. That doesn't make any, that sounds crazy to me. Because otherwise, how would it work? You know, if one party has got access to information that would prove they're guilty, and the other party says, we're going to sue them, and then the judge goes, well, it's difficult to prove, so we're not going to take it anywhere. It's like, well, but if you do, I'd be able to find the information that I need to prove that this happened, right? That's the way I see it. It seems crazy that they would just dismiss it and go, defamation's hard to prove. If that's the case, how does any defamation case proceed forward in the court? Yes, Judge, you're correct. That's why it's extremely unlikely to get dismissed. Teolola, do you know something about this? You sound like you know a little bit about this. Discovery happens after the answer and after a motion dismiss happens. What's going to happen is they will file an answer where they describe the Sia situation and say that they believe that she did it. If Adriana doesn't deny that, then the case will go to summary judgment, since there will be no defamation if they believed it was true. The Sia shit is what people should be looking into. I'm only a student, okay? I can show you Bonker's case and you can compare. Does this mean we'll see the chat logs? If it is considered to be valid to be seen by a court, obviously discovery happens at some point in the process. But obviously, I'd imagine that the people involved are not going to want to go down that route. So if it is considered to have merit to be seen by the court, or however it's referred to, I would presume that they would want to settle. I would presume that they would want to settle before that it gets to that stage, right? That's possible, right? Okay, the reason the Sia shit is so important is what it seems like is they're claiming that them saying that she sexually assaulted Sia is the defamation, because they said that knowing it was a lie in order to financially harm her. Didn't she admit it? Well, that's the thing that I'm a bit uncertain on, because I thought that she had said. What was the original? Oh, is this the original clip?
Them making out in the bathroom of the Airbnb, and not in the bathroom, sorry, the kitchen. And like she clearly was like very just like fucking out of it, and he was like making out with her, and I was like, damn, that's kind of weird, like making out with someone that drunk. And I don't think he was that drunk. And then at the end of the night, she passed out in one of the Airbnb beds, like just passed out, and he, from her side of the story, again, I didn't witness this, but this is what I was told right after my birthday party, is that he went into the room and he started, I heard this from 3 people, by the way. He started like touching her and was like, I don't know exactly what his intentions were, but I just know that he was touching her, and everyone was like, dude, stop, like she's trying to fucking relax, she's drunk, like it's weird, like don't fucking touch somebody when she's drunk, and like especially when you're just making out with her, like I don't know what the intention there was, but everyone just, everyone that was in the 3 people told me that they were very uncomfortable with the situation.
Thank you. Right now, appreciate it. She 100% got the call. Come the fuck on. She had to have. She's gone from this to, oh, Crazy Slick didn't do anything wrong in that other clip that we watched. That's fucking insane, man. She got Maya Heegard. Absolutely. This was her original statement. Sorry, I know we literally just watched it, but just for comparison, can we just compare it to like...
Scared.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, dude, if you want to, I'll back you up. Everyone else will back you up. Because
Whoa.
like, this is okay. But I did not mention her by name. I did not out her story. I don't think this whole victim mentality she has is even justified. Like, as somebody that has been sexually assaulted, I don't think Slick did anything, and everybody confirmed that Slick did not sexually assault her. So acting like she is like some kind of victim, or just like I'm outing her story and trauma. I'm not gonna say what she had wasn't trauma, because that's her own subjective bias, but it's not okay to say that I was like telling that shit because I didn't. I did not name her. She had 100%.
Jesus Christ, man. That is fucking so explicit. It's so obvious, man. It's so obvious. It's so fucking clear what happened there. She went from saying what she said to saying Crazy Slick did nothing wrong. Give me a fucking break, man. God, it's all so fucking... Anyway, let's continue. Okay, defendants engaged in a course of conduct that intentionally and knowingly sought to and succeeded in inflicting emotional distress on plaintiff. Defendant's conduct was jointly and severally undertaken with the intent to harm plaintiff as part of a concerted action to attack and degrade plaintiff's reputation and credibility, to cause emotional distress to plaintiff, and to place her in fear for her career and of ostracization among her professional peers. Yeah, you make a good point actually. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, is that a crime in and of itself? Or is it just a broader part of this case? I don't really know that bit. So as to bolster the reputation and credibility of Rodriguez and all other defendants as a result of their association with him. Rodriguez sexually molested plaintiff, and the goal of defendants has been to cast doubt on the veracity and credibility of plaintiff and her statements concerning the wrongdoing committed by Rodriguez. It's a tort. What's a tort? What's a tort? What is a tort? Damn. Maybe Mr. Girl is right about us streamers. We're in a lot of trouble, guys. The civil equivalent of a crime. Right, so it's a civil thing. Okay, got it. I've been torted. Guys, I'm getting torted right now. I'm getting torted. I'm getting torted. Okay, tort law is the area of law that covers most civil suits. Okay, got it. God, there's so much to this, isn't there? Jesus. Guys, I'm getting torted. Someone called me a retard pedo. I'm getting torted. Anyway, am I using that right? Defendant's conduct was knowing and intentional and resulted in plaintiff suffering significant emotional distress. The acts of defendants were extreme in their efforts to diminish the credibility of plaintiff's statements regarding the sexual molestation committed by Rodriguez, and in defendant's effort to bolster the reputation and standing of Rodriguez and all other defendants who each have associated with him. The conduct of defendants as set forth above is an approximate cause of damages to plaintiff in amount of not less than $600,000. In this conduct, all defendants acted jointly and severally, in concert with each other, and either joined in, adopted, or ratified the various individual statements made. Torture interference.
Were there points that you told streamers or were aware of that streamers were told not to hang out with Adriana?
The only time I ever did not want to hang out with Adriana is we went to 6th Street and she was groping Seer, and it was very fucking weird. So we stopped hanging out with her, and then that was it.
Okay, so I've been provided with something for this. Does everybody know what Seer's real name is? I'm not doxing anything if I release his name, am I? Okay, people are saying Vincent. Okay, cool.
I was just informed on what I did, how I acted on Saturday. I just want to apologise if I made you uncomfortable in any way. That was never my intention. All the best. It's all good. So this doesn't prove anything in any significant way. It just says that whatever happened, Sia was fine to draw a line under it, right? At the very least. Is there anything that Adriana Lee said beyond this? Because this isn't an admission of sexual assault or groping. So is there another clip or video of Adriana Lee saying she groped or sexually assaulted him? Does anyone know of that? Or is this it? Yeah, because if this is what is being used to justify calling Adriana Lee a groper or sexual assaulter, then this is very fucking flimsy. And to take this and to go to the point where you're telling people not to hang out with Adriana Lee because she's a groper or sexual assaulter, that's pretty fucking flimsy. And to me, that would suggest that would bolster the case of defamation. But obviously, you know, that's just my layman's reading of it, obviously. No, there isn't even a clip statement of Sia ever saying anything about being uncomfortable. Only Mizkif and his Reddit army ever claimed that. So listen to what was said as well.
Points that you told streamers or were aware of that streamers were told not to hang out with Adriana.
The only time I ever did not want to hang out with Adriana is we went to 6th Street and she was groping Seer, and it was very fucking weird. So we stopped hanging out with her, and then that was it.
Okay, so I've been...
So that's the claim that was made, and I'm pretty sure that there are other claims that have been made about Adriana Lee and Sia. So, okay, wait a second. If it's true that Mizkif and others were going around saying that Adriana Lee groped or sexually assaulted Sia, and that text message is the best evidence they've got to perpetuate that claim, in which Sia says it's all good, that to me seems a pretty flimsy reasoning to go around and say that. I just listen. All I'm saying here is that to me it seems pretty likely that the Sia thing was used as an excuse to blackball Adriana, right? It's like, after all this crazy slick stuff happened, that was like a gift because they could use that as an excuse to blackball Adriana. But if it's based on not factual information, then yeah, that could potentially bolster the defamation claim. Unless I'm missing something, that seems like the kind of logical reasoning that they're using. It's not a conspiracy. Is it a conspiracy? Really? Does that not just follow quite easily? I don't think that's a conspiracy, because what evidence or what, you know, because the message as well says about making them feel uncomfortable. What? Because people were saying Adriana apologized for it. I thought that meant like she'd publicly gone and said, I groped Sia and I'm sorry for that. But it seems unless there's something else, more so like, hey, sorry if I made you uncomfortable the other night, which doesn't really, do you know what I mean? Yeah, I know that. Listen, there's going to be OTK people running defense. It's fine. I'm used to it now, and I don't care. They can just stay mad. It's not a problem. None of this is clear cut. None of this is 100%. None of this proves anything with certainty. Okay? All I'm saying is, I think there's little details being dropped here and there, looking at the old stuff, where there could be some, like, yes, defamation is hard to prove, and it's not a guarantee that it's going to be proven. But I think at the very least, these things that are coming through, I think demonstrate that at the very least, there is merit.
Okay, that's wonderful.
To have a look at in court.
How do I make money off the press people?
You and me are on the same page. I appreciate your coverage.
Hey!
Facts over feelings to make this case.
Thank you, Emery, for the 420. Yeah, no, sure. I just think that there's little details being dropped where you're like, okay, this actually could have more merit than a lot of people are willing to admit. But why did Destiny get that text message through exactly? Because I think the point that's being made is that Mizkif is still in that call trying to push this narrative that, oh, we stopped hanging out with Adriana Lee because she groped, essentially sexually assaulted Sia. Groping is sexual assault, right? So he's still making that claim in that call, but the idea that she groped him is perhaps an excessive claim made by Mizkif, and the idea is, well, she did this, so we don't want to support her anymore. Whereas the truth could be the reason they're blackballing her is because of the crazy slick stuff, right? Do you see what I mean? Yes, I'll cover Destiny Lab stuff, don't worry. Don't you worry, that's fucking YouTube, that's got YouTube written all over it. And again, listen, I'm not saying that because I'm saying this case is 100, I'm not a fucking idiot, right? It's not 100% guaranteed this case is going to be a slam dunk and people are going to get, you know, definitely found guilty or whatever it is. No, what is it? Liable or something in civil court. Anyway, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that there's little details here that I think at the very least make it less likely that it's going to get dismissed out of hand. The more that I'm, because I was probably a bit more willing to accept the idea that it could just get dismissed. But as you see more, I think the chances of this getting dismissed out of hand are quite limited. And I think the likelihood is this is going to proceed past that point, most likely to some sort of settlement before it gets to court, probably before the discovery stage. Okay? That's probably the outcome. I can't imagine this is going to go all the way to court. But the thing is, when someone settles out of court, that is not an admission of guilt on the part of the defendant, but that will be enough in the court of public opinion to make them look bad. So that's based as far as I'm concerned. Because that's imagine if they settle it. That would look terrible. That would look so bad. Even though it's, you know. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, maybe there's a technical reason it gets thrown out. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. They'll file a motion to dismiss.
I'm just listening.
If the motion is denied,
He's actually right about like the analysis too, about the court of public opinion.
What does that mean? A dismissal with prejudice means the ruling is the final judgment in the case. The dismissal prohibits the prosecutor from refiling the charges.
Really not.
So when they file this though, what will they say in order to? What will they say? If this was going to trial and it was open to visit, would you file a report on it? That sounds like exactly the kind of thing I could do now. That sounds like such good content. I could afford, obviously with Mr. Girl money, I could afford to do it too, and I might well get the money back through you know, covering it. In Texas, imagine me going to Texas to cover a court case. That's like proper journalist shit. Anyway, listen, enough fantasies. Let's just get back to the situation, okay? Me and Henry can go down there, do some joint coverage of it. Enough fantasies though. OTK will say they'll never made a statement. Mizkiv Enterprise will do the same, but Mizkiv, the person, and Meyer and Slick will have to face it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like OTK are really on the hook for this. Well, I thought they might be because of statements they've made, but they don't really seem to be involved based on this statement. They've not really claimed that OTK have done anything, it seems. Just that they, like, are affiliated with the people that are saying these things.
Now you can say because he
incorporates the foregoing paragraphs 10 through 33 as if fully set forth herein. As set forth herein above, the conduct of defendants, including the publishing of direct statements online and the use of innuendo and imitation, was done with the intent to cause harm to plaintiff and her relations with her existing followers, viewers, subscribers and sponsors, as well as the further intent to interfere with future relationships with prospective followers, viewers, subscribers and sponsors, so as to inhibit the expansion and growth of plaintiff status in the online streaming community. Defendant's conduct was false, defamatory, and therefore independently torturous in nature. Well, quite right. I've not heard it. There is. We'll see. Anyway, further, defendant's conduct seriously and significantly damaged plaintiff's existing income stream and the future growth of a business, leading to a significant loss of revenue. Such damages are estimated to be in the amount of not less than $600,000. I can't imagine a Texan boomer judge taking this seriously. Okay, I feel like we need to read this after because I don't know if this is Texas or not. I think people have got perceptions about judges that they're boomer and out of touch. But remember the guy in the what was it? The Carl Rittenhouse case. There was some technical piece of information, and although he used a bit of wrong language, he actually had like a reasonably fair understanding of what was going on. He got mocked for the pickles thing, but he was obviously knew that he'd misspoke, and he corrected himself, didn't he? But judges, I feel like people think that judges are going to look at this and be like, oh, what's all that? Like, judges are going to want to try and understand what's going on because they're in a, you know, they've probably got a lot of pride in what they do, and they do things correctly. They don't want to just dismiss things out of hand because they don't understand it. If they don't, I mean, and also, they've laid it out in a way to make it make sense. So you don't have to know what Twitch is. You just have to know that Adriana Lee was using a service to make money, and her ability to make money was impeded by potentially defamatory statements by these other parties. Like, that is the bread and butter that a judge is going to want to understand, right? So yeah, I think that a judge, whilst they might not understand, will want to try and understand what's going on in order to be able to deal with it in the best possible way. Anyway. Plaintiff's injury resulted from defendant's malice, which entitles plaintiff to exemplary damages pursuant to Texas Civil Practices and Remedies Code Section 41.003A. As set forth above, defendants acted with intent and malice to cause harm to plaintiff, plaintiff's reputation and credibility, and to plaintiff's prospective business relations with their sponsors, followers, and subscribers, while intentionally inflicting emotional distress upon plaintiff. The egregious actions of defendants mandate the grant of exemplary damages jointly and severally against all defendants. Plaintiff demands a jury trial and tenders the appropriate fee within petition. Ooh, where's the money coming from? Wherefore, plaintiff asks that the court issue citation for defendants to appear and answer, and that plaintiff be awarded a judgment jointly and severally against defendants for actual damages, exemplary damages, pre-judgment and post-judgment interest, court costs, and all other relief to which plaintiff is justly entitled at law or equity. There we go. So that is the document. And just to remind everyone, that document was provided by a chap called Henry Resilient, who covers a lot of legal stuff. He was covering the XQC.
He still
stuff,
is.
But then I believe the case got sealed. But he covered that for like literally months. It's fucking wild. But that's Henry's channel if you want to go check them out. And they're going to be doing. If you want to catch up the latest, they're probably going to be covering stuff. I'll cover it off the back of their coverage at some point.
I mean, he knows people can get him the documents. He can get the documents himself too, probably. So.
No worries, Henry. No worries. There's Henry in chat. You can check out their Twitch channel too. Just got here, summarize. So the summary is, Adriana Lee is taking Miskiff, Crazy Slick, Maya Higa, OTK, and Miskiff Industries to court for defamation. It seems like there's merit to what she's claiming. Whether or not it's going to be considered from a legal perspective to be absolute is obviously to be decided. Unless they can provide like some sort of substantive proof in regards to this claim about Sia, I think this is probably not going to be dismissed, and it'll probably settle out of court. That's my guess. But you know, bear in mind, I could be made to take the L on that. I'm not a legal expert. I'm only going off my layman's understanding and perspective on this. But it just seems to me like there's enough here, and you need to go into all of it, but I believe there's probably enough here to point to the idea that this concept of Adriana Lee sexually assaulting Sia was used as an excuse to blackball Adriana Lee, when in reality it was probably because of the Crazy Slick stuff. And unless the other side can demonstrate more substantively the Sia accusation, there's probably more merit here than I think some people are giving it credit for. That's my rough take. Please let this trial be streamed.
Wetlands.
Civil cases are a civil case. Oh wait, hang on a sec. Fucking Johnny Depp's case. I don't think it's going to reach court. I think that she's going to settle. The only reason it would reach court is if Adriana Lee is like extremely persistent to wanting to take this to the courtroom. I don't know. That's. But I think the reason this will go to because the thing is, there's going to be information that you're going to find out in discovery that is potentially going to demonstrate the defamation. So I don't think a judge could. The idea that a judge is going to dismiss this because it's hard to prove, it seems crazy to me, because you need to go to discovery to prove it. And it seems crazy that a judge would just go, oh no, we're not even going to get to that stage because this is hard to prove. Seems stupid. But yeah.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Yes. Yeah, sure, Henry. Drop me a DM and we can do something together for sure. I can educate you in the ways of LSF and tell you what's what. Because I think you just set up your Reddit account. You're gonna get a lot of heat covering this. I can tell you how to deal with it, okay? It's mainly to ignore it, but... Right. Anyway, guys, yes, it's weed number, correct. Right. Thank you very much, Henry, for getting these documents. That was a great segment.
Quite the rush to the head.
Now I think it's time.
You keep this. As
Dalaban versus Mizkids. I think people that like Destiny, there are at least some people that are willing to be critical of Destiny's actions, and you see that in like the subreddit and stuff like that. Are they annoying? Yes. Some of them, but I think Mizkids are just so resolute in their defense of Mizkif in a way that just isn't the same for Destiny's side. It's just an easy choice, and Mizkids are worse.
So let's start with why you're here. You've pledged to
Oh,
take
there
on
you go. We got actual
authoritarian
politics
leadership
now.
in red states. Why are you, the governor of California, progressive on many issues, I think it's safe to say, the right person to do that?
I have total humility. I'm not the right person. I think all of us have a responsibility. All of us have to meet this.
Let's be very clear. He is gearing up for a presidential run. Maybe not in 2024, but after.
We can shape the future. And I happen to represent a state of 40 million Americans. But in the spirit of Dr. King, who lost his life 55 years ago to the day.
He is the politician's politician. I'll give him that, though. I respect him for that. The slick back hair and all that, too. Just... Unironically enough, the fact that he's like the politician's politician, I actually do think that he would make like a good president, too. However, I think that in the sense that if you're a progressive, you would want him to be the president because you can manipulate him to get what you want as a Democrat. But the thing is, you have to like come out and vote for him. That's the only thing. So I would have to go this way. Okay. So unironically enough, you would have to make sure like you vote for him. Oh no, what am I doing? Doing some Path of Exile. Okay, let's go stash. We'll do that. I'm gonna have to like move these too. Okay. We'll go here. Let's put all the greens here. I wish there was a search bar here. That's the only thing. Unless there is a search bar, I'm not aware of it too. Let me step away for a minute. I want to eat something, guys, and then get some more coffee, and then we'll get back to playing some more Path of Exile and watching some more videos too. I am, like I said, I am like incredibly interested to see what happens in the Adriana Lee case. Adriana Tucker case. I think that's her name. Well, I mean, her name's out there now, but I am interested in that too. I just want to see like what happens in regards to that to me is like probably like one of the most like interesting things that could happen. I can't, it's just there's so many things that could change as a result of it too, and it's really changed my perspective on people like in Trainwrecks, for example, where I thought that he was acting out a lot of malice, especially in regards to the gambling thing. He's coming out with his stuff too. I think he's apologized for it too, which is good on him too. But I think he's right on the ball on a lot of things that are going on Twitch too. And as more and more information's coming out too, And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, he's actually kind of right about this too. And it just seems like, yeah, he's clearly upset, but he can still stream on Twitch. He's still a multimillionaire. But it seems like he was right on the ball with a lot of this stuff that he's saying too. And I know a lot of people are coping and everything like that too. But there's a reason why I'm not streaming on Twitch anymore, even though I would like to, just because they have everything built in now over all these years. But it's like, they're kind of screwing you, the streamer, over with like the payouts and the sponsorships. Look more into it too. Like the sponsors can pay you out with gift subs. That's nice. But Twitch is getting a cut of that too. Versus, why not just sponsor me directly? I get all the revenue, and the sponsor gets the benefit of my audience and people buying their product. Now, do I think it's going to happen? Yes, I think it's going to happen like full time. I think that's going to be like a steadfast program. And I think that's good for the small streamers. But I think as you grow too, what I'm worried about is that becoming the norm. That there's not going to be like a separate sponsorship except for like the top streamers there too. Sans, Cuties, Asmongold. And that the small to medium-sized streamers that are actually growing, they're getting kind of screwed out. So unless you're pushing those type of numbers, which is, you know, near to impossible nowadays, unless like you get the rub from one of the big streamers on Twitch, like that's going to become the norm on Twitch now, and you get kind of screwed over by Twitch because now you're getting paid out through gift subs. You're getting paid. You're not getting paid the full amount. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I gotta pump out more YouTube content too. Why is Zach Wilson trending right now? So Destiny, did they finish up too? They emergency maintenance, stand by for updates. Okay, let's see. I think it's still going on too. I probably won't play until alright, it's complete. We might just switch over to Destiny, even though I'm enjoying playing Path of Exile. So I think what we'll do is exit Path of Exile. We'll go back here. We go to window capture. I'll probably just get something to eat too, come back up here with a fresh cup of coffee, and then we'll get back going to what's going on here. But if anyone's interested, this is the build that I'm doing here. It's a build from PoE Vault. I actually really like it. Everything's like very easy to read and whatnot too. But I'm doing the Last Ray Gladiator build. I also have a Storm brand. I know. It's a brand from what I understand. People frown upon that in PoE. It's a Storm brand build for my Templar, and I'm loving it. That thing is great. I love just shooting lightning everywhere. It's fucking fantastic. I very much enjoy it. So let me close Path of Building. Very useful app, and I think you need it too until Path of Exile 2 finally comes out. So this is happening too. Got King of the Ring. Oh shit, dude! This is more and more is coming out now too. Good stuff. Tacos and beers, man. You can't beat that shit. I'm sorry. Tacos and beers are fucking fantastic. Pro Wrestling Tees. I got a couple of good tees from Pro Wrestling Tees too. Their stuff's great. Yeah. He might win over some moderates too. But if I was a Democrat, I'd point out too, look at the people that you have to work with in Congress too. Let's say you take over Congress on abortion. They pass a national abortion ban in Congress, right? Are you going to sign off on it? The answer is going to be yes, because he needs their votes on other things, and they can rake him over the coals too. Are you going to pass legislation making Roe v. Wade the law of the land, since Roe got overturned in Dobbs? What are you going to do about state legislatures that refuse to enforce that too? The far right's gonna hate him then for that too, because they want that.
I saw it.
Little Bernie.
If it got over here much. There was a piece in the New York Times 2 weeks ago dealing with Chatbox. Did you all see that? And it was really scary. So a writer from the Times sits down and talks to a chat box. Turned out to have the name of Sydney. And he's chatting with Sydney, who's enormously articulate. And in the middle of the discussion, Sydney says, "I love you." So the writer says, "Well, thank you very much, but I'm happily married." And Sydney says, "Your wife does not love you." No, not laughable. Artificial intelligence accumulates all of the information that's on the internet. It knows a zillion times more than the smartest person in this room can know. He may know, in fact, what his wife is writing or whatever, although he claims his wife does love him. I'm happy to hear that. But this is just the beginning. There are machines out there that are accumulating information that come from billions of people. So we are looking at some very challenging times from artificial intelligence and from
That's kind of fucking creepy too, because he's right though. It is accumulating from whatever, like it's feeding that information. It's accumulating that information too. Because imagine that for a second. What's that movie with Hold on. With Joaquin Noah? Joaquin Phoenix. I always forget what is her. This is it too. Let me get the synopsis from Wikipedia too. This is like creepy as hell. It's a 2013 American science fiction romantic drama, filmed, written, directed, and co-produced by Spike Jonze. The film follows Theodore Twombly, a man who develops a relationship with Samantha, an artificial intelligence virtual assistant personified through a female voice. I think it's actually voiced by Scarlett Johansson, believe it or not. It is creepy as fuck too, because he develops like a relationship with that, what he perceives to be a relationship with this artificially intelligent virtual, which is literally just like a box. There's no visual representation of her outside of this tiny little box that he keeps in his front pocket. And what happens, spoiler alert for a movie that came out in 2013, spoiler alert, they become truly sentient. It's not just that artificial intelligence, other artificial intelligence, and they decide to leave to where we don't know. But they decide to leave, and it like breaks his heart and breaks the heart of like millions of other people who fall in love with their artificial intelligent virtual assistant. It's creepy as shit too, because he starts developing like an actual relationship with it too, and he starts to move away from like real people and whatnot, and it's scary as shit. I thought it was adorable, but then afterwards when I got to think about it, I'm like, oh, that's actually sad and like, dude, it was bound to happen. Oh wow, damn, bound to happen. Bound to happen with the way he's been playing. He's a 6th round pick, it's fine. Unironically, when he was coming out, he was the best punting prospect coming out of college. He just didn't live up to it. Jesus Christ, fucking weird. Cool shit. The Painmaker. Still doing it too. He's not wrong about that too. Keep them dumb and poor, the Republican strategy. This is ridiculous. You're gonna defund libraries now? Lovely. That's actually very true too. And unironically enough, I agree with IRI when he says that a lot of like the legislation that might be coming up might be coming from like police. Could you imagine like in New York City, people open carrying or concealed carrying like guns, or open carrying like assault style rifles like AR-15s? Could you fucking imagine that in New York City? the like legislation saying that too. You're legal. People will do it too. Could you imagine cops in NYPD, bro? They would be even more trigger happy than they are now. You kidding me? You think cops will feel safe about that? There's fucking everybody carries a gun, and at any given moment somebody could put two in the back of their head, pop pop like that in a video game, of course. I don't understand. Like, if you're a cop, you would approve of legislation like that. You have a polite armed society, bro. You got people in like Florida now. You don't have to get a permit. You can just go and buy a gun. That's probably like a waiting period, I believe. Other than that, too, it's nothing. You kidding me? The good stuff. Ugh. Just drink regular coffee, folks. Just don't put a bunch of crap in it. All right. Hot honey rub. Ooh. I love it. This is the first time in 29 years the New York airs all teams in the NBA and NHL playoffs, which is true. Good for them. Obviously, the real New York teams are the New York City teams, let's be frank. Hello, Texas, open carry, no permit. That is insane. You can open carry, but you can have no permit. Rulings by 2 extremist Trump appellate judges and 1 extremist Trump trial judge in Texas making mailing an FDA-approved abortion care drug a possible federal crime or products of a GOP attack on democracy and fundamental rights of Americans was no longer tolerated. The nation's federal courts living on borrowed legitimacy and the supply is running out. Judiciary at odds with and even contemptuous of most of the nation's citizens is not sustainable. That is true. That decision from that Texas judge has to be like brought up to the Supreme Court. You have competing. By the way, that same judge in Washington that made that counter injunction like weeks before that Texas federal judge made that decision. That Texas judge that was appointed by Trump, too. There is a new ruling from that judge too, expanding that judge's earlier ruling. There's a direct conflict now between that judge and the Fifth Circuit. Now you have to bring it to the Supreme Court, and I wonder what the Supreme Court's going to do. You're going to infringe on it's the FDA's job to do. I wonder what's going to happen with the FDA. Are they going to delegitimize the FDA? I really don't know. That's the only thing. You just don't know. Indian Affair. You got to be kidding me. Is he still... My owner was not throwing in JFK and it is so I did consider about it, but an ad because I thought that would be a bit much. Charity necklace progress. Alright. Very nice. They got a problem in Minnesota, man. So alright, now we're caught up to this original tweet here. Still worried about my Mets. Wolf Yanks is cat turd. Junior's guest on was cat turd, and he tells him that he's going to recommend to his dad to make him his press secretary. Oh Jesus! All right. And Fox News is an arm of the Republican Party. Let's not play games with each other. Okay. That's true. Yes. It is. Yes, it is. For the people who don't know, your phone... Oh my god, I can't believe it too. If you've ever used one of these things, a smartphone, if it's near you, like this when you're making a call, the screen turns off. It's weird too. Like one of the biggest critiques I've noticed, I only noticed after Elon took over the platform is when you're watching a video of a certain length, well, it's over a certain length, like 2 minutes, the video turns off and then like your screen jumps to the very top of the page, and I don't understand like why that is. Ooh, Sauce Gardner trying to recruit DeAndre Hopkins. Jeremy Ruckert. He probably does need to change his scenery too. I mean, listen, you know, I think he's got talent. I think him coming to New York was a bad idea. I didn't see him being the second overall pick. I thought Justin Fields would be a better pick. Even then, like, I like Justin Fields coming out too, but I think if you couldn't get Trevor Lawrence, I think you were better off like waiting for this draft to get a QB, you know, and getting a veteran QB to play for like the last 2 seasons. You know what I mean? The more and more I watch of Bryce Young, I think that if he had a good offensive line, a good run game, and I think we're building up to that this season, I think that he would fit in like New York. But I'm always scared about like a tiny like quarterback like him too, because he's not like very mobile either. So you need to. This is why I'm a Mets fan. Okay, I'll give him that too. Is he at Barstool? I don't know if that's like the front. Chris. Frank the Tank. God bless. Okay. Oh, you gotta be careful what you see on Twitter. I'm glad these guys are staying, man. I think they fit AEW a lot better than WWE, especially now with Vince McMahon like in charge again. She should not be starting her last 18 months. I feel for her. I think, you know, when she was there and active, I think she did a lot of good things. But now that she's gotten older too, she should get replaced. I think she came out and said too, or someone in her office came out and told, shit, who's the head of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate? I forget. Told him that he should find her replacement there too. So she should just resign right now, to be honest with you. I don't know what she's waiting for. I think she has a pension. She's been in the Senate long enough. She's been in Congress long enough. He is the criminal. He's an Air National Guardsman. He shouldn't have. He was privy to classified information. He was under a duty to not reveal that information, and he should not have revealed that information. I don't understand this. Oh my God, it's from today too. I just don't understand. Why are you protecting these guys? Well, I know why. Oh my God. Okay. All right, Hillary. Unironically, she was actually right about a lot of things. Remember secret meetings? Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we'll probably read that Media Matters thing and keep going.
The fact of the matter is, when you look at the issue of abortion, one of the challenges that we have, we continue to go to the most restrictive conversations without broadening the scope and taking a look at the fact that I'm 100% pro-life. I never walk away from that. But the truth of the matter is that when you look at the issues on abortion, I start with a very important conversation I had in a banking hearing when I was sitting in my office and listening to Janet Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury, talk about increasing the labor force participation rate for African American women who are in poverty by having abortions. I think we're just having the wrong conversation around. Yes, sir.
Would you support a federal ban?
Dude, he needs to be completely like anti-abortion in the primary, because that's what the far-right voters want. And he needs them to win the primary. But like, you're gonna get crucified in the general, man. You can, because you have to be anti. You can say this too, but they can hold your own. The people to the right, you can hold your feet to the fire too, because they don't want to hear that rhetoric. They got wins. This is what happens when you give in to like the far side of your ally too. And it's, you can say the same thing about like the left to a certain degree too. But the thing is, what the left want is like medical health care for everybody, not overturning Roe v. Wade, actually expanding healthcare access to everybody, gender affirming care, better healthcare. Like the things they want are good things. How they want to go about them might be a little bit different and maybe a little bit more nuanced than they want to give credit for too. But like, at least setting up and giving them what they want, even if it's just a little bit better than giving what the right want, which is we want to give people less and less rights because we want the country to be a certain way, unironically being also at the same time saying that they're part of small government, even though they want the federal government to do all these fucking crazy things that would restrict people's rights. Yeah, he's running, baby. Chomp. Am I gonna lie? Is this the official account? Coots. Her other cat Durs here has much bigger personality. Just like Coots looks like this though. That's the only thing. People like Coots, so Coots gets the love. Those two. I need some new slippers. Rock Hard Club. Bang Bang Gang. I give it up too. That's actually fucking hilarious. It's about time he joined the Bullet Club too. It was about another Gaijin. Oh, is that it? Okay. Is that all from like Media Matters too? This is like literally them. That's the whole piece too. Okay, so they're just showing you the video. Nobody's saying like the kids are racist. What the fuck are you talking about? He leaked classified documents too. He's getting punished now for he committed a crime. This is 2 hours ago. We'll go ahead and watch this. I still haven't seen the latest episode of Mandalorian. I'll probably watch it after this. This is 9 hours ago. Bro, I'm gonna watch Chud Logic. Flame Core Farm. Alright. I need to get back to playing New World too. Well, here's the thing. I got like a ton of stuff here to watch. So, we can watch this too, because this is always interesting to watch. Channel 5. Here, we can watch one of Tampa 2. Alright, let me step away now, but let me leave you with some music, and then we can get back at it. Alright, drop the beat. I know I got this. Ooh, I've had some chili garlic noodles before too. Delicious too. I heard actually a lot of people actually enjoyed this movie, Renfield. This is probably Nicolas Cage, like peak Nicolas Cage, like good Nicolas Cage. Never saw Glass Onion. People have mixed reviews on it. Chun-Li. Mamma mia. I actually got this saved up too. The Brittany Venny video, I saw it on Zonia stream. Fucking, it was unironically a good video. Okay. Let's see. And we're Zionist. They all are on it. Damn. Getting kicked out of Creator Clash. I still don't know like why Froggy Fresh was kicked out of Creator Clash too. It wasn't clear. That's the problem. And like people are left to speculate, and they're saying that he violated some rule. Was it? I don't want to misrepresent, but it seems like he violated some rules that everyone who participates in Creator Clash can't violate. But what did he violate though? Why not just make that clear? That's the thing I don't understand. Alright. That's what happens when you're unclear, people. Alright, be right back, folks. People, we're back. All right, let's go back and start the show. Think it was Jen Psaki interviewing Governor Newsom, right?
We are celebrating politicians that are promoting a national divorce, almost a civil war narrative. sickens me in my soul. And so I felt compelled to get out and at least express my role and individual responsibility as a citizen, not just as governor, to call out what I'm seeing.
And we're sitting here in a museum dedicated to Rosa Parks. What a historic, incredible person in our history. And you brought your 4 kids with you on this trip.
Yeah.
And part of this is, you know, we're obviously seeing a concerted effort to prevent kids who are the same ages as your kids from learning about difficult parts of our history. Civil rights being one of them. We're here in this Rosa Parks Museum. Why was it important to bring them with you on this trip?
Because I don't want them ever to sit in the back of the bus. I want them to shape history, just as Rosa Parks did. Ida B. Wells did in 1883. I mean, Rosa was an echo of Ida B. Wells' moral leadership. You don't have to be something to do something. I mean, that's the spirit of this museum. That's the spirit of these remarkable leaders. I think we're so fixated on waiting to be mayor or city council, governor or president to change and shape the world. I want my kids to know they have moral authority. They have the ability to shape the future. And I think examples like this are enlivening and inspiring.
Very much so.
And you know, I just want them to understand, again, not just intellectually. I want them to feel the congruence of sorts, an emotional attachment, head and heart, action, passion. And so being out here, you feel it in a different way. I mean, these are the same streets. I was just the Legacy Museum with Brian Stevenson. I mean, it should be a requirement. I'm not in. I know if everyone's fear when a Democrat says anything should be required. It's not a mandate, but it, you know, if I could, every child, every law enforcement officer, every social service leader should be compelled to understand more fully what I was just privileged to experience, and that's the history of our country, our nation, and to understand in a deeper way so that we can push back against the narrative of those that want to rewrite history.
Don't let a couple of like blue-haired people fucking dictate what the actual truth is. And when I say that is like there's a bunch of like crazy people online that say they're on the left. I think they're fucking bots or Russian, or at least like as Russian disinformation, Chinese disinformation that's out there, and it is out there, and they're the ones who are going out there and saying that the left wants this and that too, and it's completely fucking false. It's not realistic, and it's not the people in power too. It's these random people online are not bots. They're saying all this crazy shit. The rest of us just wants like some simple basic things to push the country a little bit more left, you know, and at least set the foundation for like the bigger things too. But like there's like this reactionary control that like people can't like stop themselves. Oh, it's, you can't envision like a world with like Medicare for all or something like that too, where everyone just has like easy access to healthcare like every other like Western democracy has. You don't have to go that far. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that we can like make it better. We can take what Canada and what England has and what these Scandinavian countries have and make it better and fit within us. I'm not saying it has to be the exact same thing, but at least something like close enough too, man. Because people shouldn't just be going into medical debt because, like, you know, they're crossing the street, some drunk driver hits them, and they go to a hospital that's outside of their network. And this is a real story too, by the way. It's a pretty common one too. And then you go to a hospital outside your network because they're not asking you, you know, because you're barely conscious. Like, hey, which hospital can we take you to? You know what I mean? And then you're stuck with like a bill that you can't pay because you went outside your network, but it was emergency care. It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
But to actually produce results in state after state that are rolling back.
If I haven't made it clear, he is like making a play for the presidency. Probably he's setting like the groundwork. Probably not in 2024. He probably knows that Biden's gonna run again, barring like some health issue from Biden. Biden's gonna run again, but he's setting up for 2028 too, right? Because he's good. He's clearly showing that because he's putting up all this stuff against DeSantis and whatnot, pushing back, which is good for him. And frankly, you need someone like at his level, a governor from like a Democratic state, pushing back against it too. Gretchen Whitmer should start doing it too, and Kathy Hochul should start doing it too. But like Whitmer probably has a better shot of becoming the next president than like Hochul does. The stink of Cuomo still like on her too. She's gonna need a couple of years to like get that offer. But like as of this now, if you had a Democratic primary tomorrow, this motherfucker would win. Whitmer, I think Whitmer shouldn't run in 2020. Definitely if Biden's running. Like in 2028, when she decides to run, I think she'll have a lot of to say. This is what happens when you have Democrats in control at all levels of government. And this is Michigan now, and look what we did in Michigan. But she needs to have tangible wins too. But I know he's a darling for a lot of corporate interests too, and he can easily get the money too. He also survived the recall election too, which says something. Now, the Republican opponent, Larry Elder, is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, which helped him in his favor too. But like, he's making himself to be the front runner in 2028 for the Democratic Party.
Fundamental rights and banning books and banning speech, criminalizing instruction. That's a serious threat to our democracy and our understanding of who we are and what we're capable of doing in the future.
Now, part of what you're doing here is also meeting with up-and-coming Democrats, people who are running for office, may want to run for office. What are you hearing from them, and are they asking you to come back and campaign for them?
No, what they're saying is, you know, it's been amazing. I don't want to overstate it, but it was just like, thank you.
Are they thanking you for your resources, for your advice?
Just giving a damn. You know, I'm not. This is not the typical road show for Democrats. I mean, you know better than anybody. It's not the 2024 map.
Not a place where people like you spend a lot of time.
No, and we should. I mean, these were blue legislative states just a few years ago. Just a few years ago, 2010, here in Alabama and in Mississippi, Arkansas. We forget that. It wasn't 100 years ago. It was just a decade and a half ago. And I feel like they feel abandoned. They really, I think, do. I mean, the folks I talked to are like, thank you for caring. There's a lot more of us, they say that, a lot more of us than people believe. We're not red states. We're just not doing the hard work of getting out there. And I'm not suggesting people aren't working hard. They are, and I met those folks. But they just haven't gotten the memo, the cynicism memo, the fear and anxiety memo. They're like working hard every single day and bottom up, right? And they're just saying, you know what? Glad a Democrat from another state wants to sort of highlight the work. And yeah, I have some resources. We were able to start this PAC. I start with $10 million. I've raised a few $1 million in just the last few days. And I have the opportunity, what a gift, to not just say thank you for the work you're doing, but let me contribute to it and let me see if I can get others to say, you know what? Every damn state matters. Everybody matters. And Democrats
goddamn right, Gavin.
matter in these states, and they feel a little abandoned, not by the National Party, but abandoned in a time of need by the progress and the ruthlessness of the right and the need to feel like their voice matters and we have their back during this very challenging time.
So you were just reelected to serve a second term. That's where some of the money came from to help these Democrats with the $10 million. There have been some big challenges, of course, in your state, as there are in every state. You've talked about a lot of them. Homelessness, recovering from natural disasters, the cost of living. There are some critics, I'm sure you're aware, from your state who have said, how can the governor of our state go travel on this red state tour and spend resources and time there? So what do you say to them?
It's on my dime, not theirs, and the time is my time. This is time, respectfully, with my family. This is the beginning of Easter spring break over the weekend. 3 days, 4 states. I don't know, it's a great sacrifice of time. A lot of people are taking time with their family after 4 years. We haven't had that opportunity. This was a privilege and a gift. And a selfish one for me as a father. I feel like the last 4 years I haven't spent a lot of time with my kids because of COVID and all the stress. And so I made that commitment. I can't say that they expected Alabama and Arkansas and Mississippi.
What was your kid's response? They say, okay, Dad.
Let's just suggest this. I think there's a new drone that I had to provide. There were some extra soccer cards. There was the family inducements.
Little gentle bribery to get them on the plane.
Little gentle bribery. And I just finished 18 events in 5 days in California. I've sacrificed my heart and soul for my state.
God damn, man.
To no one on that. So I get it. But I also don't get
If you're wondering what I'm looking at here, I'm looking at like some TikTok food vids, and like some of this stuff is like absolutely ridiculous.
Going on in this country. I don't get why everybody's not doing what we're doing.
Just letting the governor cook.
Do people understand? It's not just about Mar-a-Lago. It's not just about what's happening in Washington, D.C. or what's happening in New York court or the district attorney. There's something deep and serious that's happening across this country. All the progress the last half century is being rolled back in these states in real time. In just the last few years, I don't think people fully understand the rights regression individual liberties, on civil rights, on voting rights, on the gerrymandering that's happening out here, on just the assault on the African American community, the assault on the gay, lesbian, bisexual, and trans community. The number one issue of the day, it seems to be getting rid of the word Latinx in Arkansas, and number two, getting rid of drag shows. It's a serious moment in American history, and yet we're so consumed respectfully by the spectacles in Washington that I, as an American, feel compelled as a governor to call that out and expose some of that in a more systemic way. And forgive me for being intense about this, but everything I have taken for granted in my life in the last half century in terms of rights expansion, I didn't even bring up abortion and contraception, all of that
He's not
is
wrong.
in peril at this moment. And my kids, they need, if I care about my kids, I sure as hell better care about what's going on in Alabama, what's going on in Mississippi and Arkansas. And you know what? I'm coming back a much better governor because I spent a long weekend with
He's
my
right
kids
about
here.
that too, man. It's affecting like all the people there too. Let's not pretend like there aren't like people like in those categories that he just went over that aren't in those groups that live in those states too. It's not as easy as, oh, why don't you move too? Bro, come on. We've heard that argument before too. You know, why don't you move? Why don't you move? Bro, it's not that easy to move. Like, it was easy for me to move from Florida to like New York because I had a job. I saved up money. I planned over a 6-month period to move to where I am today too, slowly sending my stuff to, giving my roommates like a heads up too, so I didn't leave them. I stayed till the end of my lease so I wouldn't put my roommates in a bad spot too. I told my roommates in Florida 6 months in advance, hey, I'm not gonna be living here because I'm gonna be moving back to like New York, and they're like, yeah, no problem, man. So I just wanted to give them like enough like time so they can look too, and I even helped them like find it too and help them move too, so I wouldn't put them in a bad way. And then I had a job too. I have a job now too, and it was comfortable for me too because I had the money, and I had the resources, and I had the people who were willing to help me out too. But some people don't have that too. Some people like take that time too, and sometimes it's not that easy to say, oh, just go ahead and move. Some people have like the privilege and say, I can move like that on the dime too because I have the money and I can just I have the money and the resources just to move like that. Other people don't. So I always hate that hate that response. Just move.
All of that because I agree with you, and there's things happening in states that people just aren't aware of in terms of cracking down on people's rights.
That's like another thing too. You have 50 states here, and it's hard to like cover like every single thing that's like going on in those states too. That's why I'm really for like C-SPAN having cameras like in those states specifically, in their state legislatures too. Because some of the things I remember when it was Justin Jones, right? I think it was Justin Jones who talked about like what was happening in the Tennessee legislature. Like a motherfucker peed in another guy's seat, another member's seat. Like, are you insane? You think that's okay? It's funny for us, but it's not okay for the members there. And you slowly hear stuff like that too, but there's no video. I think there should be video. You can have no audio, but because I think they would behave themselves more if they had the video and they couldn't control it themselves. Like C-SPAN was allowed to control the cameras. You as the voter, is the person who paid, who donated to these candidates, who voted for these candidates, who are directly affected by their decisions in those state houses, to know what the fuck's going on in those state houses too. And it should be as simple as, oh, I have the C-SPAN companion app on my phone. What's going on in the New York State House? Okay. Oh, there's somebody taking a dump on the speaker's seat. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna vote for that guy anymore. I'm gonna vote him out of office. Like stuff like that. You should be able to, by a push of a button, by 1 or 2 clicks on your phone or whatever app you have on your computer, laptop, tablet, whatever, see what's going on too. It should be readily available to you. I approve of Florida Sun, which they're trying to like get rid of too, by the way. Florida has a right with the Sunshine Law, but the Republicans are trying to get rid of that because they hate it. That's why they should have it. You should be able to see it live and then see a recording of it afterwards too. And that recording should not be edited. Should be a complete transcript of everything that happened there. No edits whatsoever.
Right. We are sitting here in sadly, a historic moment in our country where the former president of the United States is being arraigned, has been indicted for the first time. there are millions of Americans who have been waiting for there to be some accountability here for the former president. Are you one of them who's been waiting for that?
Yeah, I haven't read the indictment, so sure, I'm for accountability wherever it lay. I'm for responsibility regardless of status and title. Of course, accountability in that respect. I'm also saddened by it. I mean, I refer to it as a spectacle. It's a spectacle. Can you imagine what the rest of the world is thinking? It's just sad.
Bro, they think we're nuts.
It's sad. I mean, I'm not even making this up. Before I come here,
they think we're nuts.
The Rosa Parks Museum in Alabama. Before I come here to visit with Brian Stevenson's Legacy Museum, talking about lynching and slavery, which, by the way, occurred in my state, in the state of California.
Yep.
And the persistence and the assaults against the African American community at this moment. I was having to explain to my 11-year-old what a porn star was, okay? On TV. That's a little depressing and distressing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get him to focus on the world he's living in, which to me is so much more profound than what's being pronounced on the national news right now. Not that that's not consequential. Profoundly so in the context of our body politic in the future. But I'm just trying to find some balance between that and what's happening all across this country, the racial injustice that occurs every single day, where there's no accountability, where people are rolling back people's rights, we're demeaning poor people, demeaning people because they love differently, demeaning and bullying folks with intellectual disabilities like that guy Ron DeSantis attacking and threatening the Special Olympics, going after free speech, banning books.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a serious thing as well. And I guess I'm just trying to find a little bit of balance in the context of the current politics that are shaping at least our national debate right
and how
now.
things are impacting people's lives very much, which those issues are impacting people a lot more. Now, you mentioned Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
I do often.
I know you've. I know you've watched him a little bit over the course of the last couple of years.
Not a fan.
He has had some responses of late that have been hugely problematic, offensive, dangerous. I mean, one of them was going after the Manhattan District Attorney, echoing the language of former President Donald Trump with that threatening language, suggesting Democrats are weaponizing the judicial system. But you also are a very astute political guy. Do you think that is smart politics in the Republican primary?
No, I thought he looked weak. He just looked weak. Weakness masquerading as strength. I watched all the folks out there, there's Roger Stone types, all those MAGA guys, outraged and upset that DeSantis was a little slow being critical when the threat of indictment was first exposed by Trump himself. And
God
said,
damn.
Here's what he should have said.
He's a little
And there he
slow.
is, comes back a few days later and literally parrots it. Weakness masquerading as strength. You saw that, where the new sheriff in town is no longer Ron DeSheriff. It's Mickey Mouse, M-I-C-K-E-Y. Weakness masquerading as strength. All of Ron DeSantis' triumphs are about demeaning and bullying vulnerable communities. So one thing connects them all in common: weakness masquerading as strength.
So if you're not advising Governor DeSantis, I know that, but what is his political path here? Should he be running away from criticizing Trump? Should he be speaking up for the rule of law?
He's going to get rolled by Trump. Trump's just going to roll.
Oh, shit.
Thumped. I honestly, if I were offering him political advice, I'd tell him to pack up and wait a few years. And actually do some of the hard work, which actually includes governing, not just identity and cultural work. Actually go back and actually start to address some insurance issues, start to address
He's
some
not
of the
going to
costs,
have, he knows that,
issues
like,
and
there's too
costs
many
to
things
have.
that can happen in, like, 4 years. Because let's say Trump runs, he'll probably lose in the general against, like, Biden, right? The polling bears that out. What's going to happen then is you're going to have a crowded Republican field, because Trump, I doubt he's going to run again. If he does, that'd be fucking nuts. But then you'll have DeSantis, you have Youngkin, and then maybe Tim Scott, maybe like a dark horse, right? I would think those would be your candidates. And then in 4 years, where would the far right be? The MAGA Republicans be? They'll still be there. They'll still be in the party. But are they going to be shotted down? I don't think it's going to be that easy. You know what I mean? It's going to take like a decade, maybe 2 decades, to really quiet them down and bring them back down and be like, hey, quiet down there. We know you're there. Just, you're not going to get anything that you want, right? Protest all you want. You're not going to get anything because you guys are fucking outside your minds. But I just don't think that. Honestly, I just don't think they're going to be able to do anything. That's the only thing. And in 4 years too, you just don't know what's going to happen. Too, like he might, that's why he is going to run, not Governor Newsom, but DeSantis. He has to run. He has the backing of like the corporate interests in the Republican Party. Like the neocons back him because he'll do what they want as long as he gets to maintain power. And he'll pass a bill or two to keep the far right happy. But like that's why he has to run now and challenge Donald Trump. But he's making he's in Akron, Ohio right now. He should be in Florida right now, but like he's getting right. He's leaving Florida behind. Floridians, he doesn't give a shit about you. You know that, right? He doesn't care about you. He cares about his rich donors. He don't care about the average Dick and Jane in Florida. All right. He should be there. Is it Fort Lauderdale? I just had it up too. I think it's Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Yeah, it's flooding right now. It's a flood advisory too. I've been to Fort Lauderdale. It's fucking beautiful. But like, this is crazy, man. It's only gonna get worse in Florida. He ain't helping you guys.
Housing, these are very familiar. I'm very humbled by all of this. I understand the systemic trouble. I'm the first to acknowledge. I'm my own worst critic. I'd be working on some of those basic things. I'd expand Medicaid to the backs of folks out there that need preventative care. I'd be focusing on the acuity of the environment, Mother Nature. She bats last, bats 1,000. I know that from being in Little Rock and Wynn down in Arkansas and Rolling Rock. I mean, this is a serious moment in American history, world history. I hope he would start to focus on some of those issues. That would be my advice. Come back as a more seasoned and capable leader with a little humility, which, by the way, he can use a little of.
So you have talked a lot about your ability to work with Donald Trump. And frankly, having worked in the White House, I know when you're governor, you have to work with the president.
Yeah.
So a lot's happened, though, over the last couple of years. If he's reelected, and I know you're going to say he won't be and President Biden will beat him, but let's just say, if he's reelected, will you still be able to work with him?
If it advances the cause of helping me govern the largest and most diverse state in America, that's the size of 21 state populations combined. Look, I don't like talking past people down to people because they disagree with me. I've spent a disproportionate amount of time with the people that try to recall me. We all want to be respected, protected, connected. We all want to love. We all need to be loved. We have so many foundational values. That's why I say divorce is not an option.
Mm-hmm.
I was at the Clinton Library yesterday. I remember Clinton talking often about the fact that we should celebrate all our interesting differences. And Democrats, I think, should listen to this. Doesn't end there. Celebrate all our interesting differences, comma, and unite around the things that bind us together. There's some universal things about being human that I also think are important. And so I say this in the context of the frame around Trump or all these folks. I mean, I'm pushing back. Yeah, I'm sick of people, his rights being trampled on, and I'm going to push back. But I'm not looking to go after these guys. I'm not looking to pick up a crowbar, put in the spokes of their wheel every single day. But if they do that to folks that I care about and things I value and folks that I feel like, are being demeaned, yeah, I'm going to push back. So open hand, not a closed fist, if he's back. But he won't be, because you were right to set up the question as you set it up.
Well, I wanted to give you an out there or take away something you might say. I've been through this before. So
Biden will be reelected.
You are on his advisory committee.
Deservedly so. No, a master class. There's just simply, you cannot, in modern times, I say this with respect at peril of some previous Democrats maybe being a little insulted by this, his legislative accomplishments the last 2.5 years. There's just nothing that comes close. And you're seeing the results.
Technically, he has been one of the most progressive presidents we've had, too.
Which is just another reason that he not only deserves it, but I will be enthusiastically out there campaigning for him.
No, you pride yourself on going on the offense on a range of issues. I mean, here you are. Do you look at, Republicans have not critiqued Donald Trump, obviously because of his legal woes. Democrats have also been quiet for different reasons. Do you think Democrats should be going more on offense about some of the legal woes that Trump has?
I feel like that's a lane that's got a traffic jam worse than the 405 freeway in Los Angeles. I mean,
How do you mean?
I mean,
He's not joking about that either.
I think we are, the media is. I mean, 24/7, wall to wall. I mean, it's wall to wall, 24/7. And I think this is just an off-Broadway production in Manhattan. The main show is what's coming next. These other indictments, that seems very real.
Do you think it would be easier if it was, or more palatable from a message perspective, if it was, we're talking about an indictment on January 6th in his role?
Of course. But I mean, I always watch people when they ask that question. Well, it's just what it is. Of course, politically.
Yeah.
But that's a political statement. And you know what? I hated when the Trump administration was weaponizing the DOJ and weaponizing his prosecutions always from first political frame. So I'm cautious about saying that. I mean, the system is the system. The grand jury is the grand jury. They come up with some independent ideas. The adjudication happens after due process. The DA makes a judgment call on the basis of the facts and the rule of law. Then you have the DeSantis of the world purely play politics, no extradition. Again, weakness, flailing, masquerading as strength. But be careful in this space. Again, a little humility when it comes to the criminal justice system. Maybe it's because I'm the father of my dad was a judge, and I'm a son of someone that constantly was trying to appeal me to the notion that is due process, rule of law.
I forgot that his father was a judge.
So a week.
So, I mean, it's lived experience too.
That I think as a parent.
So you could say, you could say after that statement that he's being like being very politically correct in that statement too. But you can also say too that he's talking about his lived experience too. His father like cautioned him about saying stuff like this too, because you just don't know. That's why I told people I cautioned them about making like a lot of these statements too, just because you don't know. You just don't know what's going to happen with this too. But I'm going to be very honest with you too. I think Alvin Bragg's got an easier case than people think it is too. I think it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard for Alvin Bragg and his office to convince a jury that Donald Trump essentially committed fraud on those documents, on his business documents. I think that's with his history. I think they have that criminal intent. I think is, hey, did this guy like essentially lie on his business documents and broke like New York State law? Yeah, he did. And we have all this testimony and proof here to show it too. And I think they're going to get him on it too. The severity of the punishment though is going to be a big thing. Are they going to get him on something on a felony, possibly like put him in jail? We'll see what happens. Everything I hear about the judge is he's going to be fair and impartial, which is a good thing too. But I think he's going to find him. I think a jury's going to find him guilty.
Another one, the 130th in our country this year. There was a pretty startling split screen. You had 1,000 kids in Nashville out there protesting the lack of action on gun reform measures. Well, you had Governor DeSantis signing a bill on permitless carry behind closed doors.
Yeah,
what did you make of that?
Scared to death.
Who is he scared of?
Scared of the people. Scared of the
people
public.
in Florida?
Yeah, that overwhelmingly oppose that position. I think the majority of NRA members, probably oppose that position. No background checks. No background, none.
That's nuts to me. You have no background check.
No training. Why would we do that with weapons of war?
Which is what permitless carry means.
That's extreme in the extreme. That's what's happened. Of course, not surprising. The guy doesn't believe that a young girl should have the freedom to determine her own reproductive future. It has to bear the child of her rapist in the name of freedom, without the exception of rape and incest. I mean, that's what we're getting from these folks. So, look, it's sick and
they have probably one of the most extreme abortion bans coming up too. I think it's like 5 weeks. That's fucking nuts, dude. 5-6 weeks.
What happened in Tennessee triggered this trip. Just triggered. I called the White House. Full disclosure. I said I can't take it. I can't. I got 4 young. I can't. I was given speeches, the same speech you've seen every politician give. Monterey Park, down in Salinas. I gave it prior down in Gilroy. Gave him when I was mayor. We see the dance. Baldy. I mean, I can't. I just can't take it. Can't take it. And then to see the same governors, these talk about mental health, unique apparently in America. To talk about, our parents and our family. I mean, all the BS. And then they claim to care about life when the #1 cause of death for our children is guns. Shameful.
Now it is too, which is
Shameful.
kind of crazy to me.
And it should shock our souls, but it's becoming so normalized. It's a matter of hours now, not even days. I mean, I thought we would never move on from Parkland, or never move on from Uvalde, never move on from Buffalo. I had to read the manifesto. I read the manifesto from the shooter in Buffalo. I still have chills thinking about that manifesto. To understand this, this is serious. The manifesto allegedly for the shooter in Tennessee, all connected, this broader contagion. They don't care about our kids, because if they did, they'd ban these damn weapons of war. They would have background checks. They require some common damn sense. They don't. So you know what, those kids that were there in the Capitol, God bless every single one of them. In the spirit of Rosa Parks, in the spirit of the greats, Plato, if there's any hope for the future, those with lanterns will pass them on to others. That should give you optimism about our nation.
They are very much losing like the youth vote. I don't care what Charlie Kirk says. Like, they're losing the youth vote by a lot, because the young people today, they have to deal with like rising costs of education, lack of healthcare, disappearing healthcare, reproductive care, guns, like everywhere too, and climate change. They have to live with this stuff now too, and they have to deal with it when they become adults. So they feel like they're getting a raw deal, man. So now they're gonna get to the streets, they're gonna protest more, they're getting more progressive, and they're voting for people, and they'll vote for people like him too, as long as they give them what they want. They'll vote for AOC's, they'll vote for Ilhan Omar's, Rashida Tlaib, Bernie Sanders, etc. And a lot of them are saying, why can't we run for office? Let's find ways to get into office, and they're winning. Look at Justin Pearson and Justin Jones, two of the youngest state legislators in the state of Tennessee. So, you know, they're doing things now too. The Republicans are losing, and they're going to continue to lose too. More and more young people are becoming more and more progressive because they're sick of this too. The party of small government is enacting huge government action whenever they take power too, that affects the lives of people in the entire state, hell, in the entire country. I just like don't understand it too. And the Democrats, honestly, Democrats really need to appeal to young people, because they're coming out in droves now, slowly but surely. And in 2024, I think that there's going to be another like blue wave. The Senate map is not that great, but Republicans, they need to be careful too, because young people will stand in line for hours on end to vote. I've seen it before, and it'll happen again. But you have to give them something. You have to be like, hey, listen, we're gonna get something too. And I heard some. I don't want to say it yet, because the reporting wasn't rock solid. But there's some positive outlooks on buying student debt relief too. That it looks like it might just go through. But I don't want to like say anything like concrete until I've actually read it. I have it saved and I haven't read it yet. But I've been getting notifications of it too, so we'll see what happens with that too. But it looks actually pretty good.
Believe that and not give up.
No, you know these statistics better than anyone too. I mean, what I can never wrap my head around is the fact that policies like universal background checks are supported by the vast majority of the country. Red flag laws supported by the vast majority of the country. Even assault weapons ban by a slight majority, supported by the majority of the country. So what do you think the hold is that the NRA or the gun lobby has?
These guys are wholly owned subsidiary of special interests.
Money?
Yeah. Money,
fundraising
power,
for their campaign?
threats, the threat of money being used. It's not just always what you see, it's the things that are behind the scenes that are more impactful. The threat of going after, the example. But what was lynching about out here? It wasn't just about the direct assault on an individual and their family. It was about setting a message to the rest of the community about power and control, dominance and aggression. Boy, those are themes you're hearing from these Republican governors. Power, dominance, and aggression. Where's the empathy, care, collaboration, partnership? Doesn't exist, doesn't persist right now. And that's the core of this. And, you know, representative democracy, it's rather damn galling the way these things are redistricted. All these things are connected in that hierarchical structure. And by the way, you really start to appreciate that's not some new construct when you're here in the South. You start to understand the systemic sides of this. Sorry, Ron DeSantis. You know, AP, African American Studies, some indoctrination. Really? How about some illumination? How about the kids that are compelled in Germany to understand the Holocaust? Never again. What do we have comparable in our own country to start to understand how all of this is connected? The poll tests. How many seeds in a watermelon? Can't answer it, can't vote. I mean, how many people even know that?
Yep.
Does that make my kid feel uncomfortable learning that? Is that I mean, this is a serious moment. And I think you're right to call out the absurdity, that disconnect between what the public is and these red state politicians that continue to deny that voice and a rational approach to dealing with this only in America, pandemic or epidemic.
Now, you touched on this. There's a cultural issue, right, with guns and the fear that Democrats like you are going to take away people's guns. There's also an argument that even some Democrats make about an assault weapons ban, that the Second Amendment, the Constitution, gives you the right to have an assault weapon.
It does. It's right there. It's spelled out in the Second Amendment. A well-regulated, forget that first part. That's difficult, the well-regulated part. The right to bear an AR-15 platform. It's right there in the Constitution. I actually had the opportunity, I was reading the Constitution. Well, that was the one that was sent to me by the RNC. But there's another Constitution that talks about well-regulated militias and the right. And I get all that. And by the way, I went out, so I thought this would be interesting. Went out with our California Highway Patrol, and I decided to shoot 23 platforms of guns. But I started with an old musket. I'm still stuffing in the thing, and I missed the target by a thing. I ended with Gatling guns and ARs and just 30 rounds. And this is insanity to go from that in a Founding Fathers construct to this, to have Judge Nelson, a federal judge in the state of California, compare the AR-15 platform to a Swiss Army knife, to have to listen to forensic that can't even identify these young kids except by their sneakers and their DNA.
This is good on
because
too.
Their heads are blown off because the impact of these guns.
God
then
damn.
I listen to these Republicans up there defending that. I'm all for the right to bear arms.
And some Democrats.
Well, they're wrong. And with all due respect, I humbly submit that's my position. And I think it's the vast majority of American public's position. Weapons of war appropriately should be in the hands of those that are trained and those that are protecting our liberties and freedom more broadly. An individual, sure. I have no ideological opposition. But I have deep opposition to feeling nervous when I give my kids a kiss goodbye in the morning when they're sent off to school. What the hell will happen next? Or the fact they come back and they talk to me about their drills where they're hiding under their desks like I hid under mine during the Soviet Cold War. It's insane.
My kids are doing the same thing. Since Roe was overturned, I mean, and long before that, but you've been a very vocal advocate for abortion rights and access, and a number of states since then, this is where people may not be paying attention, have put in place additional restrictions. I mean, Idaho is in the process of trying to ban interstate travel for women seeking an abortion, and to also
That's nuts
doctors,
to me. I don't know how that's constitutional. How can you prevent someone from interstate travel to seek like a medical procedure? I can't wrap my head around that. How do you stop someone from doing that too? And then in Texas, it's essentially like the bounty system they have in Texas for abortions. You can like phone someone in, call someone in for seeking abortion, and then they get investigated. That's fucking nuts to me, dude. How do you do that?
To have doctors would also be penalized for that. In Florida,
causes a chilling effect.
They are in the process of passing a 6-week ban.
There you go.
For abortion access. So what do you say to the women in these states, in Idaho and Florida and other states where
move to California or New York?
Past Dobbs are governors are attempting to put them in place.
You can accuse me of many things, but not being inconsistent. Almost a year ago, I put up 20 billboards in 7 states, very specifically answering your question.
But now, all these women who probably are encouraged by those billboards, they may not be able to afford to travel to California.
I know.
So what can you do? What do you tell them in terms of how you can fight for their rights and against this?
We've been putting up resources. We've been fundraising in that space. We're continuing to remind people that we have your back. It's ca.abortion.gov. We put out a website with all of toolkit of what
like New York and different organizations have put out like those websites too.
Provide as much support as we possibly can. I'm just one state. And now you got the Miffy decisions likely to come out because they've been judge shopping for another. Again, it's these federal judges aren't just.
Yeah, that's the thing too. They're clearly form shopping too. It's very clear to me. The most recent decision from that federal judge in Washington, he called them out on it too. Well, you're clearly form shopping. That's not you can't form shop like that. That's inconsistent with like the law. That puts people in dangerous positions too. That means you normally would not have had a case unless you form shop those for that specific judge. And that's dangerous too, because they know that judge is going to rule that way too. That's not how it's supposed to be. And no offense, I don't understand how these like Federalist Society judges can get on the bench like that. They're wholly unqualified for the job. I just don't understand it. That's why you need strict control by Democrats of the Senate too, because they make sure like these judges, the right judges, get through too. But I'm always worried about Republicans coming in and just saying, okay, yeah, go, Federalist Society, okay, go. And it has to get stopped there too. And there needs to be like a counter to the Federalist Society.
This which would ban mifepristone, which is a key component of the abortion pill, which more than 50% of women in this country rely on to get an abortion.
The nationalization of rights, the expansion of rights that's happened over the last 50 years. This is the rights regression, and it's not just happening at red states only. And that decision will begin to nationalize what impact of these red state actions now will be felt across this country, because they're weaponizing, not just at a local jurisdictional level, they're starting to weaponize the courts. And that's exactly what we're trying to remind people of. And look, we're doing everything we can in terms of MISO.
They can't pass a national abortion ban. So great shot of the governor there. They can't pass a national abortion ban. So what are they doing? They're finding other avenues to get it done. And this time through the courts.
The alternative drug, and making sure we secure and access more. I've got some creative ideas that we will announce shortly after the decision. You think for a second we're going to act like victims?
We'll be coming back to you on that to talk more, yes.
Yeah, and again, it's not just reproductive, it's contraception. They're coming after contraception.
Well, I was going to ask you about that too. Do you feel, should women be preparing in many red states for leaders, for elected officials to go after contraception, try to make contraception illegal?
It's here. You don't even have to prepare. It's happening. I mean, it's happening. They're doing menstrual inspection bills.
Fucking nuts, dude.
Genital inspection bills have been introduced by Republicans across this country. I mean, just can someone pause and just maybe rewind and look that up? Challenge me on that. They're not passing yet, but they're being proposed. The mind is being stretched consistently. I mean, interracial marriage, they had to codify that. Thank you, Joe Biden, and thank you, Schumer and others. Interracial marriage, year of my birth. By the way, though, that wasn't that long ago. Can't take anything for granted. It was blacks couldn't marry whites until Richard Loving had the courage to say, I do, and married Mildred Jeter. Talk about moral authority and courage to meet a moment. The whole point is we're in a perilous moment, not where I'm feeling dread, but feeling optimistic, because this is not who we are. And that's, again, really the cause of of this trip, I think, this conversation, is to let people know we have their back in the spirit of the question about people that are in these red states feeling trapped. We have your back. You matter. We care. And, you know, Dr. King has said 1955, I think it was 1955, Rosa Parks had the courage of her conviction here. 55 years ago, Dr. King passed away, and he said it better than anyone. Letter from Birmingham jail, which inspired me, by the way. Letter from Birmingham jail. I'm not making this up. It inspired me to do same-sex marriage in 2004, where I married 4,036 couples from 46 states and 6 countries. Reading that letter, you talk about a master. That's next level, where he talks about it's always the right time to do the right thing, but he also talked about injustice anywhere is a threat.
This is a good interview by him.
Everywhere. It's not just what's happening in your state.
This is, I've said it before and I'll say it again, this is a smart political move on his part. He's setting himself up as like the leader of the Democratic Party after like Joe Biden. He's keeping close to Joe Biden so he can get that rub from Joe Biden when Joe Biden runs again in 2024. And he's going to set himself up as the front runner too, barring his health or some scandal or something like that too. And he's setting himself up on all these issues that he knows are still going to be issues in 2028. So a very smart political move by this guy right here.
Happen all across the United States that really needs to be called out at this moment.
So on LGBTQ plus rights, you were way ahead of the curve. I was working in Democratic politics back then.
I was rubbing along, you know, wasn't so popular.
I think it's important for
with our
people
party.
to remember that during that time there were ballot initiatives in 11 states that were trying to prevent John Kerry from being elected, who had a similar position to George Bush at the time. You were marrying thousands of couples in San Francisco. Many prominent Democrats would not be out there seen with you. Now, as you look to where we are today, where according to the ACLU, there's more than 400 anti-LGBTQ plus bills. I'm sure you're talking about this on your trip. Do you feel
that was true too? Like back then, like 2000, in the early 2004, like he was like leading the charge in like California too, and then New York finally like caught up with them there too, like marrying like same-sex couples. So that was like a big deal too. And even in the Democratic Party, it wasn't like that popular too. And it wasn't that long ago. It's 2 decades later. It's more common now. But folks, I can tell you right now, back when I was in high school, it was getting there, but it wasn't really there. It was getting there. More and more people were much more accepting of gay and lesbian individuals. Trans people weren't even in the discussion, but more people were much more accepting of gay and lesbian people, but it just wasn't there. And it seems to kind of like break some people's brains. But I'm going to tell you right now, very clearly, in high school, plenty of people I know were not okay with same-sex marriage. We're very much not okay with it.
heartened by that.
Only 2 decades ago, folks.
I mean, I'm from California. That we had something called the Briggs Initiative. It was the original anti-groomer bill. I mean, look it up, Ron DeSantis. And you had a guy by the name of Ronald Reagan, another guy that Republicans should look up, who had the courage to oppose the Briggs Initiative, which was basically saying if you're gay, you can't teach our kids. Any similarities to the Don't Say Gay bill, by the way, that passed here, that's even more extreme than the one passed in Florida, echoes similarly. And it was Reagan who had the courage saying you can't catch gay like you can measles, and had the courage to come out against that. I'm very worried. The LGBTQ community, the trans community broadly, drag as if, drag shows is somehow that's more important than expanding Medicaid?
To some.
I mean, it's insane. 3/4 of rural hospitals in this country are going out of business or in states that haven't expanded Medicaid. Your hospitals are going out of business. You have all this money coming from the federal government. You're denying going back into your diverse communities. It's a really remarkable time in attacking.
And mostly in like Republican areas too, like in Missouri. That's why Josh Hawley. It was like a year ago, or a couple of months ago. He voted to expand like Medicaid in Missouri. Wasn't gonna happen. He wants that too. People in his state want that too, but the government won't expand it. It's fucking silly, dude. People want that. They want expansions to Medicaid too, so they can get insurance, but you can't. The court left it up to the governors to decide. So there you go.
Meaning the trans community, it's almost sport for these guys. It really is, and it gives them an entree, I guess, into avoiding the tough realities. They've shown total indifference about safe drinking water in Mississippi, total indifference about what's happening in the environment, but they sell fear and anger on trans, a poor trans kid, a fear and anger about immigrants. It's a remarkable moment in our history.
So hearing you talk about all these issues, I know you said you're not running in 2024. I believe you're on the President's Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
But if people watch you and how you're talking about these issues passionately, it doesn't sound like somebody who's retiring in 2026.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I'm with Justice Brandeis. In a democracy, the most important office, he never said governor or president. He said the most important office is office of citizen.
Damn straight.
If that's the worst case, I get to retire into that. I'm all for it because I want to be in peril not to be judged of not have lived.
He says that too. He's clearly setting up to run in 2028. And if you think that he's not going to do like tours, like write a book, you're fooling yourself. He's very much setting himself up for 2028. He's getting in the front too. He's very much getting in the front of all this, which is smart on his part.
We all have agency. We can shape the future. I say this all the time. We said it in Arkansas. Someone came up to me, amazing, a young activist, and she goes, "We're not victims." And I was like, and it just resonated with me. We're not. It's decisions, not conditions, that determine our fate and future. We have agency. We are our behaviors. And we could do more and be more. In a time when we are talking about a national divorce, we can be talking about something more enlivening, about bringing this union back together. But that's not a candidate for office saying that. That's a guy with 4 kids that loves this country, that's starting to learn more about it in all of its warts, but also with deeply optimistic mindset about what we're capable of being and the resilience of the last few years and our capacity to do great things. So, no, I'm not running, and I know it's the perfunctory question we have to ask anytime someone puts out a PAC. I get it, but I'm turned out, know what else to do with the money, and this is a way of amplifying good people all across this country and supporting our president in the process.
Governor Newsom, thank you for spending some time with me today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Good interview by Newsom. All right, so we're gonna move on to this. I got a bunch of videos like set up here too, so let's go ahead and move on to the next one. This is on Matt Taibbi.
Read Twitter Files author Matt Taibbi posts on Truth Social after being censored by Twitter. An official Truth Social push notification from their app. Matt Taibbi officially on Trump's social media app. That's his new way of communicating.
This is fucking hilarious.
This is gonna be great in the documentary. This whole thing that's happening now, when they finally do like the Elon Musk docu-series or like reenactment series based on like whatever.
You know they're doing it right now. They're making it by the guy that did the documentary about the woman, the Theranos lady.
Oh, great.
Yeah, Bad Blood. No, not the book, but the filmmaker who did the documentary based on the book.
Okay.
And then he also did Going Clear, which was the Scientology one, which was better than the Theranos one. That documentary filmmaker is doing Elon, which is gonna be great.
Yeah, no, I can't wait for that, and then also like the dramatized series based on that, and also whatever documents come out in bankruptcy after he like drives Twitter into the ground, and we get to see like the behind the scenes stuff when I guess I'm going to assume John J. Ray III is supposed to go in there and break it down.
Emma is gonna star in American Crime Story. The Twitter Files is both Elon and Matt Taibbi.
I can do it. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys. This is a big seminal moment for me. My impressions that actually are going over well with the audience, which includes.
Wait, I don't think I've heard either your Elon or Matt Taibbi. Can you give me both?
You haven't heard my impression of the Twitter files that I worked.
It's pretty decent, to be honest with you.
I don't reveal my sources. I am your source. I am your source.
Yeah, that's the best description.
It's me, Matt.
The best description of how Elon Musk talks, I think I've heard, is from Ed Zitron when he was on your podcast, Matt, where he said like business Dracula. That's the like kind of like Tommy Wiseau-y kind, but like also like leaning into the business element, very like plain. Welcome to Twitter. That was a little too like Austrian, but
All right, then. Sorry, I'm like checking out this team on the side. Yeah, that's actually kind of like fucking hilarious. Matt Taibbi joins like fucking Trump, Truth Social. Sorry, Truth Social. Hey man, good for him, I guess.
Let's go!
He's fighting against the man. That's the Final Fantasy state of play.
Final Fantasy 16, as well as reveal all new information.
This is a video game channel, guys. Remember, so we gotta do some video game content.
And support systems. We'll be talking you through
specifically talking about the RPG stuff.
Seen gameplay footage running on the PlayStation 5.
Okay.
I hope you'll stay with us until the end of the show and enjoy everything we have in store for you.
Believe it or not, the RPG stuff is what I was bitching about, where it's like, it seems extremely actiony and really light on the RPG stuff. For me, it would be a weird complaint.
Shiva's dominant. And only the dominant. Focus, Wyvern. You are key to this mission's success.
Yes, Sergeant.
I said focus, Wyvern.
Music. Home sweet home.
allow me to welcome you to the world of Final Fantasy XVI. Final Fantasy XVI is the latest installment in the Final Fantasy series.
Jesus, dude.
Years
Sorry.
of history. Yet while this is the 16th mainline title in the series, there's absolutely no need to have played any of the previous
Yeah, you have to remind people there's no connection to the other games. They're all separate.
Of real-time action and RPG features, Final Fantasy XVI has been developed as the first true action RPG in the series.
Right.
Using the power of the PlayStation 5 to its fullest, the game delivers an expansive, thrilling gameplay.
Look at this Panzer Dragoon Phoenix shit.
To a high-speed roller coaster ride.
Ooh.
Graphics. Hell is this thing?
I think it's probably like a mega form of like Titan, isn't it? Great music though. Okay, that's the map. That's the world.
The protagonist of our story is Clive Rosfield, and his journey takes place in the realm of Valisthea. We follow the epic tale of Clive, Shield of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, as it unfolds across 3 distinct periods in our hero's life:
Politics,
20s, and 30s.
Did we just kill Sauron or some shit?
While the story begins with Clive in his 20s, a fully playable flashback will allow you to experience the pivotal events that shaped his past and present. And thus does the curtain open on this newest Final Fantasy adventure.
Very interesting.
Poor goblins.
Fucking wrecking these guys. Oh!
Ow. We'll cut that.
And then he summons Ifrit. Oh, wow, okay.
Navigation in Final Fantasy XVI.
We did see a lot of this.
Via a world map, with locations being added and updated as players progress through the main narrative. The world map can be opened at any time, allowing players access to all manner of locations across Valisthea. Here, players will meet new friends, encounter formidable foes, and uncover great and wondrous mysteries.
You know what this really gives me the vibes of? Square Enix is like, we want to make a Witcher game. You know? We want our Witcher, quote-unquote, style game. Like the Japanese Witcher, you know? We want to, like, use that premise, not exactly the same, but, like, in a similar fashion. Try to hit that level.
Chocobos!
But obviously make combat one of the most important things, which is very un-Witcher-like.
Combat in The Witcher 3 was probably peak Witcher, but it was still like fairly janky too, because there was always like one type of build that beat everything else. You know what I mean? Like you can experiment to a certain extent, but generally speaking, everyone used like one type of build.
Is Dragon's Dogma? Yeah, I mean, but Dragon's Dogma's story elements were pretty barren.
Next, I'd like to talk about the combat of Final Fantasy XVI.
Okay.
All the battles in the game take place in real time and are not turn-based. As Clive progresses through the story, he will learn a wide array
Well, this
of
cool-ass
exciting
lock-on
abilities,
shit.
icons,
You have like a Panzer Dragoon lock-on.
Now, let's take a moment to admire Clive in action.
They're super proud of their combat. That's what I'm getting out of all the presentation of this game. They're
What
incredibly
the
proud of
fuck is this? Obviously, look at this.
And yeah, it looks insanely fucking cool. A lot of wild and stance shit going on here.
Yeah, you're switching stances between the different icons too.
It's cool, the wind elemental looks like Garuda. That's a cool ass mechanic, dude. Jesus. Damn, he has his own personal Zantetsuken?
My God, man, what is this? The screen effects are insane.
Cool. Very cool.
The abilities that Clive wields have unique characteristics depending on the icon they are derived from. Players can use ability points.
Is there 5
collected
levels
by
per ability?
enemies to unlock more abilities or upgrade existing ones.
5 levels per ability? Holy shit.
Oh my God.
Can't decide which iconic ability to unlock or upgrade? No problem. You can let the game choose for you.
They're making this game highly accessible for like lazy players.
Damage levels of them. Okay,
Includes
okay,
a
okay.
range of timely accessories to provide
Yeah.
support to those players who may not be so skilled at action games, bringing them a truly enjoyable experience. Players are encouraged to equip
Fuck
Clive
that,
with
folks. We
different
don't do that shit over
combinations of
here.
these accessories until they find the one that perfectly matches their own playstyle. A combination I can particularly recommend to those who may struggle with action gameplay is the Ring of Timely Focus and the Ring of Timely Strikes. This combination allows players to unleash a wide array of different techniques just by pressing a single attack button, as well as shifting into a window of slow motion whenever Clive is about to be hit by an attack, giving them a little extra time to hit R1 and evade. Alternatively, players could equip an accessory that fully automates evasion. As I said before, I really encourage everyone to discover the combination that works best for them.
This is a bit of a retread of what happened at the PAX event.
Just so you know too, they in one of the other events that they had earlier last month or the month before that, you can't hide the fact that you're using these items too, because it displays it. Max is covering it up here, but above your health bar and your magic bar, there's these icons here, and if you see those icons, that means they're using one of those timely items. So you cannot hide the fact too, and it's specifically for streamers. He joked about it. The producer joked about it, but he was being very, very serious about it at the same time. He's like, I don't want you hiding that fact. You can't hide. Yeah, it's like right above. It's like right here where Max's camera's like covering it up.
Shit, that looked like a satisfying move. Literal Marvel
And for
Infinite,
those who want to
Marvel 3
concentrate on the
Virgil
story,
stuff.
don't forget to choose Story Focus Mode before starting a new game. In this mode, timely accessories are automatically equipped from the start, allowing players to immerse themselves in the narrative experience without having to worry too much with the action.
Great. Absolutely great.
Yeah, I actually got no problem with that too. If you just want to enjoy the story, and make it accessible for people too. I'm not that. I like to be as involved as possible in the story. I like Telltale games because Telltale games like tell a good story. But generally speaking, if I'm playing a Final Fantasy game, I want to be involved in the gameplay too with the story, and I don't mind that like it's a long game too. But you know, there's times and places for stuff like that too, and it's good that they have given players like more choice. More choice to you, the player, is a good thing. So they're showing the menus now. Okay.
Oh, and it defaults the game performance to like 30 FPS mode. Oh, funny.
Clive
Hopefully
will
this
meet
game
many
comes out on
characters
PC.
along his journey who will join him as friends and allies.
This place. These are fallen ruins.
Well, we didn't think they'd mind. And it keeps the black from our lungs.
But how do you survive without magic?
Sidolphus, who becomes a mentor to Clive. Jill, a friend from Clive's youth.
It really is.
Such encounters and reunions will set Clive on a path of great personal growth.
It is.
Clive!
Some of these companions will even accompany Clive on his adventures, fighting alongside him and finding lots to talk about along the way.
The Midnight Raven.
That said, players will only need to focus on controlling Clive. Party members are fully AI-driven, providing support for the hero and constantly adapting and responding to his actions.
Damn. Drip Santa.
Oh, and we cannot forget Torgal.
Hey, Gabi, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. The alert that I don't know what to tell you. Sorry about the alert not going off. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it is what it is. But I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Can I actually do anything here? I'll give you a heart. There you go. With that being said, it should have gone off. I'll take a look at it after this vid. But thank you again for the follow.
Torgal is always by Clive's side and willing to stand by him in the face of whatever cruel fate may
Take a look at it now, actually.
Torgal will act of his own accord, but players can also give him direct commands.
I'm actually incredibly intrigued by like what's gonna happen here with this game. That everything I've seen from this game is great.
Don't forget to give this good boy some treats every now and then.
Goots, get her upstairs.
But none will...
Don't fret about Karen. I've taken care of her fee.
All of it?
She's the best healer this side of the belt. You've nothing to worry about.
I recognize that name too.
This dude's been smoking for 90 years.
After progressing somewhat through the game,
He has
Clive
been.
will gain access to Sid's hideaway.
Damn. Come on, man. Thought I heard FF11 music in there for a second and almost like
where he can purchase new
flashed me back 20 years.
and consumables such as potions.
Yeah, something like that should have gone off, but
Bonfire theme for a second, and I was like,
Blackthorn, a highly skilled blacksmith, works the hideaway's
maybe I gotta.
forge, bringing materials to craft new gear or upgrade existing items. After upgrading your equipment or unlocking new abilities, try accessing the Arete Stone.
combat mode. Activate activating
Here,
combat mode.
Players can enter a virtual
That's what the
training
game's
area
missing.
outside the bounds of time and space, where they are free to refine and practice combos of their very
Wow.
Ooh,
this
okay.
is cool.
Once you're confident in your skills,
Look how easy
try
to
your
use
hand
it
at arcade
is.
mode and see how your scores
Menu
stack
isn't
up against
overcomplicated.
players from around the world.
No, it's not, which is a good thing.
Man, just stabbed us in the dick.
The Hideaway is home to a lot of other features as well. Not only will players discover a variety of side quests here, but they can also view information on quests offered all around Valisthea.
This is so like modern day FF12, dude. It really is. Like in the same way FF12 was an offline FF11, and I said this before, this feels like an offline FF14.
All right, Clive. Still busy.
If somehow, some way, somebody over at Kick does it, you have to integrate like stream elements into Kick. I don't know the mechanics behind it. If you can do that, that all my alerts are set up like through stream elements. It's like real easy on like YouTube or like or on Twitch too. If you can do that, I saw that you connected with Restream. That's how I'm able to restream this on Kick and YouTube. But if you can do that, it makes like everything so much easier on like a lot of people's part too. Stream elements makes it very easy. I understand that you want your own bot and everything too, but you know, just for the sake of like, just for like alerts and everything like that too, I am using bot tricks. But like you saw here, I just got a follower and it didn't go off. So, and it's not like a crazy follow animation either.
Busy saving the world.
Mid. When did you get back?
Yes, that's Ashley from Resident Evil 4. What of it?
Oh, I wasn't expecting
That
you
kind.
back so soon.
What's up with the tattoos? Does that mean something on the face? I thought it was like some sort of like slave mark or something like that, but maybe not.
Visit the hunt board to gain information on elite marks, fearsome foes lurking
That's
about
pretty
the
common
realm
in like
desperate
Final
need of
Fantasy.
slaying. The Moogle will be your guide.
Nate. Hunts. Hunt shit.
I think in almost all Final
Some of the most
Fantasies.
fun in Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cool. Wow! Just unapologetically Devil May Cry.
There's also
What?
Oarsman Harpocrates.
What?
Who will unlock Valisthea's secrets
What?
as Clive recounts tales of his adventures.
That is so cool.
Too much light!
I have quite the find for you today. You wish to study the tomes?
Here for another of my lectures.
And Vivian Ninetails,
What is it
a
that you wish to
scholar and
learn?
strategist who will be
Here's the
more
latest
than happy to
information I have.
explain to Clive the current state of the realm and provide information on key players. There are
Oh, this
all
is
kinds
very
of
cool.
interactions and features in the
Oh,
Hideaway to help
wow.
players get even more enjoyment out of their time with Final Fantasy XVI.
Ever changing, Clive.
Damn, proper lore keepers, you know?
Oh, that's very cool. Oh, the lore heads that are gonna be doing stuff for this game is gonna be, it's gonna make their jobs like a whole lot easier. Good on you, Final Fantasy. This is probably gonna be one of the best games coming out, whenever it comes out.
On his travels, Clive will encounter a wide array of fearsome foes.
Cool.
More
Like the
ball.
first fight we ever saw in this game, like years ago.
Ooh. So that's a stagger gauge.
Whoa, what the hell? Omega Porcupine. That's the biggest horny toad I've ever seen. Badass, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, hit that button.
Yo. Yes.
Screen. Fuck, 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 fuck. Casually ran into a Nazgul on a Sunday walk.
He will, of course, clash with the dominants who wield the power of the icons.
So cool. Hugo, he holds the Titan. Okay.
Colossal beasts who hold the surrounding lands under their sway.
Dark Souls.
Mysterious constructs of the fallen, a civilization shrouded in mystery.
Very cool.
Iron Giants look cool. Oh, this is some FF14 shit here, dude. Like, it's like raid arena. Oh shit.
It is FF14. Wow, they're taking what they know, putting it in a single player game.
And we cannot forget the icons themselves. Experience unparalleled real-time action combat as Clive takes command of the iconic might coursing through his veins and shatters his very limits. The shining point of Final Fantasy XVI, however, has to be the breathtaking icon versus icon battles.
Getting goosebumps. Currently getting goosebumps, currently engaged. Frame rates being tested. Bandwidth.
These epic confrontations all play out in real time,
Bitrate,
allowing
everything
players to control
under turmoil.
their very own icon with their own hands.
The music is so good, dude.
These battles differ depending on the icon encountered, and every showdown is unique, right down to gameplay. Players will experience everything from a 3D scrolling shooter to a heavyweight wrestling match with devastating attacks that encompass the entire battlefield.
Whoa, getting spoiled here, boys. Oh shit. The Bahamut fight. Oh shit.
These massive scale boss battles are
We'll just forget all of this, don't worry. This will not retain this in local memory. This will be directed to RAM.
Wait for you to get your hands on the game for yourself.
So we will forget it by the time the game comes out. Oh my god damn, dude.
Dude, even Titan is huge. Look at that.
Nice trick. But if you can do it, then so could I!
He's a blue mage as well? Oh shit! So cool that there's just a Panzer Dragoon sequence in the game. Oh my god, it's just a straight up, dude! This is so sick.
Oh my god, they're spoiling so much, but I love it.
Dude. They're just like recreating it here. Maybe it'll make Sega go, wake the fuck up! Wake the fuck up! Sorry. This guy's creepy.
Typhon. Not familiar with that.
Almost nothing that they've shown today is like cinematics. Until the cinematic right here. Like 90% of the stuff they've shown is actual gameplay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is cinematic and
Christ, this is so fucking cool, dude. This is some God of War 3 shit.
let's go. The Titan lost. Is he falling down? Yeah.
No, it's funny I say God of War 3 stuff and we're fighting a Titan.
Let's go. Let's go.
What was that? 27 million damage?
So everyone, what did you think? Thank you for taking
Hype
the
as
time
shit,
to
dude.
join us today. Final Fantasy XVI will be available worldwide June 22nd. And there's still plenty that we've left to reveal. Battle content, side content, endgame content, and more. We hope to bring you more on these aspects of the game in the
That
near
means
future.
DLC. There's gonna be
Also,
DLC definitely
I'm
for this
truly
game.
Excited to finally be able to reveal that Final Fantasy XVI's main theme was written and performed by one of Japan's greatest recording artists, Kenshi Yonezu. We've still got a lot more in store for you in the coming weeks, and I hope you'll all pre-order the game and join us in Valisthea on release day. This has been Naoki Yoshida, producer of Final Fantasy XVI. See you again soon.
16プロデューサーの吉田でした。
Oh man.
Good shit, man.
No. I was anticipating a demo reveal, right? But that actually
I
might
do
be
not think they're
about
gonna
a
have
month
that.
away. That might be about a month or so away, you know? Damn, man. Why is it near Street Fighter 6? Don't worry, it'll be we'll have a few weeks before, you know, Street Fighter 6. After Street Fighter 6 before this comes out. Don't worry. I found it. It's unfortunate that you were so drunk and high.
I said focus, Wyvern.
From Japan.
Yeah, again, the video afterwards. They never get the streams right though, which I mean, it is what it is. What can I tell you? Dan triggered by Streamlabs. Why is that? Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go. I got a couple of clips of this, so we'll go over this too. I went with bated breath, like what's going on with Pantheon. I don't think that game's ever gonna come out, to be honest with you. Let's see. They're actually gonna rework Lifeweaver. They should. I haven't played the character yet, but for everything I've seen so far, it's kind of ridiculous. All right, let's go here. See what Dan says.
You know something that for sure should happen is the Streamlabs donation thing. That should be like an open source thing you can spin up pretty quickly, I think. I don't like that everyone uses that. I feel like that gives them a lot of power they haven't really earned, and you can smell that they're getting ready to try and take a cut of donations coming in, would be my guess.
You think Streamlabs is going to?
Yeah, I mean, that or...
I think
use
Stream
it as some
Elements
sort
takes
of-
a cut
okay,
too,
so
but the
maybe
cut's
even
tiny.
If they don't take a cut...
By the way, if you like the content, feel free to donate too. And here is the donut link. Hopefully, like, it shows up. Oh, look at that! Botrix is working today. I gotta type it into the
donations in
to
the
my
future.
YouTube chat.
I bet what they're gonna do is they're gonna start like spamming people when they go to streamlabs.com/destiny to donate. I bet they're gonna be looking at some bullshit there, harassing the viewers to do something like, do you want to send a super donation? And then like they're gonna get a cut of that. That's the type of shit that I think is gonna probably.
Wait, I think they
happen.
already do that.
Oh, well then I'm a fucking genius.
Because
I think
they
that's,
have like,
I think
can't
that's
you get
fucked.
like, can't you get like Streamlabs like extra, and you can like.
And within the last few hours, the FBI.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that shit's scummy. I'm surprised about this, and this is maybe something I'm not getting, but like when Train, okay, here was my thought. When Train initially was like, hey, are you still there?
Yeah, when Train initially was like, hey, I was.
Oh,
surprised
sorry, you left for a second.
Yeah, I just.
Oh, okay, I saw you go away for a second. When Train was initially like, hey, you get 100% of subs on Kick, I was like, well, who gives a shit? There's no Twitch Prime. I'm like, yeah, 100% of the 14 people who are going to donate on this weird platform. But it actually seems like people, for some reason, are still willing to subscribe and pay money on a pretty aggressive manner on Kick.
Yes.
At least from what I've seen so far, is like people.
I've seen that
like,
too.
The
And
donation slowdown isn't really there. Like I assumed, like you would just lose so many subs going from Twitch because you know you don't have to enter your payment details. It's already there from Amazon and all this other shit. But now it seems like people just don't give a shit, and they're doing it actually.
Wait,
But,
I don't understand what you mean by don't give a shit. Why would you assume they wouldn't sub on?
There's a lot of payment friction. Sorry, there's a lot of friction going to enter your payment details to.
Oh, like another website.
Yeah, and then
Oh, yeah.
especially, I don't know. What's your trust level with Kick? Do you feel like, oh, these are good guys, I have no issue giving them my credit card details? Are you at that point? I mean,
My assumption is going to be, I don't know this, but my assumption would be is that it's all offloaded onto like some other service like Stripe or something. No, are you actually giving your details to Kick, or are you using?
Yes. So here's the deal, and I think this is actually important. Let me relay some information to all the people out in chat. Public service announcement. Stripe and any other company that you use, when you go and give a credit card number to that person, that retailer has the right to say, please process the export of all of my customers to me, and I'm going to take that to another payment provider, or I'm going to do my own payment provider. Meaning that all of your credit card numbers can be Stripe, I think they have to give you access. You as the Kick in this instance will give you access to take all of that charge information to another provider, or if you set up your own compliant provider, they'll give it to you as well.
Wait, so I can request from Stripe, assuming I run a service that takes payments from Stripe, I can request the actual credit card numbers and stuff from.
Correct. Yes.
Why isn't that
Now,
Dono
Stripe
like
might
not
limit
playing?
that specifically to recurring payments or people that have opted into that? I'm not sure. But like you have to imagine, otherwise it would be kind of crazy if I built like my recurring credit card business on Stripe, and I was like, okay, this sucks. I don't like these guys. I want to move it here. There needs to be a way for me to move all of my recurring customers to a new platform, and you can do that. So back in the day, you could run your own, like you could. How do I put this? You wouldn't have to use like a middleman, like a Stripe, so to speak. Like you could do your own billing, you could process your own billing directly. You could kind of have, I don't want to say uplinks, but you can talk
I would be
with.
super curious. That sounds impossible to me.
You're wrong. I'll bet you money.
Yeah, I might be wrong. But that just seems insane to me.
Yeah, it's because it's one of these things that people just don't talk about because they want customers to feel safe.
So people in chat are saying Stripe will not display full card information even for the vendor. My business uses it.
I'll pick some bets right now.
Well,
I'd
just
be
show
willing to
me. Is
make
there a
some
way
money.
that I can see it? I don't know. Damn. Cake, do we use Stripe for anything? I don't think we do. We just use PayPal for everything. Support.stripe.com. Export customer card data from Stripe. If you want to migrate your card data from Stripe to others, we can help ensure the migration is securely and in compliance with PCI regulations.
That'd be
So really
crazy if they reveal
the
like that
also
data.
The process you transfer your data to, and we're going to secure on that for payment history.
Well, there you go.
Well, hold on. No, not there you go.
There is no hold. Yes, there you go. We will send all of your payment details to anyone else that's PCI regulated. Do you think it's impossible for you to get PCI regulated? Or
I don't
anyone
know.
else?
How
It's
difficult
not.
is that? Is that a
not
trivially
hard.
easy thing to do?
I don't know how trivial it is. It's not impossible. People can do it.
I didn't
and
say it
can
was
be transferred.
impossible. But okay, this sounds like a possibility, sure. But like this is a different thing than like I can just pull
the
credit
12
cards.
PCI okay, sure. The 12 PCI requirements that we have here. Let's see. Number 1, install and maintain a firewall. Change vendor-supplied default passwords. Protect stored cardholder data. Encrypt the data when transmitting across. Like, are you kidding me? This is like nothing. You can 100% do it. Anyone saying that isn't what I said, it is what I said. I said you can absolutely be your own PCI compliant payment processor. I like everyone in chat who's saying all this shit, like, oh yeah, Destiny, Stripe uses tokens to exchange card info. Suck a dick, you're fucking wrong, bro. I don't know how to put it any other way. Oh my
Okay,
God,
Dan.
dude.
All right, Dan, take it
triggered
easy.
by, like 14-year-olds that think they know everything about card processing because they know how to purchase fucking V-Bucks on Fortnite. Eat shit.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. That guy said, Dan, I'm defending you, you fucking retard. No, take back what I just said. That guy, I just need to go read what he said. He's completely right.
I don't know why. Well, that's a dono link. Yeah, I have to like. This is like so silly.
Teixeira is an employee of the United
Jesus.
States Air Force National Guard. FBI agents took Teixeira into custody earlier this afternoon without incident.
That was Attorney General Merrick Garland on the arrest of 21-year-old National Guard member Jack Teixeira Thursday. The DOJ says he is the man responsible for leaking dozens of classified documents in an online chat group. National Security Correspondent David Martin has more from the Pentagon.
The FBI put on a show of force to arrest a 21-year-old airman in the Massachusetts National Guard. He came out with his hands up in front of his childhood home south of Boston.
It's fucking nuts that he did this. What an idiot, dude. Fucking ruined his
Today,
life.
The Justice Department arrested Jack Douglas Teixeira in connection with an investigation into alleged unauthorized removal, retention, and transmission of classified national defense information.
It came 1 week after the Pentagon first discovered some of its most highly classified documents posted on social media. Although the leak started last fall, when secrets first started showing up on a gaming platform called Discord.
It slowly spiraled into just intelligence about everything.
The Washington Post interviewed a teenage member of a small chat group on Discord who said the leaks began with text messages quoting from classified documents. And then, when no one seemed impressed, photographs of the actual documents.
It would appear as if he sort of grew angry with the fact that only 1 or 2 people were paying attention to these documents that he was pouring his heart out into. And as a sign of just anger, he just decided to post the full documents.
Glimpses of what lay beneath the documents, a countertop and a kitchen floor, matched photos of the inside of Teixeira's home. A digital trail which led the New York Times there ahead of the FBI. Teixeira was stationed at a base in Massachusetts, where live feeds from Air Force surveillance aircraft around the world are downloaded and analyzed. He worked with fiber optic cable and may have been able to monitor the network over which the classified documents flowed.
David Martin joins me now
The
from the
dude,
Pentagon.
they're gonna have to like explain like what was his thinking. Like he ruined his life for like no fucking reason.
David, thanks for chatting with us. What have you learned about a possible motive?
Well, what we know about a motive comes primarily from an interview the Washington Post did with one of the video gamers who was in this chat group where these documents were circulating. And he said the person who posted these documents, he did not identify him by name, but now we have this arrest of Jack Teixeira as being the suspect of as the person who provided these documents online. But the way this video gamer, who was a teenager, described it to the Washington Post, the person who posted this was not a whistleblower trying to expose government wrongdoing. He said this person was thought that government overreached at times, and he cited Waco and Ruby Ridge. But he didn't think there was a vast conspiracy to deprive Americans of their civil liberties. And he seemed to just start putting this information up there just to
fucking
show off,
nutbag, dude,
hey,
for
look
doing
what
this.
I've got access to. And he started by doing it not with the documents, but just by long quotations from the documents, which
What, do you think this was like
copied
funny?
out and then sent out by text message. And then when that didn't seem to impress the other members of this chat group, which was a very small group, maybe 20 people, when nobody seemed impressed by that, that's when he started posting the documents. And that may have been his undoing, because in photographing the documents, he left a digital trail.
All right, David Martin, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure.
Jesus, dude. I wonder how much time he's gonna see. See my disk. See, all these commands aren't working now, and I don't know why.
Well, we've got another eyebrow-raising revelation tonight about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and his financial dealings with a billionaire buddy. Last week, ProPublica revealed that virtually every year for decades, Thomas has been treated to luxury vacations by billionaire conservative donor Harlan Crow, including trips on his private jet and super yacht worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, which, crucially, Thomas never disclosed in his financial disclosures.
I wonder
Now
why.
we've learned there are other financial dealings between the two men that Thomas also didn't disclose. In 2014, Crow bought several properties in this quiet residential neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia, that had belonged to Clarence Thomas and his relatives, including a house where Thomas's mother was still living and 2 vacant house lots. The purchase marks the first known instance of money flowing from Crow to Thomas. And although a Watergate-era law requires justices and other officials to disclose details of most real estate sales over $1,000, and this was $133,000, Thomas never disclosed his sale of the properties. In fact, Thomas has gone silent. He has not responded to the report today. Crow has issued a statement. He says he purchased Thomas's mother's house to preserve it for posterity. But as Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat of Connecticut, tweeted last week, it's not like Harlan Crow is some apolitical pal of Thomas. He constantly has cases before the Supreme Court. He funds groups that argue for outcomes that benefit him. One group filed 8 briefs before the court. Thomas sided with Crow in all 8 cases. And Senator Chris Murphy joins me now. What's your reaction to this latest report on this house sale?
I just think we are coming to understand that there is an incredibly intimate financial relationship between Harlan Crow and Clarence Thomas and his wife.
Let's be clear too. If there was like some sort of disclosure between like George Soros and fucking not Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but Ketanji Brown Jackson, the newest justice, then Republicans would be calling for her to get expelled from the court too. So let's not pretend like the right wouldn't do this if information involving one of the liberal justices didn't come out as well.
They have been financing a certain lifestyle for the Thomases, and this has been true in secret for the better part of the last 20 years. Now, Thomas says, well, I sought guidance on this, and I was told that I didn't have to report anything from a personal friend who doesn't have cases before the court. Well, that's just not true. I mean, there may not be cases before the court in which Harlan Crow's name is in the title, but he funds a massive infrastructure that files briefs before the court. So there are constantly cases before the court in which Harlan Crow registers a public opinion through the groups that he funds. And as I mentioned in that tweet, it just doesn't seem coincidental that every time Harlan Crow declares an opinion on a case before Clarence Thomas sides with the guy who seems to be funding a lot of his lifestyle, his vacations, and the purchase of his properties. That's a huge problem. It is not something that we allow in American democracy.
Well, we do kind of allow it, is the thing. Like, I mean, like, here's the question is, and so then what? I mean, it does seem
we do
like
kind of allow it. He's right about that.
The Article III judiciary kind of makes its own rules. There's no ethical guidelines for the Supreme Court justices. They can kind of do whatever they want. And it's sort of
last time we were on screen, we read that opinion, right? That brief excerpt from like the current Chief Justice John Roberts, and what did he say? That judicial canons that other federal judges, all the federal judges that are below the Supreme Court, they're required to follow. Technically, the Supreme Court should be following as well. Like, they're not above those canons too. So why not apply those judicial canons to the Supreme Court? Effective immediately, of course.
What are you gonna make me do?
Yeah, no, so you are right that there are 9 individuals at the highest levels of the federal government who are effectively exempt from any ethical rules, and those are those Supreme Court justices. The rest of the federal judiciary actually has a binding code of conduct, and there are consequences for those judges if they violate the code of conduct. We have a code of conduct. Members of Congress have an ethical code, and there are consequences from the body in which we sit if we violate that code. The Supreme Court basically has told us for decades, don't worry about it. We don't need a binding code. We don't need to adopt one. Congress, you don't need to apply one to us because we can just handle it ourselves. There's no problems. Well, now
let me just show this on stream real quick.
I told you. And so we need to pass legislation that creates a code of conduct, disclosure rules.
If you guys can see that,
other federal judges are subject to.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a real estate sale is like a black and white issue that you put in a financial disclosure. But I also wanted to ask you, I've been watching, and I think you have been watching what's...
Hey, Jumna, I appreciate you giving me the follow. I'm sorry that the alerts aren't going off. I have bot tricks up. Like, literally, it's showing it in chat, too. And the commands are working, too. I just don't know why the alerts aren't working, too. Like, literally, this is working. Like, it's going to show, too. My socials are working, too. I'm also on YouTube as well. And I'm assuming the alerts are working on, like, YouTube. But most of my commands on YouTube aren't working. But I appreciate the follow, man. Thank you. Just trying to grow here on stream. And just do some stuff too. I'm primarily a video game channel. I promise you, I was literally playing video games early on too. But I like watching videos and reacting to stuff too, whether it's like Twitch drama, which is like fucking insane. Motherfuckers. Bruh. Like, no offense, I like Destiny 2. On a side note too, he makes a very compelling case for you to be monogamous your entire time as a young man. But you know, you do you. But I like watching the news too and talking politics like here and there too. But primarily a video game. But I appreciate the follow, Jubnod. Thank you very much for that too. And again, I apologize for not the alert going off too. Listen, Jubnar, and I think who else? Gabi too. If you got a direct line to the people who work over at Kick, and especially Trainwrecks too, tell them they have to implement some sort of integration with Stream Elements and Kick. It would make, I think, a lot of people's lives better. I don't know. I know Stream Elements has got to deal with, like, I don't know the deal, but I know they got to deal with like YouTube and Twitch, but all my alerts and everything are implemented like through I got all my alerts when I was streaming on Twitch and on YouTube as well. If you can like get those like working like together, it would be so much easier for a lot of people too, because Stream Elements has all the infrastructure built in too, and I have really nice alerts and whatnot like built in already into like my YouTube streaming as well, and my Twitch streaming as well. But I've kind of like given up on streaming on Twitch. I'm going to stream on Kick and YouTube exclusively now. I like the dual streaming feature. I don't like being told that on Twitch the exclusivity deals there, they suck. The fucking sub split sucks. I don't like the recent sponsorship thing, which I think is good for small to medium sized streamers early on too, but as you continue to grow, that seems crazy, and I'm afraid it's going to normalize sponsors on Twitch to want to go through this gift route instead of sponsoring you directly, unless you're one of the bigger streamers. So I'd rather get the full payout from at least 95% from the sub split on Kick and deal with like YouTube AdSense as well. That's my opinion too, and I get the dual stream on YouTube and Kick like I'm doing right now. So that's why I'm streaming on Kick. I think the website's gonna grow. I think the platform is gonna grow because there's money behind it too. But they got to integrate like Stream Elements into it. That's like my big thing. If you can integrate Stream Elements into it, I'm not saying I do it tomorrow, but if you're working on it, I would appreciate it too. I like how you integrated finally into Restream, which makes it easier too. If you integrate it a little bit more, so like I don't have to just independently from YouTube and Kick. That would make my life easier too. Anything to make the streamer's life easier and much simpler, where I can just change the title all in OBS here and then just do everything in OBS would make everything so much simpler. All right.
It's been unfolding in
back to the corruption of our Supreme Court.
The shooting there, the brutal shooting in the school, the aftermath of the gun protest there, the kicking out of the legislators, then just a week later, another mass shooting, this one in Louisville.
See, it's not working on...
It's really been striking to me, and you and I have been talking about this issue for more than a decade, unfortunately, is the reach of this. It is so striking to hear...
And I don't know why that is.
His wife had a friend who was killed in Nashville. Rick Scott, your colleague in Florida, said my banker was killed in Louisville. The governor of Kentucky saying a friend was killed. Like, do you think this shocking proximity of this violence, uniquely American, as you've documented in your book, is going to have an impact on lawmaking?
Well, unmistakably, it is.
On some lawmakers, sure. Not on all lawmakers. That NRA money's like too sweet.
120 people die every day of gun deaths, many of them suicides. It does increasingly personally affect.
And those are with handguns too, by the way.
You are seeing that more and more Republicans are deciding that they just don't want to have to face the wrath of all of these young people, all of these parents that are demanding action. That's why, for the first time in 30 years, years. We passed federal gun safety legislation last year, and that's why you see somebody like Bill Lee, who had been pretty unsympathetic to this movement in the past, finally saying, hey, Tennessee needs a red flag law, something that the NRA opposes. So I think increasingly
I wonder
it's going
why.
to be impossible for Republicans to stand up against an anti-gun violence movement that is now pretty mainstreamed in America. I think that's what the sort of next 10-year holds, is just a question of when Republicans start to advocate and vote for some of this stuff, not if they're going to do it.
It strikes me when we started the show talking about abortion that in both issues there's a kind of paradox at the heart of it, which is that the worst things get substantively, and I think things are really bad right now with gun violence. I mean, just as an empirical matter, it's shot up, right? Things are really bad in reproductive rights. We saw a right overturned after 60 years. The only silver lining is that the politics get better because the problem and the results of the policies that are being advocated for become so crystal clear. That's the only way out at a certain level.
Well, and listen, that's the essence of democracy, right? Is that, eventually you get to have a say on all these things at the polls. And, for decades, the most vocal voices on the issue of guns were on the side of the gun lobby. I mean, if you held a town hall and somebody stood up and said, I want to talk to you about guns, you knew that they were going to be advocates for the Second Amendment. That's totally flipped. Today, in red and blue states, if somebody says, I want to talk to you about guns, they want you to pass the assault weapons ban or universal background checks. That's pretty exceptional that in only 15 years, the sort of the activation, the urgency, the power
Very much so.
on this issue is flipped from one side to the other.
Senator Chris Murphy, thank you very much.
Should follow Chris Murphy's Twitter account. He's got some bangers on there too. Okay, I gave you news, and now I'm going to give you drama.
Poseidon talks about how Adriana Lee gets so blacked out drunk all the time, which is why she stopped getting invited to parties.
Definitely, unfortunately, she just no ways to go with the case.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a case.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Being excluded from friend groups is not defamation. You know what I mean? It's like shit, but it's not defamation. But to be honest, I went to parties she was at. I know why people stopped inviting her to parties. Because she's a sloppy ass drunk. She gets drunk and tries to everyone at the parties, and then starts throwing up and doing weird shit. She can't control herself. She blacks out everywhere she goes.
We just saw a clip. We just saw a clip of for her and Sear, and then it read the text message that somebody just let me know about what happened yesterday. That what I did to you, I apologize if I did anything. But the way the message wrote, she couldn't even remember what happened yesterday. Someone had to.
Destiny holds Trainwreck's back from going hard at Ludwig without evidence.
I don't give a fuck about the kids. I don't cater my content directly towards kids. I do a lot of gambling, I do a lot of drinking.
Okay, what about it? Hello?
Oh, yo.
What about it?
You understand this is what he and his other 3 group of friends on Twitch and YouTube all came at me for. Was
maybe
exactly
one thing
what
you got to be
he's
careful
denying.
of. I understand what you're saying right now, okay? But we got to be careful is if you're gonna make these accusations, okay? You got to have clips of him saying it because I don't know if Ludwig has ever cared about this. Now, Cutie and the other people around him, maybe, but I don't know if Ludwig has.
That's actually smart advice.
Twilight Zone.
Okay,
I'm in the
might
Twilight
be.
Zone.
My impression
Yeah,
of
I'm in the
Ludwig is sometimes he'll piggyback off some Son says, but otherwise I think he just does content and stuff.
Nick CSGO case opening.
Here we go.
If you read the damn chat, you know you have to shake the case to get to Gold City.
Okay, I'm shaking it. Shaking it for Gold City. Shake it.
Wait, you have to sing Timber.
I don't
It's
understand.
going down.
If you wonder what I'm doing on the side here, I'm looking off to the side here. I'm going through Botrix and going through this whole thing is fuck, dude. I don't know what's going on with stream elements right now too, and what's going on with Botrix, because there's certain things that are popping up. I don't promote my Instagram. I have an Instagram. I'm just gonna be honest with you. The only reason why I have Instagram is to look at hot girls. That's it. That's straight up the only reason why I have Instagram too. And every once in a while I might post something too, but I mostly post stuff on TikTok and then on my other streaming channels.
I'm yelling timber. She wants to ride this chocolate. She's in my house. She's going. Never mind. She's going nowhere.
Dude, you should write songs for DJ Khaled. Holy f, what was that?
Get those bars,
cancel
baby.
Case. Come on, baby.
CEO reacts to getting his Twitch partner application rejected.
They will beg me to take their check mark. They will get down on
Bruh,
their
it
hands.
ain't worth it, man. Your partner application with that sub split, that it ain't worth it, dude. You're better off just dual streaming. And then pointing people, just spamming like your dono, especially if you have like a following, just tell them to donate to you directly. As long as it's like easy. By the way, if you like the content, feel free to donate too. ! Dono. If you're in YouTube, it's the same thing too. If not, then I could like it's gonna be down in like in links below in the description.
And knees and beg me to take their check mark. And I will say no. If they don't start appreciating me,
See, this is I don't understand. This is
if I don't start feeling
Botrix.
appreciated, I might go to kick. All right. In fact,
CEO of
I'm
incels.
fucking 5 steps ahead. I'm the reality check.
Yo, madman, dude.
There was one like stuffed toy that Vicky really wanted. She wanted, and I just didn't look until we actually got there. And she said straight up to the cashier, she said, "I want the baby Yoda." And I didn't look at it. I just assumed there was a baby Yoda. This is to her what baby Yoda is. Of course.
Odablock gets all of his OS RS accounts banned after the recent controversy.
Claiming that that all my accounts have been serviced on, and they are saying that that I've spent over 400 hours of my accounts being serviced, and that's why it's not a temporary ban. Also, they're claiming all this information is from a year or two ago. That's so weird. You guys can't even deny that's weird. So you guys are gonna go back a year or two ago to get me banned. It just goes to show you that they're trying to shovel anything just to put me to the ground. I mean, yes or no? Don't lie, boys. Say it how it is. I don't care if you don't like me, but just say it how it is, bro. It's obviously a targeted ban. It's obviously like, let's just get that out of the way. Let's just get that out of the way, bro. It's 100% targeted. 100% a targeted ban. 100%. Like it's so sad.
I need like a little bit more context about that.
Actually, somehow I don't believe you at all.
Your instincts are spot on.
There aren't a lot of hands. You have ace king, obviously. There aren't a lot of hands that you would just go 3 streets with there. Like I have so many of these hands that crush this board. I just don't believe you at all. This is the problem.
Well, call him.
The fact that Nick just got bluffed
stupid.
has to be a factor in this hand.
Bro, then call him out, dude. Call him out.
But I just don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
Good. Wow, what a call! What a call!
For Magnus Carlsen? Yeah. Okay.
6. He's locked in there for the shot.
Okay.
The shot helped you.
But I got the run it twice back. You got it.
Go checking what is inside a guy's pants.
Oh my god. Fucking nutters, dude. He's so sad. Why is this? This is the wrong, God damn it, Botrix. You're killing me here, man. I don't even know, like, what to do here with this. I'm just, like, spamming the socials thing, and it's still not... The right socials aren't coming up. Well, the right socials technically are coming up, but it's not... Instagram shouldn't be in there, too. That's the only thing. So I don't know what it's pulling from there.
Cyberpunk 2077 shows what the true next gen looks like.
But DLA is super taxing. Holy sh! Look at the lighting there.
It does look good.
God damn.
Dan beats the hardest challenge in the video game history.
Here it is.
Oh, what is this?
5 hours! 5 hours! 78 million! Ladies and gentlemen, it's over. What happens? Holy what? What happened? What is that? Anus Major?
And
what is that?
Oh my god, dude. What are you doing?
What is it? Dang pack spam in the chat. Animus mate, what is that? Thank you. Can we please get some? Is this explained? Ladies and gentlemen, 173 hours, 350 attempts. They said it couldn't be done.
You got it done, brother. I believe in you. I believed in you.
I've been fortunate enough. I've spoken in front of a national audience. Television. This was 18 million times harder than any.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Orson getting banned.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Bro, what the man?
Rest in peace.
Oh my god. Alright. We all knew where Forson's loyalties lie.
Now look, I've got to be honest with you.
Put some Chud Logic drama in.
He's an idiot for engaging with her in any aspect. Look, we got a DGG retard. Look at this. He is correct there. He is bang on the money there. He is. That is just true. Couldn't get enough. You literally told me Connor couldn't even get you off Lamau. Oh my god, this is so bad for her. Why would she share all of this? What a idiot. Ooh. Ooh, Trouble in Paradise. Oh my god, Destiny's going there.
Dun, 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 dun.
Here's the situation. Okay, it's real simple. It's real simple, all right? There's a lot of Lav drama floating about again. Basically, Lav, despite her claims about what happened and the fact that she claimed it was like crazy abuse that was going on and stuff like that, for some reason she has just kind of settled back in to being like, to coming back into the Twitch.
Be completely a nutter.
Space. She was on a stream with
She always was a nutter, by the way.
Talking about trans stuff. And the other thing, the thing we're going to be looking at now, is she's been messaging Destiny again. It is kind of wild that despite her, I mean, you know, she laid it on really thick about how bad things were for her and about how, you know, mentally destructive the Destiny stuff was. Like, to me, it's really simple. If you're going to claim that what happened to you is super abusive and really harmful to you, you would not in any point.
I mean, we all know it's bullshit. Come on.
That person again.
We all know it's
Surely.
bullshit.
Call me crazy on that. Call me crazy on that. But you would have thought that she would never want to have that kind of communication again. But she
was lying.
So, for context, before we look at this, because it looks like Destiny is just out of nowhere sending the first message here. I'll bring it up now. What is actually happening here? My understanding of the situation is that Lav sent Destiny a friend request, or a request of something on Discord, which led to him responding, right? Because obviously here he's saying the legend, which seemingly is coming out of nowhere. But my understanding, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong on this, is that she sent him a friend request, hence this response. So we're going to look through the DMs. Now look, I've got to be honest with you. I think Destiny is an idiot for engaging with her in any aspect. In fact, there's a funny meme. I don't know if I've got access to it off the top of my head. But there was someone in DGG that said, oh, I can see it now. In a year, we're going to have more drama, and it'll have turned out that Destiny has been sexting with Lav. And Destiny IP banned them forever and said, only unban this person if that turns out to be true. And it's like, bro, why would you even say that? Why would you even say that? Surely you would be certain on that point. Come on. Anyway, check back in a year, guys. Check back in a year. Check back in a year. Now, look. After the Anna shit, I just think anything is possible. And I genuinely don't think I couldn't rule it out. If you asked me to put money on the idea that Destiny will never sex Lav, I wouldn't do it. I would not take that bet. I would not take that bet because I think the chances are too high that there's going to be another fucking... Do you know what I mean? I think there's two things happening there. You've got Destiny's absolutely vociferous appetite for mentally ill women and situations that just seem to cause very negative aspects in his life. So that's like one point of force in this, okay? And that's going in one direction. And then in the other direction, you've got Lav's complete and unending desire for validation and male attention. And that's going in the other direction. So the two are kind of meet here. That's why I think it's potentially going to happen. The betting market, is it? Is there
an actual
markets on this? That's fucking brilliant if that's the case. Hey, look,
Yeah.
we've got a DGG retard.
It's
look
connected.
At this. I give zero fucks who he sex or doesn't. It's weird that anyone does. Isn't it weird that people care about whether or not Destiny sex with people who's had very public feuds with? Isn't that a weird thing to care about, guys? Isn't that a weird thing to care about? God, it's so weird. You're obsessed. Nah, it's not weird at all. Anyway, you freaks spend way more time obsessing with Destiny's life than I ever fucking do, so you haven't got a leg to stand on. Anyway, let's get into the DMs. Let's get into the DMs. Is Chud Nation going toward the Dalaban? No, listen.
Is Chud Nation going toward the Dalaban?
Like massive Destiny fans. Some people that even have got close ties with Destiny that have helped him with manifestos, that don't freak out like this, that don't have this reaction. That are like, yeah, Destiny's got a problem. It's like, yeah, that's it. That's what you got to say. Destiny, look, Destiny loves mentally ill women. It's obvious at this point. What did Destiny say on stream? Lav's going to try and call back to Destiny, just watch. I fucking called it, motherfuckers. I think Igor is in chat.
I feel like Lav has said that you were Harvey Weinstein, so she probably doesn't want to come back into your world.
No, she messaged me last night to try to make up.
No shot.
Yeah, I know. Stupid, huh?
Wait. Hold up. We got some fresh conversation coming in right now. Tell me what happened. Tell me everything. Go, girl.
No, it's just boring. She just messaged me and she was like, stop talking about me so much. And then she acted flirty for an hour. And I said, you're like the worst person I have ever met in my life. And she's like, well, next time we're going to be on panels together. I'm like, okay.
Bro, that's fucking wild, dude. That is...
back together.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to message you something right now.
That's wild to me.
So, okay.
He's even considering
so this
it.
is obviously an important piece of the puzzle, which I probably should have played earlier.
This is all the young men watching us right now. I'm gonna say this in a very crystal clear voice. Don't stick your dick in crazy. Man or woman. Just don't. It ain't fucking worth it, fellas. It's just not fucking worth it.
Earlier. Okay. But and the problem is as well, Femoid has got me blocked on Twitter, so I have to circumvent that by going in unlogged in. But what happened was, she claimed... Here it is. So she shared this. You're back in Destiny's DMs trying to flirt again. And then she shared this screenshot, presumably to try and demonstrate that, oh no, actually he was flirting with me. Right? Or, you know, I think maybe more so to say, oh, he's trying to harass me by going on panels with me. Right? And then obviously she got criticised for that, so she leaked the whole DMs. Okay. So we'll go over the full DMs because this gives you the full context of what's going on. And we'll see what we think, okay? I've got like a rough idea of what was and wasn't said. The legend, dude, for the love of God, stop being cringe. About what? Like the following me on wherever I go. Oh no, it's fucking hilarious to me, lol. I'm gonna follow you on to literally every panel I ever see you go on. I'm not gonna fuck you. No matter how bad you want it, I'll never do it. Notice she's... So, what's funny here... Fuck, I shouldn't have closed that down. She's bringing sex into the equation first here, right? And funnily enough, that was left out of the tweet that she made, I believe. Wait, hang on a second. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, she did say that. Okay, my bad. I got it wrong. I fucked up. But yeah, this here to me, like, that in and of itself is pretty bad. She's bringing sex into the equation first. She's the one that brings it up first. If you're talking to a woman and out of nowhere she mentions sex, yeah, that's like, you know, out of nowhere. Like, there's nothing here that's sexual about this conversation whatsoever. Anyway, I'll never do it. She did cut this bit out though. Oh, I know, don't worry. We're both safe from ever wanting that, lol. You're obsessed with me. No, you're just funny to fuck with, lol. It's losing its alert. No, not at all. How bored are you? Not bored at all. I've got a million things going on, but it's always fun to check in on the Addams family when I can. Smiling face emoji. Steve, my friend, resist the cringe. Don't give in. You realise you are like one of the worst people I've ever encountered in my entire life. I milk the bit of joy I get from blocking you on panels for as long as I can because I know how fucking petrified you are of someone not simping for you for once in your life in public settings. I mean, come on, listen, look. We can all have a good mead about Destiny's bits of, you know, sexting or whatever, right? He is correct there. He is fucking bang on the money.
Okay, I think I did it. Hold on. Okay, I think I know what's going on. Okay, I think originally when I set up Botrix, I originally linked it with my Discord. Okay, so now, so you have to, they have to change this. For the folks who run Botrix, you guys got to change this. You got to work on the workaround because you have to log in with either Trovo, Discord, Twitch, or YouTube. So you have to connect. So I connected it first with my Discord. So that's why these commands look out of date. Because this is originally when I first set it up too. So I think I got it now.
That is just true. It is 100% true that she constantly needs and desires and seeks out endless validation from her simps. Brother, you're a scumbag, question mark, you're literal subhuman trash, simping for me. The entire internet and every single community you have ever been a part of absolutely fucking hates you, and for good reason. You begged to eat me out for hours, it's locked in my brain. Oh my god. Again, mentioning sex, mentioning a sexual activity. Go change your name again, lol. Begged, lol. I was falling asleep in your car. Why do you try to rewrite history so much? Begged, bro, you couldn't get enough. She is... So, in this conversation, so far, okay, there's one person that is trying to bring it back around to sex, and that is Lav. Okay? And that is Lav. She mentioned about fucking first, and now she's bringing up the sexual encounter that they had. For no reason. There's no reason to do this. Begged, bro, you couldn't get enough. Let's go to the gas station and get you a Red Bull. Couldn't get enough. You literally told me Connor couldn't even get you off, Lamau. Oh my god!
Holy shit, dude.
Oh. Brutal.
Bro.
Brutal. Why did
What
she
the-
leak all this? Jeez, what an idiot. Please stop, lol.
Yep, alright,
is this
there
the
it
lie
is.
you were levying? Ha ha ha. I thought it was so much worse, holy shit. I thought you were going to say something crazy. I was about to fall asleep in your fucking car listening to you talk to Guna. That was me begging, lol. Keep telling yourself that. Guna, I miss him. Damn, you really do go insane if you can't have someone wrapped around your finger, her. Yes, I go berserk. I am so cute and special, everyone should be. Do you just like sit
None
in
of
your
this is
chair
worth
and
it.
screech at the computer like a special needs child whilst Connor is working? Destiny kind of spit in here, I gotta say. Destiny's absolute. What? This is so bad for her. Why would she share all of this? What a fucking idiot. Yeah, and then I ring my bell.
She clearly's got like, I'm sorry, like, all right, let me put my fucking rudimentary therapy hat on. She's got some fucking issues, dude. Like, she's got some real like fucking issues. To be honest with you, I really think so.
He brings me my lemon water. Nice. Regardless of me being the worst person you've ever met, because the feeling is mutual. Actually, wait, you're top 10 probably, not top 5. Yeah, I'm sure you have that effect on people. Maybe 7. Anyway, regardless, can you shut up about me? Look forward to catching you on future panels, babe. Okay, so this is the first message which you could potentially interpret as flirtatious from Destiny. But I don't think it's anywhere close to what Lav is bringing to the table. But yeah, sure, there's a, you know, that could be interpreted as flirtatious. They're still flirting, bro. This is an illness. Yeah, maybe there's more that I'll see. At worst, this is like very light flirting from Destiny, if that. But it could also be a sort of like ironic thing, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit sarcastic. Like, this isn't like Lav. Out of the two here, Lav is like doing way more to make the conversation sexual. But yeah, I think based on the initial interaction at least, clearly Lav is reaching out to. I mean, she sent a friend request to him, which is a kind of a big sign of something, right? Like, why the fuck is she sending this guy a friend request? And then she's like twice brought up sex. Yeah, but all I'm saying is that, you know, I could understand, even though I don't think it's like hardcore flirtatious, I can understand someone looking at it that way. But you need to remember that out of the two here, Lav is the one that is being far more flirtatious.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Use this money to get yourself for Blue Raspberry Cloud Frappe, only available until the 16th.
Thank you for the 690. I will actually, I'm going to buy a coffee tomorrow morning, so I'll use that money. Thank you.
There you go, buddy. Use that money. Use that money.
Max is just too much fun. How come? Look forward to the article coming out in a few days. What? The article's out already? Did we do a time jump? Not that dog shit. Oh, is Destiny talking about the website he's going to do? Not that dog shit. Also, oh my god, you got to admit, it was funny you asking Max. This whole thing isn't going to be about me, right? And like 60% of the article is your retarded ass story, lol. I definitely didn't expect
I got it. I know what to do now.
Ooh. Ooh, Trouble in Paradise.
Yes.
Yeah, Destiny's doing a website which collates all of Max's bad actions. So when people search for Max, he comes up as a Google result, and it just says he's like a giga rapist. Or listen, is it retaliatory? Sure.
Yes.
But then, obviously, Max knew that Destiny was retaliatory before he wrote the article, so it's what he should expect, right? I don't know, man. I'm interested to see what it says. What's this?
Choice, please stop talking about my fiance's job. Please, I'm begging. It's not okay.
Actually, super fair. There's no reason for people to bring up
this whole
your
thing.
partner.
Everyone's. I mean, you really think about this, and I think about who is actually being hurt the most by me coming forward with this information. Is my fiance, who's now being called a cuck. People are messaging him crazy shit. People are being so fucking mean to this person who has no.
Are we sure, like,
stupid drama
her fiance is real?
So now I've heard.
Like, I know, like, people are saying that, like, he's like the COO of Ridge Wallet. Are we sure? Like, this is the case too? And are they in like an open relationship too? Bro, she's the one who fucking put forward all this information too. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you should leave the guy alone, in my opinion. Like, don't like DM him. Don't like reach out to him. Don't like bring up his name and shit like that too. But like, she's put her whole life forward to get some sort of sympathy. Bro, I'm sorry. Like, she's getting scrutinized, like, because there's so many like fucking internet autists out there. And I hate using that word, but fucking Chud is right about this too. And apparently, and I trust Chud because I know he has the receipts on this. Apparently in her Discord, she like provided his like pictures of his like fucking junk, his nuts and dick. Like, what the fuck, man? bro, if you're watching this, whoever whoever like Lav's fucking partner, if you actually exist, your fiance, bro, leave her right now. She's going to ruin you. I'm telling you this right now, in no uncertain terms. She's gonna fucking ruin you, dude. Stop it. That pussy cannot be that good. And I hate saying it that way. It ain't fucking worth it. And I'm not a red pill guy, but I'm telling you out of common sense, it ain't fucking worth it, my guy. It ain't worth it. Like, I'm seeing this guy, and I don't know, maybe he likes this shit. I don't know. God bless you if you do. You live your best life, King. But if it's not the case, leave. Just leave, motherfucker.
What am I doing?
Shit, it's all fucking horrible. And then for you guys also to entertain this video saying that
We're gonna get these numbers up, folks, right here in bottom right. These numbers are only going up.
I mean, I know that you guys are looking for content, but get fucking real. You can't dehumanize me the way that you have. It's insane. We should not dehumanize
I'm trying not to laugh at her.
this
I'm trying not to laugh at the crazy white woman on screen.
Fucking stupid, whatever. But the extent in which you guys.
What am I doing? What am I doing there? God, that's unbelievable. Okay, look, let's just address the elephant in the room, okay? Yes, I was laughing because the idea, and I disavow this behavior, just to be clear, but the idea that someone was messaging, calling him a cuck and shit is too funny. And I've got to be honest with you, I think based on some of these messages and some of the things I've heard, it seems pretty true.
Oh, that he's like a cuck? But yeah,
you know,
it's true.
Redacted, has obviously got into this relationship with Lav, and sadly has not realised that she loves and craves male attention, so will seek that out from every possible angle that she can. Wild. Also, by the way, look, I've not got access to it. I believe the parties involved. Are keeping things on the down low, but there is a call of Lav getting confronted by certain people, and apparently she cops to some things which are relevant to my channel, and there's obviously other bits and pieces that are discussed. But yeah, there was a call on a Discord, and a bunch of people were like arguing with her and calling her out, and she had like the kind of simp Voltron defense force come out and try and defend her. So I'm going to negotiate with the relevant parties and see if I can get access to the call to maybe react to later this week. Well, let's just say people that are associated with me, okay, did this. I can't leak, I've not got access to the call, but if I can get access to the call, we'll listen to it. We'll get to it, okay? Anyway,
it's a little bit too big.
I definitely didn't expect it. Implying you weren't reading, hyping me along literally the entire time. I get it. I'm only half retard on my other side. Wait, I only read my part and I felt good about it. I really do think you're a scumbag. Oh no way! We got the call. Okay, I'm downloading it now. I can't listen. Wait, no, hang on. No, we got time. We got time today. I can listen to it today. Wait, I can listen to it today. Wait, I can listen to it today. I got time. Let's go.
Why would you?
I've got like another 2.5 hours before I need to go, and it's only 45 minutes. Based. Let's go. Okay, well, listen to that call in a sec. Let's continue. You're actual trash. I babied you so much, but you're just completely mind-fucked with pretty girl syndrome. Keep going, I'm close. Again, another sexual reference. So Lav has got that classic thing of a woman. Okay, the classic thing of a woman where she constantly brings up sexual thing, because a woman like this, a mind demon, they want you to think of them in a sexual manner because they know that if they can get a guy in a sexual way of thinking about them, that's going to allow them to exert more like emotional control and manipulation over them, right? Guys do it too.
Nowhere near like what you're talking about.
Okay, that's complete bullshit. Is that a thing sometimes? Sure, but not to the same level that women do it, because men do not have the ability to exert the same level of sexual influence over a woman unless they've got some sort of like like the dynamics are very different there. If you try and be sexual with a woman,
again, this is not like a red pill channel too, but I believe in like the honest to God truth, the way that shit. Fucking who's the Patrice O'Neal? Every red pill like brings this guy up, even though they missed the point of like what he was talking about. But like he talked about the uncomfortable truth that men and women have to confront with one another about like how society portrays and how society expects men and women to act in and around each other too. This isn't a red pill channel. I gotta repeat that over again too. But women does have a certain level of sexual control over men, because men are fucking morons and we think with our dick more often than we should. Okay, can some guys do it? Sure, but those guys are at the apex. All right, they got square jaws, they make comfortable 6-figure salaries, and they're fucking about like 30 women a week. Okay, those motherfuckers are the unicorns. That's why on Tinder there's such a disparity between men and women there. Women can be more discerning with their choices on Tinder than men can. Men will swipe, what is it, right or left? I think it's right? Like if you want to match with somebody, they swipe right more often than not than women do. Women have more choice than men do when it comes down to dating. So they can discern their choices and really break down to like who they specifically want. Men will, I'm gonna tell you this right now, and this is the God's honest truth. Men, and all men have gone through it, especially when they're younger, they'll fuck whatever. They will, because they want that pussy. Okay?
Because there's such a
it's just the God's honest truth. I'm sorry.
Men, they're going to be like, oh no thanks, oh god. But when a woman does it to you, it's going to feel a lot more flattering, because it's much less common that a woman is going to be sexual towards you. Darius did it to me last night. I mean, Darius is a great example of this, right? Where his kind of sexual focuses are seen as gross, creepy and weird, but then when a woman does it, it's golden.
Primo content, let's
thank you for the bits. True, I agree. I'm sorry, you're coping if you think that women using their sexuality as a tool to engage in like emotional manipulation, and you're trying to say men do it too as if it's equivalent. You're delusional, okay? Anyway, that's going to be a hard lesson to learn when you turn 30. I thought I was mid. No problem, at least someone can get you off, eh? Ooh, Flip-floppy Steve, you're like obsessed with this idea of getting me off better than my partner. It's just not accurate, Lamafau. Hey, you said it, not me. Maybe it's just hard for me to feel enthusiastic after all the abuse. Girl boss gaslight moment. Stephen friend, let's let bygones be bygones. You can hate me and I can hate you and we can hate each other. Sounds good, but holy shit, shut up. Nah, I'm good. You couldn't keep your fucking mouth shut about me on Twitter, so I'm gonna keep running mine for a while. Gotta abuse that power difference, right? So you acknowledge it, Lamafau. Wait, no, I just remembered. You said I was.
I don't understand how he can like engage with her like that. I understand why he does it, because you know.
And then note here that in the face of like this confrontation, she tries to pivot off to start another strand of conversation by bringing up an unrelated topic. God, it's so fucking obvious what she's doing. The levels of like emotional manipulation she's trying to engage in here and sexual manipulation are so fucking explicit and obvious. It's so clear what she's trying to do. Can you see it? Can you see it too? I think you're over-analyzing her. No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not over-analyzing her at all. This is exactly what she's doing. If you want me to tell you, you have to come back to the Orbiters Club, winky face. Have you asked her for foot pics? Can I get it without the foot pics this time? No, we have to up the ante now to some real R-rated stuff. Gaped ass. God, yes, gaped. Thank you for the bits, Pans.
This is becoming like some Anna shit.
Bro, he has like so many fucking problems, man.
Sexting and Destiny will say they are good now. Calling it now tongue.
I do have a daughter, yeah. Yeah, that's what people are saying, Pans. Thanks for the bits.
Jeez,
so,
man.
Look, sure, this is probably, from so far, I've not seen all of these, this is the most sexual side of Destiny's part, right? Got gaped ass, God yes, gaped. Yeah, I knew you'd like that. Well, as long as I know it was painful. Jesus. But yeah, I mean, I know people are saying, oh yeah, but this reads to me, and listen, you know me, okay? I'm not gonna run cover for Destiny's fucking sexual proclivities, okay? That's not, I generally am happy to say if I think something's what it is. This to me seems to be more that he's kind of fucking with her, and him saying stuff like this is just like fucking
Him
with her.
basically fucking with her? Yeah, he is basically fucking with her at this point too.
Whilst I understand,
But I also think he's kind of serious about some of his stuff too.
I don't know. I think this is more so fucking with her than like him actually genuinely being interested in some sort of sexual interaction with her, you know? But that being said, I'm not denying the chance that they could, you know, be sexting in the future. I'm not denying that completely. But yeah, this just reads more to me like someone fucking with someone rather than genuinely trying to have a sort of sexual conversation. Yeah, I knew you'd like that. Well, as long as I know it was painful. Your blue... I mean, that's just kind of ignored, isn't it?
Oh my god, dude, what the fuck?
Steve. Because when I enjoy pornographic content, it's not fun.
I should be finishing all this like off stream, but fuck it, might as well do it on stream.
Pleasure. Oh, he's playing into the meme that he likes to see women get hurt for his sexual pleasure. That's what he's doing there, right? Welcome. Hey, thank you for the sub.
You say that, but I think you might enjoy it. I'm kidding. Don't clip this. Or you can clip it. I'm joking.
I come back if you died it back. Oh yeah, every day I'm just wondering what I need to do to get more lav back in my life. I bet you do, winky face. That's why you wait for the panels for me. Wait on those panels for me. Yeah, how'd you guess? So next time you should just stop by and chat with me.
So this is Destiny's DMs. He just leaked this shit out.
Does Dad know you're in this DM? You're not going to get in trouble, are you? I may get a spanking, fingers crossed. You're going to need a tally for the amount of time she brings up sex in this conversation. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Ooh, I wonder if Shaylin will be there crying in the background while it happens. I'm at the Montana compound right now with Shaylin making sourdough. Nice. Have you finished your transformation to look just like her? Ha ha ha, in what world? I was digging the shaggy haircut and the big glasses. I hope she didn't feel threatened. You like everything I do. I keep up with the latest lab news. I bet I have a pixie now, you're late. Oh yeah, like the girl you made up me banging on stream to get attention. Ha ha, wait, are you actually just retarded? I misspoke and 2 minutes later I said that I accidentally lied. Where's the TikTok? You're grasping at straws, buddy. Sometimes I just, oops, did we just, guess you were having a blav moment, tee-hee. Now, I'm sorry. Look, I know people probably want us to have the whole Destiny is the pure Kuma analysis here. This doesn't read as... I don't think, as much as, you know, I can't account for the future, this in and of itself doesn't strike me as Destiny trying to engage in a sexual conversation with Lav. The vast majority of any sexual comments that were made are from Lav. And Destiny is often responding in some way to a sexual comment that's made, or in some cases completely ignores them.
He's not wrong about that.
That's going to come back to bite me, isn't it? That's going to come back to bite me, I can tell already. Anyway, now listen, I'm just reading it as I'm reading it, and I just don't think this is like a hardcore... out of the two people here, Lav is more interested in bringing it to sex, okay? Bro, you're bringing up a video I made 5 years ago for content. That's so sad. What about that rape with a shovel tweet? Was that Darkstony, your evil twin? No, that was a super ultra serious tweet from 2016. Nice digging though. I'm honoured that after like 100 hours of interviews, the worst thing you guys dug up on me was some old tweets and drama from 2012. I feel like the cleanest guy on the internet. I felt similar with the Kiwi farms you directed to, doxing my minor sister's high school. I feel like your 2-3 fake sexual assault allegations trump basically every single thing I've ever done, and that was in like the last year for you. Which ones are those? But don't worry, you're still young, you can be even worse. The Assam one and saying I abused you, Lamau. He ate me out, but the power differential. That's 3. You're not great at math, don't quit your day job. The guy who said you forced you to eat his ass. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Yeah, who 30 women came forward about. Yeah, have you actually read the allegations, by the way, against that Gundaka guy? Some of them are complete bullshit. Some of them are just like, oh, I was only 19. Like, give me a fucking break with that shit. What does that even mean? Yeah, who 31 came forward about? I was the liar though, you caught me. If someone didn't abuse anyone, even if she was 17, who cares? Well then why bring it up then? I read that most of those allegations were fucking retarded. And you, buddy, even if she was 17, lol, you're abusive, it is what it is. Right, abuse is when you're mean. And gives a definition of abuse.
Sorry about that.
Effect for a bad purpose.
Kuma King is going for the second dip. Maybe this time he will get some pussy.
Thank you for the bits.
The last time's service wasn't enough.
Let me go ahead and dictionary.com this word that has a really different standard meaning. You were not abused, you're just used to being treated like a spoiled little princess. True! Ah yes, I forgot, you're the ultimate authority. Oh no, true, I should refer to the cult of Max, because if anyone knows abuse, it's you guys. Agree to disagree. Good thing the rest of the world agreed with me. Oh wow, that's like sad almost, the rest of the world. You're so cocooned in your little audience, you think it's real oof. I'm sorry to say, but it wasn't just Destiny's audience. It wasn't just Destiny's audience that didn't see this as abuse. It was like...
It was
pretty much
the majority of people.
Even communities that don't like...
When I say the majority, it was almost like 99% of the community, and the remaining 1% is probably like people in Max's community. And even then, I don't know like how many like people in Max's community actually believed all this stuff.
Destiny. It wasn't just Destiny's audience. I've got to tell you. Well, considering that's who you guys were trying to persuade and you failed spectacularly, Kyla has a point with this empathy thing. Yeah, I'm the one cocooned. How are you and Max and Shaylin doing in your weekly huddles again? My really want to know about me and Max. You're so touchy and jealous, it's cute. Remember when you said you were going to share those DMs and then you realised how insanely manipulative they probably looked and you backed up immediately just like I said you would? Why would I share those with you? You're like YouTube Jerry Springer. You're actually going to have to make content. Will do. Anyway, I've made peace that you're a scumbag. No problems. Hopefully Connor escapes soon.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Jagame gifted
Thank you for the
tier
gifted
1
sub to Stream Elements. Appreciate it.
This is their first gift sub in the
Hopefully Connor escapes soon. And if
Stream
and if I see you on a
Elements.
panel so
It's
be it, you'll
hilarious.
want to talk. Melina told Max she was going to kill herself, bud. Bro, you literally said you were going to kill yourself, lol. The projection is kind of bonkers. Everybody gets a little suicidal now and then, you know? What the fuck that got to do with Connor? I just feel for him. Steven, you wouldn't know what a healthy relationship looked like if it hit you with a train, Lamuff out. Right, keep telling yourself that. If you think something's wrong, I'm probably booling. Anyway, I'll see you on a panel. I see you on a panel, but let's make it interesting. The interpersonal shit is cringe. Call me a turf or something, engage with the content. Nah. I don't want to be Melina too. I don't want to forget how much of an actual garbage shit human you are. Listen, at least I'm
Ooh, now it's getting
unforgettable.
spicy.
True. Wait, and the garbage thing is saying you're abusive, to be clear. Tee-hee. Smiley face. Okay, so yes. Okay, I can live with it. Do you think you're a garbage person? Nah, I do pretty well. Or am I uniquely bad or worse? I'm actually pretty
Boom.
proud of the way I treat you.
Actually,
I went
I
above
like
and
this. I
beyond
like
in
all
almost
this
every
data here.
scenario. Kind of funny how it didn't matter to you in the end, but it definitely made you guys look fucking insane. So I'm a worse person than you. Yeah, obviously, but that's not saying much. You're worse than most people. Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. I'm pretty sure you actually make worse most people you interact with. Connor was so nice when I met him. He just did his first hate crime. I'm so proud. I'll see you on the panels then. Sure thing, babe. Over and out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so why did she leak these? Because I think she originally shared a certain screenshot to act like Destiny was like harassing her or something. But I mean, to me, this reads pretty clearly like she is engaging in like manipulation using like sexuality and stuff like that to try and get back in Destiny's good books. And look, I'm all up for the memes about Destiny sexting and shit. But I just don't personally think that this reads as like Destiny trying to like sexually engage with her. This reads more as Lav trying to sexually engage with Destiny and him somewhat responding, but in a kind of joking way. That's my read on it. But
very much so.
Just to be clear on my position, okay, I am not ruling out the idea that we could have another Anna moment in the future with this, okay? Just to be clear. She said she leaked them to prove he lied about her doing it to get back in his good books and support her trying to get him. No, look. I mean, yeah, sure, that's probably what she thinks. But that's only if you're like a lav simp, you're not going to see that because you're so fucking addicted to the fucking lav memes. But for me reading it, it seems pretty obvious what's going on there, and she is using like very manipulative ways to try and engage with him in a way like when a woman constantly brings up sex, they're trying to make you think about them in a sexual way, okay? And then obviously, if a guy's thinking about you in a sexual way, the likelihood is that's going to mean you're more malleable to whatever it is you're trying to do, right? Like, it's pretty clear to me anyway. I'm sure other people see it, maybe some people don't, but it seems pretty clear to me what's going on.
Really, that's it. Okay. Yeah, it actually is like pretty clear what's going on. Give this a like. Go ahead and share this. People don't want to know about it, but it's the truth.
I need you to watch this. I need you to watch this because I am.
Did I watch this video? I don't have time. I gotta do shit. I gotta listen. I'll let you.
30 seconds.
Okay.
It's 30 seconds.
Okay.
It's 30 seconds. It's 30
Where
seconds.
do you have to go? That's so fucking mission critical right now.
Brother,
Because I have shit that I have to do tonight. I've got a gym tonight. I need to pack all my shit tonight. I might need to run to the store and grab some things, and shit is gonna close. And yeah, and I've got to leave tomorrow morning at like 8 a.m. I don't want to go to sleep at like 2 a.m. and then have 4 hours of
After
sleep.
you watch this clip,
go ahead, link me. Go, link me.
I'm linking. I'm copy pasting. Okay, but listen, after you watch this clip, you'll understand. I am living in the fucking Twilight Zone.
Yes.
I am living in the fucking Twilight Zone. All those paranoias that you see that I have, you will understand why. This happens to me every fucking year.
Okay, I got it. Link me the video. Link it. I don't need the eulogy.
Here we go. Message. Watch that. Watch
Godspeed,
that.
Train.
Fucking tell me I'm not living in the fucking Twilight Zone.
Less about nudity. I don't have this in my mind.
Oh, we watched this.
A group of kids who I'm concerned about saving, and that's how I decide every moral or ethical decision is what these group of kids that are imaginary would care about. We should stop gambling because of the kids. We shouldn't show anything that's adult content because of the kids. We shouldn't advertise alcohol. I shouldn't do drinking streams because of the kids. I don't give a fuck about the kids. I don't cater my content directly towards kids. I do a lot of gambling, do a lot of drinking.
Okay, what about it?
He's just like critiquing.
Hello?
Oh, yo.
What about it?
You understand this is what he and his other 3 group of friends on Twitch and YouTube all came at me for. Was
maybe
exactly
one thing
what
you got to be
he's
careful
denying.
of. I understand what you're saying right now, okay? But we got to be careful.
Oh, yeah, we saw. Okay, yeah, we saw
You
this.
gotta have clips of him saying it because I don't know if Ludwig has ever cared about this. Now, Cutie and the other people around him, maybe, but I don't know if Ludwig has.
I'm in the Twilight Zone. I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone.
Okay,
I'm in the fucking
you might
Twilight
be.
Zone.
My impression
Yeah,
of
I'm in the
Ludwig
Twilight
is like sometimes he'll piggyback off some shit Hassan says, but otherwise I think he just like does content and stuff.
I am in the fucking Twilight Zone.
We'll go ahead. And that's about it. Man, we watched all that other stuff.
Tennessee Representative Justin Pearson was
Saw a
officially
little bit more
sworn back
news.
into the State House today, marking the end of what has been an incredibly unsuccessful, not to mention.
I wonder what's gonna happen in Memphis. Though I think he had. This is Pearson. The other one's Jones. Jones represents Nashville. He represents Memphis. Didn't like House Republicans in this state legislature threaten to cancel some grants to City of Tennessee for like some stadium upkeep and some other programs too? Am I remembering that incorrectly?
Downright embarrassing political stunt by Republicans. And while it may have shocked the world to see not just the complete disregard for democratic values,
I mean,
but
it
the
made-
utterly disrespectful treatment of these 2 young black lawmakers in the year of our Lord 2023, it shouldn't have shocked anyone who's been paying close attention to the Tennessee Republican Party. One reporter for Politico who previously worked at the Tennessean covering the state capitol says that this is actually pretty on brand, recalling how the chief of staff to the former House Speaker once wrote in a text message, quote, "Black people are idiots." Another time, a member of House Republican leadership referred to Justin Jones, then an activist, and another
There
black
you go.
lawmaker as baboons. And a member presenting a bill about sanctuary cities used the term wetback while telling a story. That's what they were saying in 2018.
I believe it too. I've seen some of these videos when people didn't like bring like stuff like that up, and it's fucking It's fucking nuts, dude. Like, some of the shit that like goes down is like fucking nuts.
2018 and 2020. I asked Justin Pearson about that last night.
The state capitol, run by the Republican majority, is a toxic work environment. I will be the first to admit that. It is undergirded by white supremacy and patriarchy. It has for too long operated as a place of injustice and disservice to the people of the state of Tennessee. Those are the things that undergird the foundations of the institution.
And today, new audio uncovered by the Tennessee Holler of a closed-door meeting of the Republican caucus after the votes to expel the Tennessee Three.
Which means somebody on the inside was recording them. That means that probably means a staffer was recording them, or another politician was recording them and was leaking this stuff out.
Just further proves Pearson's point. NBC News has not independently verified the recording, but when asked about it, Tennessee House Republicans told a local ABC affiliate, "We have no comment about private conversations." Take a listen.
You should have went to the speaker and said, "I'm changing my vote. And if it puts at 65, somebody would have taken you behind the dais and explained to you why this is important. But would have given us the opportunity to not throw the rest of us under the bus." I've been called a racist, a misogynist, a white supremacist more in the last 2 months of my life than I had my entire life. By golly, I'm biting my tongue.
Joining me now is Michael Harriet, columnist for The Grio. Michael, thank you for being here. One of the other things that one of the other people on that recording said is, I think now more than ever, everyone should recognize that Democrats are not our friends. And then they named 3 black lawmakers and point them out and saying, I've never had anybody call me a racist. The last 3 days, I've heard them all call me a racist, essentially saying that the villains were the black lawmakers. What do you make of all of this, given what you know about Tennessee?
None of this should be like
it's run?
surprising. They're highly insulated. Those districts that they represent are not competitive whatsoever, and they go farther and farther right because they want to stay in power too. This isn't like fucking rocket science here too. You need competitive districts in these conservative states because they mellow out the candidates too, and it forces candidates to be more moderate and more in the center too, so they don't go fucking off the walls crazy. This is like such a bad look on Republicans in Tennessee. And the thing is too, now the national eyes on Tennessee is like, well, what's going on in this Tennessee state legislature now?
Well, you know, it's par for the course in Tennessee. Remember, before the Civil War, Tennessee's legislature tried to pass a law to expel all Negroes. They would give them a choice to either voluntarily submit themselves to being or to leave. Mysteriously in 1900, all of the black people disappeared in this district. Nobody could ever figure out why. If you look at the 1890 census, there were 500 black people in Crossville, Tennessee, and in 1900, 2, right? And nobody would, in 1960, there were 2, right? But remember, every time the people in this district went to elementary school, and when they walked through the front doors, there was a mural of a lynching on the wall until 2018. So this is, when you look at that environment, this is no surprise.
And we have a picture of that mural because there have been a lot of questions. You know, the other person who has become...
Bro, come on now. Come on now.
There it is. You can see a lynching. You can see a Confederate flag. That is and they're called the Rebels. That is where, per your research and reporting, that is where the current speaker's kids go to school, right? Let's talk about his district. Is it still, I know historically it was a sundown town, meaning blacks were told, you better be out of here by sundown, you can't be here. Is it still as seemingly racist and white supremacist and segregated as it has been?
Well, remember now that they took that mural down, the people who lived in this community were outraged, and yeah, I mean, it's still less than 1% black. It's still pretty white. You know, we know the speaker really doesn't kind of spend most of his time there. His children go to an even whiter school in Nashville, right outside of Nashville. One of those Christian white nationalists, the John Edwards Classical Education and Society. And the viewers should know that classical education is one of those dog whistles that means CRT is not taught here. You know, when those people like the Moms of Liberty oppose CRT, they say they want their children to have a classical education, which means like the stuff that the Daughters of the Confederacy want. The stuff that, you know, says that George Washington was not a slave owner. That's the stuff that they figure is a classical education.
Let me play one more bite. This is what
He needs a much better. He needs. I don't know what's going on with his audio. They should have done an audio test, like way before like the interview, and like fix whatever audio that like he had. Well, he needs better audio.
This is a representative, state representative named Scott.
Bro, I got a Yeti, and like my fucking audio is clear as can be. I do watch like these streams when I get them ready for like YouTube, prior to me like uploading them to like YouTube or like editing them for like a YouTube video, or even like when you prepare TikTok content, and my audio is like nice and clean. Like I don't have like a Shure mic or anything like that, but it's clear.
Picky. Let's listen to what he had to say.
The left wants Tennessee so bad because if they get us, the Southeast falls, and it's game over for the Republic. This is not a neighborhood social gathering. We are fighting for the republic of our country right now, and the world is staring at us. Are we going to stand our ground?
Based on the fact that they don't allow Democrats to even put bills on the floor, the fact that they do voice votes where they just make up who they heard scream in yell in the majority, and they literally won't allow Democrats to do anything, and they have a supermajority. What does that mean when you hear that? We're fighting for the future of our country. The left wants Tennessee so bad. If they get us, the Southeast falls and it's game over.
Right. What they mean is, you know, black people. Right, like so you would think that Tennessee was a really white state when you looked at the makeup of its state legislature, but it's not. They've just gerrymandered the black people out. They've instilled institutional white supremacy on the maps, in the education system. Remember this, the Speaker of the House pushed for the school board elections to be partisan. He eliminated poverty-based COVID funds for the public schools and then gave them all that $60 million to Christian-based, white, rich, private schools. So like they're instilling white supremacy, and they fear that like any notch that goes towards equality is a notch that kind of eliminates them from their power. And I don't think it is necessarily about protecting the white people, because if they wanted to protect the white people, they would have passed the gun control legislation, right? They would have taught wanted their kids to learn actual history. So they don't want to protect white people, they want to protect white power.
Yeah, and that sounds like they're no different than Florida, Mississippi. We could go on and on and on where this is happening across the country. Michael Harriot, and I cannot wait for Black AF History to come out. So thank you for being on here. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Still,
he's not wrong too. Some of you might like not like the wording, but he's not wrong. It's all about power for them, and they gerrymandered the shit out of those fucking districts to maintain like power for themselves and like their constituents, the people who vote for them. Great movie, by the way, Rounders. Bro, I don't know how you do a solo grand match like that. I am not. That has to take like forever. I think if it's over like 30 minutes. Official final gameplay trailer. Alright, yeah, we'll go ahead and watch it. Yeah, she got buffed like a motherfucker. The first game was brilliant. Everything about it was absolutely amazing.
You were only a child when they sent you off to war. Now look at you. The weight of a galaxy on your shoulders.
Didn't I tell you to be more careful about who you scan? Come on.
I cannot tell you who you must become, or where the line is drawn. There are no easy choices. These are dark times. We have few allies.
Good to see you, Cal.
The odds are against us. And they will always be against us.
Now or never. Seems our
destinies are intertwined.
But I can tell you this. If there is any hope of surviving, we must stand against the darkness.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Should not do this. Oh, Kyle, I'm not taking the bait just yet. We still haven't watched this video yet. Oh, Bungie might ban some of the best PvP players. I wonder why. Probably because they've been cheating this entire time with those peripherals. Joe's surprising take on Bud Light. I don't really care. Let's see here. I might just end stream here. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end stream here. I'm getting like kind of tired too. All right, folks. Much appreciated for everybody. We'll get back to streaming regularly starting tomorrow. And as always, thank you for all the followers, the new followers that joined. We're growing very slowly. I did some nonsense during here to make this stream a little bit better. But as always, stay frosty, especially now. Touch grass and Godspeed. I'll see everybody tomorrow.